Same. It's me call life grandpa like this also. You know, say tumpe wale bit me about life. Okay. Me hwet. Bernard Moore adjoin what I say. We join na what my voice now, okay. Tap screen so mama who say bibia okay. First time I may use a type of live stream in even. Okay. Nti me name say bibia okay. Opare join too, okay. The tap screen so no. Na mama who say voice no clear, bibia clear. Me try bibi out keke. Highest papa with us. Highest papa join it. Okay, I don't know say voice in here clear umtime here. Highest papa ultimate.
Metro Kappa means ultimate casa.
Yeah, I'm saying tin clear. Tin clear.
That's good.
I didn't meet the horn of grandpa me my phone so now me who say which be by life grandpa without showing yourself and like this. And I'm saying I'm testing her said it here. What's it ka? Nana Kofi. Okay. Tap screen so okay. So we CSF near tap screen so. Okay, we Moshe nipa tap screen so na join it. Now be our questions be asking be kind of previously. When you adwene. I don't know grandpa say very possible because my phone and my board audio so nyina so na me de ba life no. But all the way all the same no. Say all the way no so the same. Frank Ando. But that's who joined that tap screen so okay. I was watching this video from Moshe. The guy no it is amazing how now what me achieve what he has achieved no because it further proves and say yen shada nim and I say yen aware of certain things so into obiana or look a little bit or presenting himself as knowledgeable no with me taking advantage of us so one said it you know obi ba no yen who said they be oh ye boga on am Ghana hono o show or ye show kakra be pene ama accept no so ye boga or camp prof kakra be ni accept no say be we intelligent or ye knowledgeable so hono okra Bible no ko two three Bible verses per na ye hunu say bia oh we were a pastor in the time will be an ya na pushy some people no echo top because ye nim nti no ye view obia na or presenting himself so onim no na asi ya man of power no ye the power ni nyina ko hye nsem most of the time no afede okasa krampa ye mbo e kire hwe ye ncheke hwe ye nye hwe de obeka bia na ya boy trinko ye se koli so I think say entity panyini ka uni hwe ka bio temu bi asa panyini ka uni hwe ka ba mu she kasa wo audios mu videos mu and throw yeah amazing na okay but me pese highest papa all back wa back and answer what so kasa na okay at highest papa that's nana kofi say what me can join me pese me ne wudi nkomo kakra nana kofi is steady join join the tap screen so no okay ma me hunu and why nana kofi join I was around now join out. I was around another coffee.
Oh, me do obi di nkomo nti na na me ntimi join na no. Life na
As
das na me no obi di nkomo.
ah, I did our
Yeah.
TV so I boom did say I would come over background.
Na me no obi kasa.
And I will Ghana and I saw outside.
O me wa Ghana.
And I na Ghana to say see about my story because I'm who social media so I'm saying so here for Ghana, you know.
Nti e
Sorry,
wa
I
for.
just sorry. Mininya course is na me on and off no.
Ah, okay. And when busy day my own.
Me wo fie na obey ne den obu wa ofre a ope assistant bi won nyama ba community.
I say, Nana ya boating with us, why join Nana ya boating. Long time, eh? Okay, Kofi who's the Ghana at saying in soon as what ya and say.
Oh, nti say the ntimi to akra bi me na to bi me dey be form.
Ah, but when you Accra,
O me wa akra.
but then you the whole Accra na area biana.
Areas and most of them many akra ni nyina by areas most of the areas
Yes.
they share for.
Into oma assess damage ne bia yame pangu nipa obi oma hwere omo nkwan ase bibisa assessment bia basa.
Assessment in the course, but you see Ghana no. Course na baby ade ni be free no kra no chale say be ya you find out say we na cost ni ade no. E be den. Yeah, because we've given the places any can see a sit down or no. You see the business moguls some no maje what the estate. Do ko kan kra be asem for.
I see.
Yeah, you see Ghana living no. By the time we realize no, baby any can see incidents no. Omo mu scan na ajeje no mo dey estate no. So we see obviously there ko buagu.
But me person me who say at the moment no e be a government net me access say nipa do say no ma hwere omo nkwan based on this
Yeah,
flood.
for sure. Because the last time what I was checking, Accra regional minister was on in the table and they were nipa oma record this around 12, yeah. And then about 600 households and uniform, yeah. It's more than
Oh,
that. It's more than
okay.
that.
About okay. Nipa 12 do but for the amount of this flood and also so no. And I say for 100 Janempo
Yeah,
and
once no regional minister, what she was saying is they are banning notice, no. There are
okay.
certain ones said they are not banning notice, no. And then some boys I know flood Nisi was cycle, they were able to rescue some people, no. But their comments they are making there, it seems you're not fan for Bebre. A fan for Bebre.
Because and
Yeah.
yet come on Ghana say people knows how to swim or others. I don't know in Accra the ABA people know because they put another one but usually no amount for sharing swim dwale and so much dwale and say we say happen. No when you be and so much and one say the woko.
Wedding.
Really? Ah, okay.
And at the rest you see flood Nisi see and one. At least they are the see you know, it's like Obia notice and cost. You see, na start how much so
As a
Obia
when
Jam you never touch us.
I see. Ti mani beti ti
Yeah,
mani ti say na yes so na yiri afefa
yeah,
abaso.
some place like Malam say, you see, a cover whole area, a cover will be done, you can only see the roofing. It's very hard.
Yeah, sema.
Some,
Yeah, okay. But we see we is Moshe follow and CSF and I say we Christian and I say Cremoni.
oh, me yes, a follower.
CSF Moshe. Yeah, sema. I don't know we could be Moshe chi I don't know who feel Moshe sa about my story kakra.
It's not about once somebody else more privileged say go and search on your own. Nobody's like the way me I once say Moshe on. Some people obia what ways of or understanding. Obi wo hono ma
But
ohun
who
be
say
Moshe.
you good and I say bad.
Oh, to me, how I understand Moshe is good.
But I say you apply the same you know, you say bana nyame somo so obia with the way of understanding and almost say well I heard this look at this confusion. Say what I say. Enti Ben Moshe na ono so I say or chira amount for common sense and I say or chira a certain way no. It shouldn't be many ways to understand him because the same thing na it's going on the confusion but according to them. Who say me patre no.
Yeah.
And he
What
say,
is
oh,
there?
no, pointy finger say, look at this. Obia want understanding different. Obia want understanding different.
The reason me I'm saying say Nkofobi will understanding different on Moshe and say once Obi wo before we get it to know Moshe no Obi na be kwa ka achre no. And always Moshe can say how the third person will interpret Moshe to the person and then the problem neba. Obi understanding nyina say Moshe say on nyame ni ho then stuff. Because when you hear somebody preaching against Christianity, automatically Obi beka so say nyame ni ho. And
Okay.
anything that make us say Obi will, people are having different perception on Moshe than stuff. Yeah.
Sethoo, 1 minute. Your friend is saying, we interface no. Ubit me I enlarge no, but still no, it will not show you. Ubit mine, sir.
May enlarge and say.
I think say utimi yama wo yekese. But still an issue a bit said yeah.
Okay, what me and me hear through on who said
Okay,
me
okay.
to my baby sir.
All right.
Okay, Nana Kasa ite.
Yeah, so they are Obi betting and say Obi betting no be quite explaining no. And then they confusion beba. So always no bones of Moshe kasa. Or say if you want to listen to the teachings, what beti or no ankasa. Find ways and more be mechanic, Obi catch you go and listen. Yeah.
It is everyone says who could see Ben Moshe on fancy say utie Ben Moshe. Na uhunu say bia or can't say be hodom na okobo e kire wen kan sa okobo e kire say oh asema Ben Moshe kan we say na e do kure na say yentro na say be sa okobo e kire hwe.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Enti everyone say one major thing about Moshe aka mimi hunu say obi a okasa kokobo e kire hwe ye ne bia no ebe hunu say bia Ben Moshe etwantro. But it seems say nobody and none of his followers no kokobo e kire hwe. So what they saying?
Something like material connect.
Okay, according to Ben Moshe understanding, Jesus Christ, or ye myth, and also or existe and parampara.
According to Moshe, Jesus Christ is a myth to not understand to how explanation of the Bemon it's a myth.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also according to one as well.
As in what?
As Jesus Christ, what Ben Moshe is saying, no. Okay, one in the journey, and I say according to Okobo Echirehwe, the Ben Moshe Kano, Okobo Echirehwe, or Kano Kurana se Wuchantro.
Oh yeah, it's a true thing. Yeah, it's a true thing.
That means you agree with Ben Moshe said Jesus Christ a myth, me boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Into Okobo Echirehwe.
Yeah, to understanding and certain things I've learned true. It's a myth.
It's a myth. Okay. Yeah. Evidence ben tebio ese ye kasaba ye kasa mimi de megidi say historically no Jesus Christ existed. So enti me na mahunu sa because history mu na mini honom eye the abesina kwa abakosem. And I was na wuni honom na Ben Moshe ni honom. Enti me na metima gina so aka say historically no Jesus Christ existed. And I also better then I would be gina so I would be say there be historically he never existed. It's a myth. Then I would gina so kasa.
The imagine so the cancer and say the time Jesus existed, that was the time. It wasn't the time I ain't take records, right? Because that time they've written the Old Testament already, so that time we're able to take records and stuff, right? And there's no eyewitness.
Was it time of Jesus Christ existed? No, they ain't take records.
Like we were able to take records, yeah.
Okay, we were able to do so. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we were able to do so. and per Jesus Christ stories and everything about Jesus Christ. I can't find any eyewitness historian or show Jesus Christ. If that time was time, yet we couldn't take records and stuff. Fine, that one you can't doubt that. But this is the time. That was the time you were able to take records and stuff. So eyewitness historian was supposed to take records on Jesus Christ. All the records I've seen is somebody or Tia baby. Yeah. Obi na catch you, obi na catch you, obi no be actual.
What they okay, I'm funny say what you are saying, no crampon, because they were historians they have written about Jesus Christ outside from the Bible. Historians were honum, okay. But I'm funny say say obi na ti asem country obi na ti asem country obi no na unjin dia. Enu untimi njina so say because unjin din say asem na obi kano. Therefore no what I say therefore he never existed. Example ni to say be okonfanoche. Do you believe so Okonfanoche existed and one existed?
You said, do I believe that Confanacha there?
Or existed or a nipa or tenase and answer one mass as we be a more a friend of Okonfanoche?
Say Obi wa your friend of Confanacha CCA.
There be or by historically no. Is there a figure of Okonfanoche who was in Ghana, a Ghanaian or Okonfanoche? Bibi sabi or Honoman as Bibi sabi anyone.
Oh, Bibi sao.
Bibi sao. Do you believe so Okonfanoche existed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Tiemfan say Okonfanoche existed. No Obi can story be about Okonfanoche. Na mean just story nindi. So Okonfanoche no timima golden stool free so by and Okonfanoche or this can be see her say and Okonfanoche or ye say no can story be a like supernatural stories. And I mean just story in India. Does that prove that Okonfanoche never existed?
Not that.
So what did I make patch no?
Matter the patch.
Exactly. And Tiemfan say when it comes to Jesus Christ crampona, because it's a wunji bibi India about him, and as I say, according to who research now, I think there was a historian be or try about Jesus Christ. But yes. Then I will question where you did this research, Say, it be I was webinar because if you type this in Google now, a easy source, a bit prove actually will say historically, there was Jesus Christ be or Pontius Pilate say Pontius Pilate. So what in dinner?
Yes.
Did he exist?
It's a Pontius Pilate didn't exist.
Messi, did he exist? Or existed and para?
I've not done certain things on the Pontius Pilate or something. Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I mean. Until when your outside sources are in your Bible, no crampo na confirm. Outside sources are in your Bible, no will speak about Jesus Christ as existing. So until just because there is some things and also some supernatural things to be about someone you don't accept and also you don't believe in, it's not a proof say the person did not exist.
It's not about the supernatural things, about the person. And you know, na say uti the mechanic. And you know, na say he has done this, he has done that. I mean, Jin didn't know. Mijidi say on existed. Yeah, that was not how I explain it. What I was trying to say is, whatever about Jesus Christ, and they are saying Jesus Christ exists and stuff, and to my understanding and checking of things, I see that, okay, Jesus Christ exists. When Jesus Christ existed, that was not a time of taking records. That was the time of taking records. And somebody that the Bible is claiming is so much superior. And that time, some people were able to take records and stuff. And we couldn't have any eyewitness historian to take records of Jesus Christ until somebody will catch you, be somebody who was not there that time to write things about Jesus Christ. That's shocking to me.
Yeah, but that is not the case.
To say you can say Kokwana say I exist, but stories will be and then we got to a time where Timmy taking records and we wrote Kokwana stories in books.
Exactly. Okay. Into that means historically, you will never find anybody. Nobody will say, Kwekwanansi existed and he used to live in Kumasi in Krofrom and this and that. So what I say now, historically, no, Asante for, let's say Asante for, and I say Ghana for, let's say Ghana for, are not going to confirm this, and outside Ghana for, nobody's going to say yes, or Komfanochi really existed. So what I say. But when it comes to Jesus Christ in the end, there other sources no confirm say he existed. And the other thing that we ignore our source now, it confirms that Jesus Christ existed historically. No?
The historically part me I'm taking is okay. Let's take a historically part now. Okan, that person taking the history, and we know that histories are not 100% sure.
But it could be true
We
too,
know.
right?
You are saying you are saying it could be true. See, something that once I made example to you say the family bit story. When we were not able to take records, and it got to a time I take records. Now you go school near there, you show books, now it's not something I ever can there sana be a story natural. No, you go school and opaka, you take book and you see the stories in and you can read. That is how I see Jesus Christ. Now let's take something like Obia existed and with all these supernatural powers, and that time we are talking about, it's not the time we couldn't take records, and we're having historians taking records. We have that time near Old Testament, right?
Exactly, yes.
There were people there to keep those records, and somebody superior like this, eyewitness historian be also to keep it until Obi be catch you, and got to a time and son Obi akote asem na nsa na obetro there. It's the same as Kokwana's story as I'm discussing.
Yeah,
Nana
but
Kofi. Okay, Kasa Miti.
Nana Kofi, I think that first of all, you must first understand historical claim. History is not about what makes sense to me, what I like, and what a mommy feel say we and correct. Because here you see the same standard near the back of Fanochia. A bit breaking it down, it means a Confanochi existed. Because if I point to you, say, give me one person, I or no, or say only who Confanochi say or command the Godins to a free suraba. Do you have it?
What do you mean point you be to see or tiasi?
Do you? Is there any record of anybody? Or say, ya truly did say, asimesi or no pe onwana ya kutuna or kase or nini humye or nenitia. Say na Confanochi come Godins to lana.
Yeah, no, that we can't point.
Does it mean say no ubejia to me say ya na wanye?
One said the wokan. See, let me tell you something. You see the reason why. Do you know the reason why there is a controversy on Jesus Christ? And Confanochi, there is no controversy on Confanochi.
Different thing, meba.
No, let me tell you. I want to say something, then you continue explaining what you are saying.
No, I'm not explaining. I'm asking you a question. Say, since usi obie ni hono, do you still accept Confanochi say or command the Godins to and also rejected that claim?
I accept.
Even though we need evidence of eyewitness, right?
See, let me tell you something. The Jesus Christ you are talking about.
Jesus, see, we were talking
about Jesus Christ, and you brought the Confanochi comparison.
Example,
the reason why I will accept Confanochi first is that right now Confanochi is not presenting any salvation and claiming anything to anybody.
So basically, the history behind Jesus and any issue about something else.
It's not about something else. Listen,
yes, of course. Because
if like somebody like Confanochi is claiming something and opposing everything to human beings on earth, everybody say is the way.
Okay. You will
find out.
Yes, as I'm now walking tokro dem kesiye but meba. First of all, where are Santini? Me busau before say me because I will not discuss that if unya say
Santini.
Okay. Do you know the importance of the Godins too in the Asante Kingdom?
Yes.
Okay. So if the Godins too is a myth, do you know say everything about Asante a myth?
Yes.
And it is all catch them say enya about salvation. Are you ridicule the importance of the golden stool?
I'm not ridicule to the importance of the golden stool.
Aha. Enti sa claim say
When
wa
you
meka
see,
salvation.
when you take
Meba.
the Komfanochi and the golden stool part, you are targeting only one set of people.
Even
Uche dem
if one set of people are omujidie nyina gina so forget up. Even if obezo just say golden stool no yet that important to the Asantis. And Tianka say, oh, salvation
I'm not
of
saying
Christians.
I'm not saying it's not important to the Asantis. You are talking about a certain group of people, and their belief system. They don't oppose it to anybody.
It's not about opposing. See, assembly here cannot.
See, they are not presenting their Komfanochi to be divinity or their golden stool to be something unique for everybody. It is to them, and it is to us alone.
Moshe script na
assembly walk no. Oh, assembly walk no. See, ejina menhia e be jam ye beche wo. So nim sa.
Because
you are basically ridiculing the importance of the golden stool because you want to make a claim. Say, oh, a Christopher ne force here the entino. So to make your argument work, you know. And what's like udubu golden stool nanimtia. Sana is basically the you know.
Me found good nanimtia. See, somebody say, Obini adia. It belongs to them.
And your Obina dear per se. See.
It belongs to a certain group of people, and they don't expect anybody to come and serve the golden stool of anything.
You must first understand, say, we are not talking about salvation. We are not talking about historical, we are talking about historical claim. What you say? And a historical claim, no, so we make a historical claim to say, me can't say about Komfanochi, Yas Antoine one. You will be one, it will be nonsense to that person. Does it mean any panel exists or not? Obi be catch you say, the claim say Yas Antoine did a group of ayan kwasi asem onjini. And to onjini doesn't mean say Komfano your friend say Yas Antoine or maybe ana. So it is the claim about Jesus, it's not about whether the story makes sense to you, whether your friend is saying what make it claim say salvation true or non and I said then it's about say the figure, the person, that individual or exist here and I say why exist. And history, who you know see another coffee on say Sethoossk say why a research actually. There is no way. Open evidences of the existence of Christ outside a Christopher. Unya 80s from historians and confirm say Jesus existed. And it's all baha now we make it claim as if say aside Bible no you need any historical source and I say asem no hoba and you standard
the statement I'm making anybody I would deny that's not. I'm not saying that there's nothing outside the Bible research say on to me claim say Jesus existed. Statements na me make here no. Ebi I want ni they make sure on say the time of Jesus' existence in the Bible and in anywhere or more canon on. It was a time we could take records and everything. And if you are supposed to take records on that time, and there is no eyewitness historian to record anything about Jesus, and it's supposed to be
claim no force because search to see ubenya say there were eyewitnesses. And as I'm now
eyewitness historian to write about Jesus Christ.
The difference between you see the reason why I will always bring Komfanochi into the story and say break it down more hypocrisy. So okay say that time no they on Crawford recorder from that time to the time of your friends Komfanochi no. Do you know the gap distance between the coming of Jesus and Komfanochi? It is even the Oba yes. Onunum pono muni ni bibia oho uni eyewitness and they also mumontungu what the enye gidi asem oho de enhye de nhia because you are just basically saying say though me hanum the meet standard no but I will still use the same standard against a Christopher sana way.
No, you are talking about the existence of time Jesus existed any time Komfanochi existed, right? The time we Africans, we started taking records is different from the time the foreign Avraham started some taking records. You know that. Time Ghana knows how to keep records. Time Ghana started say keeping records. It's different from time Avraham started some keeping records.
So it means that and Sambia about your tribe, in Sambia about Confanoch, in Sambia about your tribe, the existence of a before it could be fake.
When we started, you know that Africans, you know that we Africans,
Mr. Hayes, even at the time of Jesus, there were Pharisee for, there was scribe for, there was Sadducees, or more recorded, or more recorders, or more recorded, or more eyewitness. And Mr. Weka, at the time of Pancho Pelos, now there are people who are more recording my Roman for no, and they recorded this thing. And I don't know the eyewitness are open. Eyewitness historian I will pay you.
Eyewitness almost standard and they say to say Bianca Confanoch in an could be dinechia or nama or trotro like almost standard beer or nama or trotro.
And yes, I know.
Because the same see Nana Kofi, maybe Mama no said Sethoo engage you. Me say Sethoo engage you, but me first thing is say standard beer mo set beer Emma Jesus no. Every deco ye nyina ye tribe, ye faith, ye bibia ye gyina so. Yes mumwa yen kama ye nananom, yen nya wan ni nyina no. Sa standard no, some we very critical na mo ye honest. There is no tribe, no yen nananom bia ebe miti sa standard no. But mo sore ya mo push ye say nyini. Say if sa standard no,
the standard we are setting. Okay, let's take the standard for instance. The standard we are setting, we Ghanaians, when we were not able to take records, we put our histories, the share how we narrate stories. We put it in a verbal way. We know that says to keep our history going. Now, this is the time Jesus Christ, that time yet me true keeping records. We are not saying so be the years we cheer or true and obi say a person will be dinner chair or true. We are not saying that so be dinner chair and say or true. Time will be to be taking records near the end.
Nana Kofi. Just go the about 30 seconds. Go on Google here. Search say were there eyewitnesses to confirm the existence of Jesus near her.
Minko Google na minko search sir.
Yes, search this here. Who bet me use any AI tool? I bet me I gather all sources, evidences, I put it together. Na Emma and summarize it. Your friend is an answer no. Say if usuwa boechira.
It's amazing the thinking and how logic now more apply standard now more chat to my Bible ne Christopher and Jesus Christ. The same standard no. What they say or person or can be say be Jesus Christ ne salvation and one imagine and they say ni no. And no ain't share any proof say or exist and so one exist no. Say yam funny say one that no major. Emphasis is Jesus Christ. Say one existe. Na say yanka bibia say salvation bia ni ho no mokran posa logic ni kran ni ho no ma. Still one existe. Say o kan you no one kan one existe. Say ye can say one imagine ndi a unya nkwa unya salvation na o existe ya. O existe still. So enti ya me hunu the ye kan ba historically history mu no according to ye ni ho no enti ye ba ye no ye dependent bia kwa me nkroma ma meto no. Ya sante wo mama meto no. Omo mobako achire ni nyina ma meni mo bi mama meto obi the first king of Ghana mama meto no what I say nti we say na history be ya twra to honom and they will rely or depend on this history me bogu Google to say na or say virtually all historians and scholars of antiquity agree that Jesus of Nazareth was a real historical person. So what is saying? It is almost all based on historical facts and records. Almost all historians and scholars of antiquity agree that Jesus of Nazareth was a real person. Now, you know, Moshe, Onwa say, he never existed. Now, Moshe quote to say, a piece of family for and then invent Jesus Christ. How do I know said piece of family for Israel? I don't know and invention. A history. And once again, you go and search online again and see said were there some people from piece of family. Then you will see say, oh, piece of family for they existed, they were there, they will leave this place, they live at this location. Now I accept it. So and they will accept it. Who knew eyewitness be or can't say yeah, piece of family for no they say the same historic baby who could check a piece of family for no who check about Jesus Christ or make Jesus Christ existed. But any the way unjindi. I know go check away.
I check it.
Okay, well results in here say.
There is no eyewitness historian or true about Jesus Christ.
There is
So
no
see,
eyewitness.
I'm making a claim to you, sir. There is no eyewitness historian
That
to record about Jesus Christ. And
Sethoossk,
you are taking the thing from a different way.
I mean, correct impression view I had me for Muchawa. Maybe I'm I mean, correct way view. My brother Kofi, one thing in there, see a car historian to the Malacan eyewitness historian now. Or the kind who be a historian, or yeah, and I can history crana on a day. History, yeah, there, Ogudu Kodo to that walk up here, yeah, boy. Since you're a good eye able walk up, you cannot call it history. It is going on. Into a there, AC, Etrium, NOB take that weighing upon himself. The mayor shishum. Now I find fact and figures are there at some way I am. Now I record it. All the finance will be. I will prove it there. As some seen another uncroft can a yampa. And it is not possible. There will be back a historian. Now, nimpa way who live in a life, let me keep records on how to, and I mean how he lived his life. Now, at the end of the day, when they are outside there, as a historian, this is what I found. It is not history. It is something that is happening present time. Into all no bad treatment, and they be no bad then. And one time, they all witnessed that they nimpa way on church in Fano because he witnessed.
Historians, what you are saying? What you are saying?
Historian or horses is here. Ah, yeah, Ghanaian historian. On Tro Bibian from Mahama. But one hour
what you are saying?
30 years ago, one of our investigations, actually, there, Mama Hama and Crawford claim me door by an ampana. No, I gather the evidences.
Razak, what you are saying now, we say World Cup, ultimate friend is a history. Do you know what they are doing at the World Cup right now? It's a history they are making. And there are people writing things about it, so move put it down. If tomorrow, World Cup and this is here, it's a history. World Cup and this is here, a history. And the things
they end there. It's end there, a history.
It's a history they are making.
Okay,
anybody recording anything about Cristiano Ronaldo now? CCR or Chobian. It's not like Obi Dinechi and Obi Betina say or
Canada man. Whatever we are keeping. Do you know that? Canada, do you know that every single person on earth is a historian?
What 50 years still saying the Oma it can still be a history.
Do you know what?
Do you know that that's how it becomes a history.
Do you know that the match they've played, it's a history they've made. A history no matter it becomes a history.
And nothing was say at the end and be history. And they are any history. You're born in Necran and Neya and the just and as an all cano, Papa Necano, the all can sana.
But what they are no all can say? There is nobody at the Koswa or Besha as say I or church on one semato. But
there is even cross a church or caution will be a church still no. And make history until DNA because history is a past. To me, because idea history a present.
Okay,
it can be
Jesus
possible.
Christ did. There is no eyewitness historian or show once him.
You cannot record. As we speak, Mina, I would say the time World Cup started. Biana one way. Into say I can't hear cautious. that story a history and maybe are happening for a very long time.
Exactly.
But right now, Seleka World Cup, even first game I walk or this current World Cup here. Me sure the boko historian that look that information.
Unya, yes.
Ninya. It is historian bien who abakara me a historian. Na Nyama or called currently. On maybe keep your record. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
It is a book of crab or be in view.
Rather,
Exactly.
yeah, stick it to the topic, and Nana Kofi. Yeah, let me say, whether there's eyewitness accounts of Jesus or not, and the claim of his existence, how solid it is. And you necessarily need to meet your standard as it did, baby.
JJ.
Yeah, and you necessarily need to meet your standard and expectation. But the figure, the person, your friend Jesus, or exist here. History baby, confirm this. What you say? And I'm surprised. Say also ubu actually, and you came to the conclusion. Say, onye a historical figure, and I say onye a real person. I don't understand because our standard, you bet me I set a lot of figures. I bet me I come to the same conclusion. Say, oh, am I exist because am I meeting me standard? That's not how history works. And the history has nothing to do with whether a meet old standard and a meet standard. Because there are so many things. You see, more standard of common sense. They analyzing Niemana. Niema bebre meet. So it means to Confanochi. Clearly, Confanochi came years later. But ono krano won't me state.
What I'm telling you, ni say, yeah, time now because a confanoji existing. That was not the time we could take records. You know that.
I don't know who side. What do you mean say we couldn't take records?
That was not the time we could take records and keeping things down neat. That was not the time we could take records.
I remember a question where say, okay, Sebe Moshe why exists here. Okay, in 1,000 years to come, and I say in 100 years to come, in 200 years to come, yeah, what are 500 years to come? Definitely, na me ntiasibio, na be Moshe ntiasibio. Okay, now Obika say, oh, be Moshe, he never existed. Okay, how can the people prove say be Moshe exist? We want to have an historian, first historian be our trace say be Moshe say bibisa na say yana say bit me akọ back near where evidence, where videos be a prove say this guy be honoma. Say na bit me approve say be Moshe existed.
What we are claiming, we are not claiming say Monkofa historian be mra. Say historian only and he's saying it too. Let's have a proof of someone now. He was alive that time. And onu actually making statement towards Jesus Christ. This is Jesus Christ. Oh ye say. There's nobody that time Jesus Christ or what time Jesus Christ existed. Nobody alive. Nobody was there to testify.
Peter disciples no testify no more exist now. More trail books, What do you take of those things? Those people.
Peter. The gospel of Peter. Is it Peter and a Troyana?
That be question and answer question.
What make it claim?
Say no more disciples and say
some more mutual books need to on what sure say on mutual ya no on when him say on mutual.
The who him say you try.
So okay, only the book of Peter and no on try one try.
You know that the Gospels are anonymous book. You know.
No, me say book of Peter. Why?
Don't you know that the Gospels are anonymous book?
Oh, bro, say anonymous, and I say any anonymous, no. The records are there.
They are there, so, exactly.
What you're saying? The records are there. Say
me make it claim. Say I Peter mo show mo Bible too. Disciples are now mo show ya na.
Una who can say you need eyewitness. What you're saying now? The game say eyewitnesses no.
And then the Peter is talking about Peter book. Peter now. That Peter book is not the Peter disciple next door.
to
Nti ma
the
ma ne
JJ
fa
to
no nye
me to say for the meantime.
ma no fa no nye
Nana Kofi
answer to the
KB,
question.
okay. Sisi ano. Ben Moshe me the example be okay. Yeah, we Ben Moshe follower. At the same time, Ben Moshe ni enkofo close people be na nante. What you say na? Enti there are some things now you as a follower of Ben Moshe, maybe you don't know about Ben Moshe, but the people close to him they know. But these people now they are working with Ben Moshe day in day out, you know. Omo nye historians. So what you say? Enu nti no se sebe dachi bi no se Ben Moshe ni ho bi one. These people no can give an account about Ben Moshe. Say this is what happened, this is what Ben Moshe used to do, Nigerian, this is what he used to do, and they can collaborate this with other accounts now. People now they work with Ben Moshe, maybe and a wife and I say the ex-wives, you know, and then and ma they can do this assessment. No man who say okay, this is what Ben Moshe do. Did the OSR assessment, you know, maybe Ben Moshe ni ho bi on. Ono na o keep the opposite keep historical records about Ben Moshe. And to mean say the person now he is trying to investigate Ben Moshe and know what about Ben Moshe, you know, or any eyewitness of Ben Moshe, therefore no account to count to be on. And yes, I know history. And to some people who will go back, Ben Moshe ni ho be one. People will go back and try to see, say, okay, Ben Moshe, this is where he lived, this is what he did, this is what he did, this is what he did, and the collaboration here. Oh, ne mama and say no more kind, ne mama say no more kind, ne yiri say no more kind, now for no more room about say no more kind, and then we will base on these things, you know, to say that then they will keep the record. And to
I
keep
like
record now. Untiminka say the one now he is keeping the record no on your eyewitness. He himself never saw Ben Moshe and I say herself and she never saw Ben Moshe. Therefore, no into any credible story.
I like the way Amebra no it defining history nature and say it is neither based on history does not based on feelings and I say and where ya that and no so anti and was there and the Kenya because say if they all can so no one who say fit into the structure the way of penna and cover the chini there being called near chini but anam say fitty and I say emotion near their day fitty man into a fee say and the brand define your brother. History is not about your feelings. It's not about your emotion, your structure, the way you want it. A period, one tier, no one obet me argue 10 million times. It will still doesn't make sense to him because think a base idea or pedia. Think I'll be there to me say exist you. But because of that, it doesn't fit into your way in intino. Obe argue sa kopim si be still on tiase because and that's how I Mebrano or defining that is the best definition of history. It medamini anasipa na 80. I mean
Yeah,
sure.
okay. My main sign kind we say na Embra record no so okay. According to
If
Google.
like Sethoo, if like you two, you have your standard for the Jesus Christ, and you've checked and if meet your standard, into one understanding say Jesus Christ exists, right?
Like any me standard though, bro. Me minister I check the historical records at that one. Any me na me keep here. And based on every historical record
and it went to favor what you were expecting,
this
right?
has no
and
that
why accept it?
it has nothing to do
So
with favor
always
or not
you
favor.
argue that Obinsone standard that Jesus doesn't meet, not so Jesus doesn't exist. You
That
always
be-
argue with the person.
Nana Kofi. We say no yesterday bia me per se suit me favor. If I say me Christian me accept Muhammad say or a prophet me accept in chromosome. What you say na? It's just because I may accept in chromosome and I say me no doesn't mean say historically no say you trust that Muhammad existed and I say Muhammad is called a prophet of Islam and I say bibi say na me njin di nti me nka say enye no kore bibi say bi any
The same way the Christians claims say Jesus Christ is a son of God. Now Muslims so per their standard, Jesus doesn't meet the standard of
historical.
God Christ, no. And also there was no way I'll be count so I'll be
Exactly,
and you believe and doctrines. It has nothing to do with historical.
We are speaking about a figure. Entina me de ye de Kwame Okonfonochi de example no. Just because unji eneme bi a Kwame Okonfonochi ye and unji ndi say bi a real and I say no kre no, it doesn't prove say he never existed. Where you come back historical figure as a person no, history no, this Jesus Christ person no, he existed and it is recorded in history. And to say no who ka say who person we ye uma o standard bit say bia so I don't know how standard now, but historically, no, clear say he existed, and anybody now who is claiming he did not exist, no, find the way to say, how can somebody exist without a father? They are coming to use the supernatural things, no. So they say, how can this somebody do without this? How can Onua also in Yankopomba? Anyway, saying so, and therefore he did not exist. But historically, in the over history, clearly every evidence proves that he existed. And when you say me po, say me po, say eye me do, say eye me do, say eye would do, say eye would no. History, that is what it says.
Exactly.
I think say they always conflict GDA with history. So
Exactly.
Tan omoye uti omo carefully omo kasa ovega some more evidence. But omo be we to we it make sense to me. It make sense to me. Until I make say Confanochi is the best example. And when a man years ago, this guy ekwetina oka say Confanochi kra na betima emit. Sa asemu yo oka yen no me say asemu a time will come me jina so sa till so be apologize publicly. Sa asemu no oka yen no. Because if Confanochi is a meter, anything about Ashantis, any
me cancer same way you be trinity.
But me a year will come and I said the same a time will come. May yes we are just about publicly apologizing because we're a hypocrite. This same guy will stand there and say oh no can ananomasem or no born no buy us a den. But this hypocrite has been insulting Nananom and we need the guts and honesty to come out and say Sasem we are mekanye emre we no e yentro and asem we nenye no kre me di mi amitrim ne kan and what kata so or the time ayete said the as an refi but ewo ho ye be boaba and this guy be on the namho same way instead of you people to hold him accountable say and some way any standard we are set no say you use this same standard baby ya nkasa no ye gidie no emiti. So there was a guy and the main diverted topic, whether ye wadi ye nuanom and I na ye nuanom years ago said then the beginning of Genesis money no. But when I use a bononom, I use a bononom one or thinking here because a lot of them they are not thinking through the things. So almost Bible it seems that they are very high, intelligent, but the moment they back down to Yankasano, Yasitinamuno. Now they start to think, say, if this is wrong, then even maybe the enemy generation no cross way wrong. So in history has nothing to do with Ujidi and Unjindi. Me, I don't have issue with Confanochi or commanding one wine, but more common sense for see you so more dream more standard. And what's the money now? Mu throw away everything about Confanochi and the Golden Stool, which moon to me.
Okay, my musa Kofi question back. Kofi wa honum still. Okay, conclusion I me make you say and say based on historical records e wo honum enye me no me na so when say be mo say o ka say I say menye printing press man printing onye bibia what they say he's reading what the Bible says according to him says I know come boy.
Yes.
And based on historical records that honum no Jesus Christ existed, true or false according to the historical record.
The historical record shows Jesus Christ existed.
Okay. And do you have any historical records stating say he did not exist?
The historical record states Jesus Christ doesn't exist.
Okay. And therefore, since say who historian, menye historian, be Moshe is also any historian. So what is and that means say me menu masem me for obi antimi nyina so nka Sethoossk say therefore no, it is true. And I say be Moshe say therefore no, it is true. And I say who Kofi will say the Jesus Christ is the thing therefore it's true. And that means say what be Moshe and you are saying no, we cannot take it seriously since say munye historians and I say mun need that authority not to say he never existed, right?
Nobody has authority to say Jesus existed, and nobody has authority to say Jesus Christ doesn't existed. You asked a question. See, you asked me a question. You started conversation. Who beside me say, did this say Jesus existed? You didn't ask me say. You asked me say, me did this say Jesus existed? And I make a choice said Darby. And I will beside me. What are my bases? So I'm not saying say Obinsun Jindi say yes to exist still. That is why you've listened to Moshe. If you Obeka say if if you want, go and do your research and learn. Nobody is opposing anything to anybody.
Yeah, but no as a mo can say no go and do your research. And that means say
And there is nowhere Ben Moshe akacho say ti onu kwa onu any claim obe make ya cho bia. So what Ben Moshe? But
yeah,
do you tell Ben Moshe?
And Ben Moshe say go and do your research. Tebio when I can say also Ben Moshe say go and do your research. Until now no we have the baby in space. We should go and do the research and see what he's saying is true. Based on research, and based on research, did Jesus Christ exist?
Ben Moshe claim o make nyina and I mean me make statement.
To me, based on research. Tebio Ben Moshe say go and do your research. The all canon.
Your research and it doesn't based on say go and search say Jesus Christ existed and I say bibisa. All research you want to do, you can do, and you come to your conclusion to it.
How
research
can you
be a person?
Tell you, bro. Kofi, that we should be honest. How do we go and do the research, to verify say Jesus Christ existed or not? How?
The research you can make, you can do it. See, the reason why you are arguing on this thing is that don't argue what Sanema we want to say.
Kofi, me person was statement na be Moshe can say we should go and do our research.
Research.
And I mean, based on the research na e wo honum sisi na ye mienu nyina ne betimi verify abo a check ya hwe no. The above sa research no ne ko check hwe a did Jesus Christ exist? What Giatum say yes, according to historical, Jesus Christ existed. And another research be any be one and I say e wo honum a prove say Jesus Christ never existed.
Ben Moshe nim say research we will say Jesus Christ existed, right? Onim and o make it claim with you say to no niema wate ase ne ncheche a o kire no. Jesus Christ does not exist. We make it claim not to go and do your research. We've done our research and we noticed where I done my research. Say, okay, if Jesus Christ stay here.
Sisi ano, okay, I can say Kofi Annan. So unim before Kofi Annan.
Meaning Kofi Annan.
UN general, no, okay. So no, I Ghana ni. It's Mimi claim say he never existed. Mimi researcher, my yen say he never existed. Now me so me catch a man for. And no way say no. And no prove say me I'm being dishonest just because the main person me jiatum no say he existed. Evidence no one say historically evidence no one say the guy existed. And to say anybody who see one say mimpewe therefore no, he never existed now. Yenti mean ka say as rational human beings now you see your common sense no. Yenti mean man so room say okay ono na ojiatum say he never existed there. Say President Rawlings never existed. Ono claim say he never existed to say President Atamates never existed because ono they claim because say bia what you say na o make claim no to say bia ya Santua never existed. Ni nyina na ye prove ni nyina go on say he existed now. Yenti mean ka say because ono say and yes an intellectual conversation. So one say that you know me say na you forgetting proof in the facts and one ni nyina no na ye ka say ono say he never existed therefore into ye man room okay it is proof and yes an you know
because somebody because history say Jesus Christ existed into your no so room ni sa na.
Yeah, because history.
What you are using to judge Ben Moshe say Jesus doesn't exist. Into your man is our room.
Because when
say Jesus Christ exists, into your man room na.
That Ben Moshe was historian.
We should follow that alone, na.
Ben Moshe was a historian.
Do you know why people still doing research? Because
Ben Moshe was a historian, or an antiquity historian, or a historian. Exactly, okay. And until no cancer or can be also quite research, Until we go to the people now more that field the one.
The reason we do research is that Obia can be able to I don't know research home. It doesn't mean say into say history
research.
So you are making the history a final judgment. Let me know. You are making the history a final judgment.
About this one, yes, because many hobby also ni hobby.
Nana Kofi.
Bosu. I didn't know the thing that who ni hobby.
No, Nana Kofi.
Because of say who ni hobby, means mini hobby. Now what you say? Yes, say yes.
Nana Kofi.
Means me jindi ana.
Yeah, Nana Kofi. Nana Kofi. You see, you can choose to believe in Christianity or not. You can choose to reject the claim of Jesus. No problem. But when it comes to the existence, you don't need to go around trying to prove something anyhow.
Why are you emphasizing on it, say?
Meba. History has nothing to do with Avraham before so Beba. Not claim no other. It is Avraham no eba no be catch say no standard no oni Jesus didn't exist. Na obi so ba no be use the same claims there to ono so standard no Confanoche never existed. Like, how do you disprove that person?
No, have you seen Avraham Moshe? Have you seen Avraham Moshe arguing with somebody so be say Confanoche ni wana on any argue? No.
Yes, or say a myth.
Who approve? Who approve?
Yes, also a myth.
Pa video ni bra.
Sethoo Boami.
Masa enko challenge we ni nyina video da ho bi bia ye clear. Minim se bia wa share that na or draw attention.
Sometimes you wonder.
So what nim the ajay.
You see the video you want to play, and if you want to play that the video you want to play no, the video you want to play. Who share video na start here? He was explaining something and odibesi so ho.
Saying I don't know explaining any conclusion. In the conclusion, it makes sense, right?
Exactly. Or explaining or be end say or
you want to play. They now Avraham Moshe so you have to play everything for everybody to see. Say nipa no church bibi mu say and this is the standard. This one is also myth.
Nana Kofi. You see what you are trying to do no is either one who say historically no there work on any basis. But rather, you will still argue because
Sethoossk,
yes, based on what? And I will argue based on what?
Make a statement say Avraham need a claim say Jesus doesn't exist. Once we have a history saying Jesus exists, there you shouldn't give Avraham the room for that.
And yet, whilst there be historical claim, no, any mimi bottom, any wu bottom. So be making historical claim to say Yasantwa why exist here. So I claim no and yet theological claim. And yet about ujidi and unjindi a historical claims no ye ko check what history has a friend is saying has recorded. What you say? It has nothing to do with ujidi and Avraham are making sense to you. And you know say na intro kran ye chechire man ye fe. Sebi scammers no nya ne kre no mka kire enye nsem ne kre ana nsem den no mka kire nkofo de nya omusika. And you know it has nothing to do with ebi asem no kan ye no no history eni obi bottom nobody can say no na eba ade a woni ho no onu no be aka kire obi say de onu no kan ye ne kre but only records be only anything to prove. This same person, no, on a media, no so case or the phone and a research, and the same phone, yet the researcher. There's nothing that support his claim.
Exactly. Obi no ye monopoly about history. Yes, I like that.
Obetimi say Bible no njini. Obetimi all those things now all can. Nobody cares. But when it comes to historical claimer, you must be dishonest to go with Avraham. Also, you're dishonest. And let me say, and then the man a missa a pushy no to ask him say, your friend is saying, Confanoche exist, and as I say, or no nim a bit my mate. Because no him say, obe pushing no him say
what you are saying. Once a video now, once a video, who can they see what video in my man be cancer? Don't make it a statement like this is something Avraham Moshe is emphasizing on.
There be Nana Kofi, Sasem no kind, no, Sebi, wo ubet me ka mention. Can you say that? Sometimes stop blindly supporting people because you hate.
Avraham is always emphasizing on say Confanoche is a myth. Confanoche is a myth.
And this same person, no, maybe when the video be no edaho. Obi Busano, question and answers, Obi Busano say the same standard no set Yama Jesus no one and no be no cancer and question same we say or no almost say a sick Confanoche was a hospital on Obi and Timin too or no about go 2 workers and question no so video na I will refer to it later. This guy have said it. And
Tell no back
you blindly support this fool.
Edion.
Eden,
I don't know the
okay.
reason why these people.
I think say I'm not supposed to join what I say. And the Kevin I brasa join bio. Okay, but as a Kevin, Razak what I say, Sontax so what I say.
I'm not hiding all of a sudden, sir. I do.
Evan say oh say me can me hu no say me nje abosonsomu ndi, say me nje abosonsomu endia. It doesn't mean say historical records be that abosonsomu hono no. Say omo kase say na abosonsomu kire say na abosonsomu kire. Minji ndini to make us say bibi say be any honor. There be any honesty. So just because you don't like something, no, doesn't mean say you deny it, even though say historical records, even non-Christian historical records, support to say Jesus Christ existed. And remember say a claim now who say, okay, at least no be honest to yourself, any history net that one. So say about resurrection, about resurrection. Now uka say unjindia resurrection, no, and no you believe. And no, they won't mean a historical record be a catcher say enunye, but enu ye say you call tomb honum uni hobion claims that will make people say omuhuno after say was sorry. And omun say a historical record no. So what you say but the existence no so or exist you know. And no the end a clear. Bibi any honum say he never existed a myth. Bibi say be any honum. So was it a patch no. And to be honest to yourself no, ne guy say be you maybe you like Moshe. You support him, you support his message, and Tina open say we ignore history facts and there. Yes, sir. Okay.
It's not like we are ignoring. It's not like we are ignoring history facts.
Of course, so we ignore history facts.
Before you asked her, is there a history fact saying Jesus existed? We said yes. So it's not something like we are. It's not something like you are denying a history fact. You are saying that Moshe is saying Jesus Christ does not exist, so and there is no history fact for that, so we shouldn't give him the room. If the history is also saying that Jesus Christ existed, are we supposed to give the room and always make the history a final judgment to everything? No.
Ain't say history cultural says slave trade. Ain't say history. Meba say I can say slave trade and Kosovo Ghana. Na say history ka say slave trade Kosovo Ghana. History ne the can one for the engine bi.
What's it?
Say slave trade ne Kosovo Ghana no. Me no na ye ni wo. Me no na ye ni ho. Say Avraham be Moshe be ba be ka say slave trade bi an Kosovo Ghana. Na say historical fact that ho say slave trade Kosovo Ghana mbecheche ye na no ekwa outside ekwa in slave wo. Na say history kasa between their history can and their Abraham and Moshe kasa ensino. Why the engine?
It depends on you.
It depends. Okay, that's how. That's how.
If somebody is making a claim, somebody is making a claim,
I think
it depends on you to accept. Say, anyway, what you want to see to make it true to you.
Okay, because we say there, I think say approval. Okay,
Yeah.
You FNC what I say now. No, Sontax me that's what's I join you Sontax. JJ,
hello.
Who will be the kind? I think I want to join you first, JJ.
Hello.
I they all canana yeah try say but I quite say why and no that's the nice way. It's I think
FNC what
FNC what that's
hello.
Tobo Kevin who hono.
Hello.
Yeah, Sontax Tobo kakra.
Yeah, mo say.
Ma Kevin kasa Kevin ebi obibi kan Kevin obibi kan akwaba.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, about this thing about the historicity of Jesus in and 70 there. Even who you're finna say Sethoo crap on years ago, this time and now we used to have those discussions. Now program happening on the YouTube no. Now we with that none of Monday dialogue on some now. We even had a conversation now. You even asked me during the conversation, they said, so Jesus, no, like what's it like historically, no, or is it still or not? Because there's been these claims about how Jesus didn't exist and stuff. And if you remember, even though I am a non-believer, what I say, oh, this kind of stuff I don't believe in. Nyam Sankachira will say, Jesus historically, as far as even historians go, like no serious historian, and I say even within like the general consensus within the historian community, like it would be it's like it's ridiculous to even subscribe to the idea of say Jesus be I existed. What you say? So yeah, I admitted that. But there's a difference. Like historically, if you go into like the academic discipline of history, there's a difference between like there's the historical Jesus and then there's the biblical Jesus. So that's the thing. So because if your Jesus didn't exist, me make a case for somebody. The person is being specific about the biblical Jesus. Yes, historians will say the biblical Jesus didn't exist. The Jesus now almost feed people with I think 2 loaves, 2 fish, 5 loaves, and stuff like that. The biblical Jesus who turned water into wine, the biblical Jesus who walked on water, he didn't exist. That's what historians would say. But there is a historical Jesus. That one there, yes, he existed. Even like consensus, no, even so much such says, Banners who tried to challenge even historians, he said there was absolutely nobody at all. Say who was charismatic. He came from Galilee. Now like Organa, like followers near their day. He was very charismatic. Now he had a message. He had followers who would even like they would even put their lives down for him near their day. Now that one there is ridiculous. There was a person like that. So down there, but the difference, they say, I quite say if somebody is trying to say,
okay, Kevin, Musa, is that person now you are saying say he existed? No, is that the same person now? Pontius Pilate, a crucified? No, am I?
Yeah, so historically, yes, there was a person like that, and he had this, like, who was even crucified, yes, and he had an interaction with Pontius Pilate. So
but that is the biblical Jesus.
No. What I'm saying is this. So because the biblical Jesus didn't exist, they are speaking because biblical Jesus now at the same time there are certain elements about that Jesus now. Historians don't accept say like a tree. That's all I'm saying.
That one now they don't accept, It's not about him not existing, but maybe it's about his birth, his resurrection, his miracles.
No, perspective, Bamba. Perspective means say you can say like Okonfanochi, right? There is the mythical Okonfanochi and there is the historical Okonfanochi. That's all I'm saying. Buddha saying.
I don't understand that. What is the mythical Okonfanochi? What is that? What is mythical Okonfanochi?
Yeah, no problem. I'll break it down just now, Butcher. There is the Buddha says. So
Kevin, remember too many examples because I wouldn't say I cannot comprehend all of them. When in time about there is a mythical Confanochi and then there is a real Confanochi. What is the mythical Confanochi? Who did not?
Yes, mythical Confanochi. There is a historical real human being. Now even the British people no cramp for themselves. History. The record said they had an encounter with a person. Now working with the main leader of the Ashantis, which is Sethoo. Now he really proved to be a problem. He was problematic. Blah 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 blah. So historically, they confirm it's confirmed that Anochi existed. But these other elements, which is told from the perspective of the Ashantis, whereby it's like mystical elements, like saying Otimi Tene, Otimi Dinisabo or Wari, like Otimi Bobu, no Daniel Wari. And I say Otimi.
That is the supernatural things now. The attribute to Okonfanochi. That doesn't prove that he never existed. The same person now.
Like, I don't know why you are even be difficult on this. I'm not trying to even be contentious about this. I'm trying to show you, when it comes to history,
I'm just trying to understand.
But it's like, but I said, you're not even hearing me.
No, I'm saying when it comes to the team, said there are 2 types of Okonfanochi we believe. Said there is a mythical one and there is the original one. What you saying? There is only one Okonfanochi. There is no 2 Okonfanochi, mythical one, and there is one Okonfanochi.
Yeah, you need mystical bia, you need
there is one.
You have to stand one.
There are
some
mystical things about the Pakopena.
Oh my goodness. Guys, I am not making it up. I'm saying, when you go because you more make it like more presenting what the historians say. And I'm say these same historians, they draw a line between mythical figures and historical figures. But you just hear me out. There are some mythical figures who actually have no substantiation whatsoever. Say they even existed at all. They are purely fictional. Such as it say Abia, you find say Abia, Zeus, Abia Thor. It is purely mythical. There is no version of him. And or more any historical corroboration say, oh, okay, he actually existed, but he was like this or like that. And no, fine. And I'm saying there are some figures they are purely historical. To say they are Donald Trump is saying he's purely historical. Even 20 years to come, no, there will be no mythical aspect of him. Everything about him will be purely historical. And I'm saying, and at the same time, there are some people there, they are both mythical and historical. Buddha is an example. Buddha is an example. Muhammad is an example. Jesus is an example. How are they, Theo? How are they both mythical and historical? Obi say Buddha say, people don't even debate his existence. Everybody knows that he existed. But as a historical figure, as a mythical figure, there historians don't consider him historical. Why? Because of the supernatural elements that's attached to him from the perspective of religion, from the perspective of Buddhism. Buddha is said to have walked on water. Buddha is said to have done so many supernatural things, such as saying, hey, in terms of historically, it is not confirmed. It's not something that ultimately, in terms of the manner, both mythical and historical. That's all I'm saying. And Jesus also falls under that category, whereby there's an aspect of him. Fine, historians say that yes, he existed, but these same historians will tell you, say there was no such person who walked on water. There's not a Jesus. There's no Jesus who walked on water. No Jesus who turned water into wine. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Kevin.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I think say the opposite channel.
That's all I'm saying.
The opposite can in a basic sense, and they say historians believe in the personhood of those people. The omunje omo miracles in so
reported from the perspective of religious people.
And yet the board of content. And you no argue what you say. The most important thing is whether the person existed or not. The miracle aspect of those people, no, and now more works on and part of the argument. The only miracles and only supernatural things in the obe refer to only the personhood of the person. The oji both sides, obe recorded both in spirituality near my akabo. And you know, argue historians believe say historians say, yeah, omujitum say Jesus, nipa bi oba ase. And one no.
Yeah, into the American
and one no the mystical biblical one you know.
Kevin, I'm responding to the kind of how I mean, say there are two types. There are two like figures. There were the original one, and as a reality one, and a mythical person be on them. Historically, but you're bound to the same person and the so Buddha the same person. So the miracles and the mystical things not about him. No, so the another one, but the same person. The same thing applies to Jesus Christ. The same person historically, no, Jesus in the Bible, no, is recognized and also accepted to have existed. The Jesus in the Bible historically.
Okay. Into me just kind of see assembly so say Sethoossk but just say me see assembly so say it I am like mistake the encophobia and they say me I don't know say if that's what Avraham Moshe is doing. I don't know but encophobia wow they come out and they say obi and say Buddha didn't exist till and I say obi tiba say Kofanochi didn't exist obi sa no obi ho otimbe kan say not knowing say what he actually means and they say the mythical one and no or specify or but you specify but just American you
the mythical one as I just saying the mythical one
exactly it will be on my otimbe say obi timeka say Jesus didn't exist now me can the whole time the upper channel say Jesus as depicted in the mythical sense or depicted in the biblical sense didn't exist. Maybe I being specific, but just all can say he didn't exist. No, I say like if you ask the same person now, you just historically he existed. Oh,
but now okay, Kevin. Now you are thinking for people. You are thinking for them.
No. I'm saying that that's how some people are. I mean,
but you even say you don't know if that's how Moshe is doing. So you don't know.
Exactly. I'm not thinking for him. Me just be too bored. Say some people also think that way too. I'm not taking for bullshit.
Based on your understanding, what we are, because maybe say conclusion from your side,
Yeah.
did Jesus Christ from the Bible, Jesus in the Bible, did he exist historically?
Yeah, historically, yeah, he existed.
He existed. Therefore,
but not as depicted by the Bible.
Okay, and then what do you mean? There's the Jesus in the Bible, Tobo. I'm not speaking about his supernatural things
portrayed in the Bible. Yeah, that's what historians will tell you.
No. I'm asking you a simple question: the Jesus Christ of Nazareth, found in the Bible, did he exist historically?
Yeah.
Yes. Answer me. Yes, me boy. I'm not speaking about how he was born, his resurrection.
Ask me the same question for Muhammad. Ask me the same question for Muhammad. Ask me.
Hold on. Did Muhammad from the Quran or in Islam, did he exist?
Yes, but not as depicted in the Quran.
Yeah, but you said
yeah, he existed, but the Muhammad people believe say he split the moon into didn't exist. That's all I'm saying.
But I know that same Muhammad now would you say existed, you know? That is the same Muhammad now that claim is about. So would you say Muhammad existed here? You cannot say he did not exist because he almost was splitting moon into two. You have to say he existed, but you don't believe that story.
Sethoossk, just 1 second, Kevin. Go these two no exist and exist.
It's the matter in and most of them was me din. This same experience that you people are appealing to, that is the language they use. Sethoossk, guys, batoti. Oh dear, this is an internet or other part check it. Now me can say one man right now to make your argument valid, you are appealing to historians. And I'm saying the language I'm using is the same language the historians themselves are appealing to use. So why are you beating me up about this? If you don't believe me, just check it up yourself. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even taking it for this side.
To the Kevin, what you say? Song tag. Yeah.
Okay. Mesumi dia me kakra me kaka on say. Jesus, I don't believe the existence of Christ because through the Bible, me for historia evidence bia na kasa. Omo Bible na yomo book fapim. Omo kasa. Denti a me fa me nchin di se o exist ye no. Kwan e fa so wo no. Eno nko aye koma question mark wo. Se Nyankopɔn bi abebutu obi yire so. Ene nada. No one, no wow, no what to this and no. This has never existed. Enti Juma.
Okay.
Enti uchi history no ye say over 19 so soon ni na emit.
I think say what hanum
all is emit. Nyankopon ni obi ayere mameda enti is possible.
Okay, sometimes what life we so for some time, and still if you are able to come up with this same argument, it means say you are still not tracking the argument. Okay, my mention. Confanoche,
the existence of Christ.
Confanoche or existe and now existe.
Confanoche. So existe. Me it's a Christ but me who history. Chese. My betting history say the can be see.
Only one won't me my answer. But yes, to the end there, only one more so bet my answer.
Me catch us say. Logic. Not no. Ne yo the section no ye ne bi ho is here be seen.
Me say or exist and I want exist.
Why is it na me ubi sam na me wo.
Na nsema who can afa Bible no
now. No more proof for chese wo no na me kan. Okay, or the can be see baby.
Okay,
and we be chese you proof
can be see one man say can't on the see one.
Se kan mu see or the can be see confirm no che.
Enti wo say one the see one.
Obeda hu so on the see wo.
And na say a history o maka to wo.
Na just
obaye bibifo yemu.
Sometimes
Masa.
When they
Mr.
are
Christ deɛ no obia na dwen yɛ adwuma bia
yate.
ebegye sɛ anyankopɔn sɛ nyankopɔn bɛyɛ da kɔbi obi yere so ne na
Yanko be for so, me yanko be for so.
Yeah, to be we level no form also call a more ancestral mo page so na go kasa.
Point in exactly. Point in or say we should yeah for Bible na anya the NJJ. But in the Bible no so the proof say Jesus Christ or exist here. Just because okay to wale abaline so to okay me akasa.
I'm recording Tom.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
recording.
me mbesi adia wa. Okay, muntie hwe ma men kasa mi che Christopher. Ma men kasa mi che Christopher. Muntie ye pa.
Tom pitwani mute ya wonya se ebesere wo de atwan.
Okay.
The man has arrived. Tompi.
Oh, ma men kasa hwe Christopher we hu. Mo ye nipa bi a mo makoe mo se ade a ye friend no kure pa de mo mpe no kure e wasasi so. So what you say? Hwe momo sabumo kase Jesus existing na se mu gina so chenchen na historical any one mumu fi se one na momo ye no highest papa what wo Sethoo what wo major logic et wo na mu penifo et se mo mumu gidi se Jesus basasi so in whole sense Brian no kase sisi no Brian kan no kure e de kire mo ba na mu se mu pese mu ba gi no kure na to witi hwade amode ye no nipa ne say Jesus oba asasi so a me so me beke the same thing e dey akere mo say nipa bia owa asasi so oye nipa bia or live bia no or say onya biological father. This is common sense. No, this is common sense. Hear me, this is common sense. Also bia nya biological father according to nature obia ni wa ba asasi so a only papa wa ba asasi so impossible. So what I say, it is a kosha Bible no mu na Bible no say Jesus ba wiase o exist here ye kohwe ma oni papa nipa ni papa na sa mumu Christopher be tena ho be gya to me say oni papa upa still or exist here na mumu Christopher mo ye nyatwema na mo ye nyatwem mu Christopher mo ye nyatwema na mo ye nyatwem ade na mumu mpa no kresa nipa na be wiase oni papa me ba me wie
me respond to the workers is here no.
No, but we not respond to me. We not respond to me.
What can I be do? I say me respond.
Okay, but me Uber respond to me. I check Jesus, Papa. So Uber respond to me. So we check
Hey, what customer say me respond to?
No, okay, respond
to me respond to. Okay, and ye busa say historically Jesus Christ is still yana. And I wo there wo say why exist because only physical papa. Say what I say na. Okay. And the emphasis say me say no. Say me exist. Say you make claim for me ho sisi e to quality TV o. You make claim for me say Setoo. Ne ma me nko a na wo no. Oni papa bia na wo no. You make claim na obi age tum say e no kra. Na amanfo kan. Does that mean say me my exist ampara na? Because a bear for no e kwan your fast wo yen. Say unje e no mpondi a. That doesn't mean say he never existed.
One small community, a small community.
Okay, Mama Shakabio. Say,
can you go? Kwame, Jesus in the air. Jesus, I said, man, for Biadimba, you stay on Jesus.
Okay, Jesus, the NOTB, Jesus, the NO. Say, who say, because one unjindi because it's a only father, according to story.
And one no,
okay, but
he never existed because he doesn't have a father.
Okay, because once now he the Holy Spirit, and I say he was conceived by the Holy Spirit. Only physical father biano, and he claim about the person. Me boy.
Neta somewhere no cry. Who said to
and we no cry, mammy. Me there no cry, mammy. Okay, TB.
I didn't no cry, mount. Check
different argument.
And so afraid opportunity now kasa. We are was say and I'm here makeke and so untie who busa Christo 4 questions ye answer also so just because I won't pay answer no doesn't mean say ya answer reason kakra point ni nyina na say the birth about Jesus Christ no so we be accept you so won't accept you that doesn't mean say he never existed point na ye kasa fa no but Moshe put the example ni by say sebe ne ma me wo no and wo koto no twene ball so and obi be fa no kotete no ena onyini ye no ena onim na chiri onim na bakosem onim be ofiri baaye ena ono nyina wie no ena all creating stories about himself say e bia me free ha say na me ma me din di say me papa din di say na eku enton we na me bo say na me tie me kuro munie ena ono wa create sa fabrication we fa ne ho e de ma ne ho a that doesn't mean say he never existed. Point in no. Just because say you don't believe in the virgin birth, no, doesn't mean say he never existed.
Sethoo entisa wasema wokas musa me best starting na me ka say mu Christopher no my ways of thinking no completely different from normal human being. Me ka kire wo esa me best starting na me ka kire say Jesus a baby as Matthias here na ne papa wo hia oni papa me ko kan ya wo say nkunku na abanyim oba no na ye dia wo no which doesn't make no sense according to nature. According to nature no
what you say or he existed but
me say he never existed man ka say shema no
this year we no can say you see Jesus Christ I existed what you say but ne papa so where you see Holy Spirit na benye so na we can see here
interchange so existed na wasoma me kan say
what we can see Jesus Christ existed what you
say na we can some shema no sana make ka say sana go ti ase man ka say sana make don't do that.
I'm okay,
me can say
sana okay na me
repeat what I said. Missy, just repeat what I said. Can't catch me.
Jesus Christ, I exist here. What you see, but you say papa when he find you see Holy Spirit the benye no wa same we say you be say na wo kan and what you say
okay just one me can actually say
okay would you say what exist here there
me can say me gidi men can shama no me can say me gidi so
okay
can ye me say mo ka say Jesus exist yes ana me kan ye
okay say
exist here no ya ko sha me bo Sethoo wo papa na wo ni papa mo highest papa mo logic mo am going obi awo papa no obi papa
Topi, we dey follow the all can because common sense scratch let's all can dan people na kwatinam enkoye rituals and so do teach common sense no or rituals and watinam common sense kire say dan no nipa no osi ye na woni sika na wo be han people na kwatinam enkoye rituals
no highest papa person will change asam
change we dey to follow
no asam wo kan no common sense obi Abraham asam wa yes Jesus why exist here we Abraham asam Abraham ho
okay,
Jesus never existed. Jesus is a created figure.
Jesus never existed in any day.
Only papa, that's it.
Okay.
Only papa, you can never convince me.
That is what I'm saying, okay? Say a bia, only papa, and I say all papa no. Okay? And no own to me, so because the figure never honum. Now say you can't say be or confanoche, and I say there were so many people and stories be honum or confanoche. The way now. What it the way na ye wo okonfonoche krampo na eno so enye normal ways no can say okonfonoche enye normal to say be 9 months na ma menyim no doctor be enye no obewo nda bi ye wo mystical ways bi okonfonoche story no ho ne be no so ye obibi wo honom sa
no but Sethoo mama no see man for okonfonoche
ba you see common sense or you see common sense example
na where your common sense
wow nipa
ko bua me say
to be wale
ma bo okonfonoche di wa na
wa mo ni dia me na me go ni make example achiro okonfonoche ye nyina gidi say he existed. Okay, fine. But so oko he okonfonoche ni birth ni story how one ma me nyinse no how ye wo no na ye wo enye like say me no mienu ye be ya wo mu ye the same thing e cause ma okonfonoche. But just because that story way better okonfonoche e wo ne ho no doesn't mean say he never existed. So what you say point na me make no
okonfonoche na wo cheme okonfonoche na wo ye wo say oni papa na so wo papa
dabi
okonfonoche o papa no ni papa
see you know ho me pese me repeat it about now one ankasa ho asem because say me mistake na man for kama no but say okobu busa ma okonfonoche a wo no mystical bibi wo ho a like sonko ye wo no na bibi happen na contain bibi real story no but e wo ho no eta okonfonoche wo no ho achi say what you say na but me point na me making any say just because say ye gidi say okonfonoche exist
ye wo no kuta bodua or the bodua fe ne ma me yemba ye we doesn't make sense inipa ni nipa wo na
major logic ujidi na unjidi
exactly to wale say ujidi o say unjidi o he existed
enye gidi enhu asem na ye ka enye gidi enhu asem na ye ka wa
Christopher or confirmation existed and the point ni ya ye make no say ujidi say Mary obema bia na anda anasa obeje di say Nyakopon a man in saying. So Ujidio, so Unjindio, the person Jesus Christ, he existed according to historical figure.
Okay, man, be so question. Setoo, man, be so question. Be honest. Be a major logic. Yes, Papa.
Yeah, answer being very honest to you.
Oh, man, be so question. Oh, you have be so question. Be so question. Your friend say, "Oh, Baba." Oh, Baba, now we ban we be 18, 20 to 25 one. Na say oh wa wo nim ko say wa for be me bia mpo da na bibisa. Oh wa hu say oba na nyem. Wo oba me bia ne wo. Na wo bisa oba ne say ah, ho na ene wo nyem. Na wo ba no ka cho say be o. Me da ye na konkron e ba nyem me. Munye honest.
Okay.
Asem mo ba je bia na mo.
My dream, Titi, as nipa no my dream be mentanta, but the end of the day wonyem. And wonyem ye no we nipa. Nipa no
Mr.
Very simple. Honest answer.
Question Ubusa say Obaba and buy no say onyem and was say o baby only baby be andai or can't tell my who doing only baby andai and spirit ebenyin that's onyem na onyem apara so onyem
Onyimampa Jesus spirit okay but question no ubeje this spirit no ne benyem
se mejedio tumpi tebi se mejedio se minjindio akwani ho no
ubeje dia na wunjindi
tobo and me busa wo say
yes or no na beka fe no beka sa
point ni nyana ne te so unjindi meboa but say akwani de wonyem akwani wo honom stay meboa
me say akwada ne nyem ba obeje this spirit no onyem na
but me say akwani wo honom na say akwani ni honom
Setoo jade a wo ye no
answer question
onyem me ba me bi so question one answer ye akwada ne nyem tie aso ameka no akwada ne nyem na wo bi so me ba Setoo nya abotre na wo bi sa ne say because onu be man na adwene say ye be man na obanyem oba no 100% wo adwene no ba wo bi sa oba na obani ese no enya be me bia o ba ye spirit na aba banyem me tie me nti ha kakra spirit na aba banyem me no who as a rational being no wo be jedi ana wunjindi me mpancheche mu wo be jedi ana wunjindi just choose one
me jedi and mediadi
okay we choose one fine it will reason I would be jedi no any day
and so
me because within nature no the principle of nature no it doesn't work like that
okay
my work na me ba who see jedi no how why is we jedi because this is a property we want there we
there be to pole tebi o answer we busa question a obeka say ya won dwene question answer na we busa ho no
me dwene ho question na me bisa
Mama kasa tie wisdom na America no. What busa me question? Hypothetical question na busa me no. Ye mfa ne say me baba anasa obaba obeklemu say wonyem. We say ye hu so wonyem abofrasha ne yem. Na o say onu be me bianda o kantam o ka bibia say onu be me bianda. Na onu de gidi say hum kokoro na ba benyem. Sa na wo claim okay. Na say that means say me need evidence bia say ampa onu be me bia kwakoda. Ye mfa ne say me need evidence bia. Enti say an wantimi anyin say na wawo na akwa ne go hono ma. Because o claim say Holy Spirit never been in the benin say na say amanfo bi njindi amanfo bi jidi no that doesn't mean say akrano never existed. Me busa question we say answer question.
Okay mama answer akwada no the fact is say wanyem no wawo ne de akwada no existed.
Thank you very much.
Meba tia so make
no
bisa question me ya no wo say no me me question no say aha kaka na ya wo de me call point
asem na ni na the existence of God the existence of Jesus Christ inti say wo be kirekire mu biemu say won kirekire mu biemu
yes to dia ya question me ya no me
pepe na ehwehwe ye matia say wo be kirekire na say won kirekire mu Jesus Christ existed what can say yes he existed inti we no nya fe na be explain ni biemu
obisa me question obisa wo church me fashion ba so wo church me na Jesus existed and emphasize ba because he never existed. Jesus never existed. He never existed. Jesus was existed when you fa. Only papa only papa was existed. Obi akoda. We are that damn yedi nyam suma that damn fijimu koda blema na mudi aye pen obi ti say highest papa or to pen me otisa pen me highest papa otisa ye kan sem bia na wa be John wa dane no ye kan sem na wa dane no na bra me true for no
we dey ranti bia na yama fofraba
Yeah,
So
no,
we are
why not on your
not
okay? Why not on your true for what I see so? Yeah, we are
where we
subject to
are.
lies. I mean, we are subject to lies. It is from we did a news and
We ja
Oh, okay, we
ejana
di
ojo
antro.
kasa
Okay,
mbe.
we di antro. Ya tiase.
That
Me
down
pese o
down.
confirm say we di antro and wa
okay,
confirm.
so
Yeah,
no,
that's
this
it.
is so the atro Bible so
We
the
dey
atro
ya be back
and
next
so
time.
back can
Why?
say
Ya be back
and so
next
back
time.
can say and
Ya
back can
ya
say
be back next
me
time.
dem me mo kasa me
Yeah,
dem
topi
abram
topi
as Christ for
cool, cry cool.
no
Yeah,
me
back
dey
yeah, back you.
Black soldier or honum. Another blacker soldier.
Guys,
Black soldier.
Oh honum.
No.
Common sense and I say see kind of say Christian and I say ceremony.
me mu bia
They are religious.
Okay, into specific religion ben I will join it.
They are Muslim.
I'm Muslim. Okay. And as we say, they wouldn't if you come because they can suffer CSF for you. But say who say boy Moshe, Nintrona hold you know. And I will be the can. I will
No.
be the I will be the can. Because I think I won't join it.
Yeah, me will be kappa. Now may have a problem with the way more allow Tompi and yeah, I think say Tompi Wale na on expressing no na ase on kyerɛ mo the real reason why in here on believe say Jesus existed. What you say? Sometimes you know one said the old dream say wunim no na ɛyɛ papa ma on ebi a ɔno nso dream say wunim no to ɔno no ɔtink say ɛno na ɛyɛ the right thing. What you say? So now I was feeling say okay say mo man no kwan mo man space na or mo the real reason why in here ɔno doesn't believe say Jesus existed. And they're all kind of like me understanding no in some way. Once a human nature and support it, and it doesn't make sense. Will be better without father. What you say? It doesn't make sense that way. But one thing he have to understand is say if he believes, you can know one question at Bisano with me man before say met one in common also. If a fine or I don't know.
Who be someone ya?
Maybe sa Tompiwali if obetumi yi ma no ansa na mato aso.
me dem was a kwam na one ba prim will some question I'm ready for that.
That be the thing they
Okay.
say to be well no blacker. Yeni enim no.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you opportunity back no wakasa, until they will be a canon. To home. Yes,
Just just
And yes, sir, Sethoo, and yes, I
eh
mean, the walker. It's not like
Tompi.
that.
look
Maybe
at this.
Kasa, just listen. What's what Kasa Misubeti?
That
That's what
okay.
Okay.
it is.
Okay, to
And yes, I
be
mean,
for the
with them.
meantime.
I'm listening. But
To be
now,
to
Okay,
say for the
September.
meantime, black to me to say for the meantime. Blacker.
Tompi me
I say
for
Oba has
yeah.
said okay. What make it claim do on my person my address. We say you said that my tumpi wale and can the reason why now on Jin this Jesus Christ existed no.
Yeah.
But that is not the
Yeah.
case because he made it clear to us say the reason why now he doesn't believe Jesus Christ never existed and then he say only father biya.
Okay.
And he has given us the
Okay.
reason why.
Okay.
Any man kind wakasa bebre but just because say woman explanation or no
Mm.
explanation no onye jidini na onye jidini no and that means say
Mm.
explanation be out man bia na enye like physical things bia na spiritual things and I say be a miracle woman no he doesn't accept it
Mm.
he doesn't like it therefore no what you're saying is doesn't make sense so we say also ye muslim boy
Yeah.
that means say also uji nyankopon di na uji say nyankopon otumi miracles me boy.
Of course.
Exactly. And that means they say, we no catch it to people say, oh, this is what happened according to the Quran. This is what happened to Maria. Or no, cause there be on Jindi because it doesn't make sense and yet reasonable. Now, cause oh,
Once
nyakupo
on
a bit. What is the over catching be on Jindi? And a man example, perfect example.
no,
They
he
say
doesn't believe in the books.
he doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in God, and I say be a miracles, and I say be this idea. He doesn't believe in that. Okay, but point to
Yeah,
them
he
say,
doesn't believe in our books.
okay,
He doesn't believe in our books.
any books per se. He doesn't believe
Try
in
to
God.
Or
Say God.
8 years, or see, or 8 years.
yeah,
Or see,
because
or 8
Engineer
years.
mean Mami Amen come as Mami Amen come as Mami G this and Yami Bia you
okay, yeah.
simple. I don't believe in God. That's it.
Yeah, once we are friends, we the religious people. Your way of life and a way of life no. A book and a guide here. Book and a say na yanko pontier, say no bitimi, and on Jindi. What I say. So if I say he doesn't believe in the book, and like the same as he doesn't believe in God, he doesn't believe in our God.
Okay, blacker. So
Yeah.
obi say ye ka say
Because on historical Jesus into me say or exist ya. Would you to say a based on Gideon Kwan and a based on say a historical claim?
On the engine and come person me bisa no question ko onu timi yi ma no a.
Oh,
O timi yi
Debbie,
ma no
or
ansa na
a
ma to ma
back and forth,
No. You don't know.
because
Back and
You
forth.
don't know
Say,
what.
nipa ni so
You
person
don't know
bisa
what
me
I'm going.
question.
You
I don't
don't
know
know what
woman
I'm going
bisa
to ask
me.
you. You don't know
I don't
because
know
what
what you
I'm going to
say.
ask you. That was the opportunity.
one can not make
Ah,
a point, one make a point, and I will try to address it. But so point, and I can say, what make as a Muslim,
Yeah.
the person may try to understand, say, if sir
Mm.
point in our woman, go against or religion, and I say, and go against it, me busa say,
It
Isa,
doesn't go against.
okay, Isa
Yeah.
or exist, and now I exist.
You see, if Sesi ano me tuama sem no so a, obema as a trap na me set no crown for no. Like maybe a trap na me set. You understand? I'm asking him a question. So when he falls in the trap, then I will tell him what I don't know if they will
But
get me a
Emma,
trap.
be 3 minutes. Only you talk to
Okay,
Busan, the opposite Busan.
thank you.
Why
Now,
not
don't be
30 minutes? I
don't be
don't be
yeah,
your
me
time.
too, me
So why not
too.
30?
Yeah,
me pastor,
bisa me question na
this
musa.
is my question. Once I won't believe in the existence of Jesus, me boy, Jesus and
Nye
anything.
Jesus nkwa o God in aka ho.
What they yan treat you way first. What they treat you way first.
Okay,
You don't believe in the existence of Jesus.
yeah.
And I will reason why I don't believe in the existence of Jesus. And I think that me take a granted me. What the end say, and yet possible say will be like you be nipa without father. And also you're one of a reason. Me boy,
Mhm. Yeah.
good.
And then
So
just
do
one
you
of my reason, a main reason.
okay main reason.
Yeah.
So do you believe that human has soul?
What's it
Who
there
believes
repeat it?
who believes that nipa was soul? Nipa was hum.
They be ninjindi say nipa wo so ninjindi.
You don't believe that nipa was
No,
soul.
they be nipa ni so but adwene nipa wa adwene but nipa ni so we have a brain.
So are you an atheist
Okay,
or are you
make sure TV. Say soul no sa concept of soul no a religious concept. So as I say a
okay
religious for na mo apply ni say a soul. But when it come to your atheist
okay
for now, their mo friend soul no your friend brain. That's the difference between your animal into it was so.
oh okay but so when you say even atheist people they believe in energy they believe say your like nipa was some kind of energy be.
Yes, you need to believe in energy. Yes.
So energy no and only then is it different from the brain or it's same as the brain?
No energy in the brain, they say are two completely different thing. Because energy, no,
So what
and
is
for some more example, ensure energy will ensure, frama energy won't from him. So at I say, via energy womb, via energy womb, so energy na work on once a man, now say, what kind energy
no
for
no no
the
no
master.
once atheist scientists they believe say nipa utimi how do you call it oh you bra oh they say
No, but
utu
8 years na work
say
as a man, a scientist, because 8 years na scientist are two different things. No. Into as na work can ye, and I mean, but two different things
no any
altogether.
two different things most
I
of
didn't know you two different
most of
things.
the
I didn't know you two
you
different
see
things. Into
you
I
can
say, and you can so
obi
be
you
it
can
yes, I what you
ɛna
say.
mba bɛka yɛka sɛ obi meba bɛkyerɛ wase yɛka sɛ obi yɛ atheist a that means the person doesn't believe in anything
No,
outside
no,
physical
no.
ɔno deɛ
Outside physical
tie
say,
meba mekyerɛ wo deɛ mekyerɛ obi believe in huhum adeɛ o believe in first like adeɛ a ɛsi deɛ wohu
yeah,
wotumi saa te
physical
ɛna wo
things in
believe
Kwana, yeah, GD, yeah, engineer
ɛna ɔno o
supernatural
believe
things in the
good
supernatural things in GD. Unsa de ne
ɛna
ya
o believe
natural na ya super. Yeah, super na with the
mate ase
abaka no. Yeah, pe super na with the abaka no. You super
mate
if you
mate
were.
mate
No remain
mete wase
natural.
mete wase
Yeah, yeah.
me time na wo maa me ne nti nka mpɛ sɛ mete wase
Yeah,
me
what
mate
the
wase
so and yes, I call back
you
and forth, so.
you didn't believe in the supernatural. You believe in natural things,
Yeah.
and you believe in anything that scientists I approve it and I discover say a true. Meboa
Sɛ deɛ proof wɔ ho no ɛno deɛ megye di deɛ wɔn de aba
approve it.
proof ɛwɔ ho evidence wɔ ho
Good,
no ɛno
good.
deɛ
So
megye di
if many will be cast, definitely I will pick it from the scientists. Me
Okay,
picking from the
maybe
science.
so about pick science or so what you say science is no one will be is subject to change. So what I say because science from between one idea and there no my jar to say and the but time goes on no or to who be before Eddie the bonk the omen who no.
So
It's
so
science
how
for
was the
some
word?
who can science as some can you
So how
because
did the
science
word?
And
So
then
your
science
so your
science and
so your
one way to say Bible na
Yeah,
one way
the
na one
bank.
successful
say
woman.
Matia.
Blacker,
Oh,
Blacker,
Mati.
Improvement.
Metwasi.
In the bank.
Black, Bla-
Metwasi. So yeah,
Blacker.
Meti.
I think say you can make your point because trying to go back and forth to
Okay, okay.
while you know as
So
a more conversation.
okay. All I
Yeah.
was trying, all I was trying to say is, even scientists they believe in energy. And energy no more believe in. You can't say energy. Energy it says na obet na wana o. It didn't repeat in English. I say meditate. You understand? And I say you can't say meditation na. As I say what now kata when you then see yourself. Okata once unipa okata when you see yourself. Yeah. And then your friend any energy now your friend is scientists for a believe in it. They believe in any energy, but we the your friend is saying we the religious people we see that as spirit. We see that said to be our soul. Any idea?
Oh,
What you say? So the fact that you have different name for it, and we also having different name for it, doesn't mean that any the same thing. Good. That is
okay.
number one. So if you believe that say you believe that there is something apart from this body, there is something and also air soul ɛwɔ nipa mu and air different
Bro,
energy
energy
ɛwɔ
no
nipa mu yeah.
physical. Oh. Energy now come as
Then
bro. There's a difference.
was it there is a difference.
Ode man into us man pese me hu no
What
point
about
no kwase man kan me hu baby ode ko me hu baby ode asem no ko
to us again?
Blacker,
So
Blacker,
if you
Blacker.
believe me what I
Yeah,
conclude
I think
yeah
so.
pass on
First, because conversation as a son, we are talking about the existence of Christ. I think, and then I
and
heard
one
the basis of the
and the point
conversation.
I may build you. Once if I didn't build a
Yeah,
point,
I think that.
I
See,
won't be
see,
able to let them
see.
understand me well.
The thing is, for them to
Mm.
understand or not to know, you can't convince anybody. You can use
No, we are not.
the TT.
Yeah,
Obetumi use
yeah.
the standard yeah they make historical claims and I say
Okay,
yeah they verify historical claims. Basically, that's what you can do. What I say, Tompi
okay.
no Sebi Onsa, he knows what is
So
historically accurate. And I say
what I was okay, what I was trying to say on is that naturally once a young believe in science and wonders, say it's a generation, but then times they believe in science and wonders. So if say obi oba kwa abonte wo ka say if say oba kwa abonte na oba na ka say e bia makohia honhum bi na honhum no ewura me mu na due to that na mafanye say they will believe because they believe in science and wonders and they have witnessed some before. That wasn't the first time. So if any Obaka Montino Banoka now they will believe it. Some will find it difficult to believe, some will also believe it. So the fact that a young woman now Wabaka say a young woman Mapakoshiana say is doesn't mean say any Nipana a young woman into the NC. To me, I feel say I believe say is here a young woman and young married and a way. So if you believe in whom you believe say there is some energy and also any body way and your body way a tiny per then fine. You should understand say different who bit me she marry. Now that is all I was trying to make.
okay
okay.
man be so
Oh,
question man be
okay.
so question well quick question inti mumu nyankopon na momo wo na mo de mo ato no so na mo se oye all powerful
Okay, I
no
know a different
inti
topic. You moving on
oh
to
no Jesus there na me de bo Jesus there na inti dem person me chere ni say inti say nkoposo di Jesus ebe wiase na obekunu no de ba gye
okay,
mu nkwa.
I know a why question. I
No,
know
no,
a
no,
why
no,
a
no.
different
Mamin kasa,
topic. Are you
mamin
asking so exist and now exist? And then
no, no, no.
is it
Yes,
the
sir.
basis of
Who the one second, me we are no. Into the person me can say into identity na ono nyankopon no. One for Jesus na mba and na one born to say the obo Adam no.
the same
Am
way
for
I
na
meant
mba
here? The same way I
na
meant here say the
obekwanyem
same way
no,
I meant here say
obi
one
no.
babruni auba bibini meant here. I
And
don't know
yes, sir,
why.
and yes, sir.
Okay, you move
You
on,
media na
doctor.
no, you media na no. You
Eh?
media na no.
Yeah, hi.
You
Because I
media na
still
no
don't
me get
understand
the
why
way
I
no.
who are one
I
ba.
think
I
that
still don't understand.
the
The
question
meme
and not
can
our
you
answer.
can two different things. The
Eh,
meme
the
can
same
you can
because
the
Tompi, I
same,
still think
the
about
same,
it. Me to want me busam
the
I didn't Tompi,
same.
young one or
So,
ba.
the same.
Eh, the same. What they movie on?
Don't be the
Well,
same. I think say you don't tell rain to fall. Rain on one fall time I want to open.
Evans,
The
I
same
think
thing.
say
Nyankopon yɛ deɛ ɔpɛ anytime. So ɔpɛ sɛ ɔbɔ Yesu a ɔbɛbɔ no. Ɔpɛ sɛ ɔma ɔba nko awo na ɔbɛma no awo no. Ɔpɛ sɛ ono ankasa bɔ no be gyina wiase na ɔbɛbɔ no just like
Yeah,
you will be
because
that will say
Okay,
I
na
am
me
going
say I didn't the way to see so oba. I didn't the way to see so oba bono. And na me can
I
why
think
you
say the
didn't
first
choose
question
that
that made me
one?
say Tompi. Me question in here me pa and say Aden na Tompi one ba bruni ba minti ase every point here me more. Doctor.
Okay. It's
You move
question
on,
we
you move
say
on. Wakasa
me
kakra. Doctor, I think say it's
Yes,
your time. We'll be to Wakasa.
Yes, highest Papa, thank you very
Yes,
much for the
Papa.
opportunity.
Yes.
Na me twi no enhyɛ da nyinti mɛfrafra ne kakra.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Metie Tompi, and I metie Blacker, but what I wanted to say is, I think that you are even trying to correct him on it. The fact that you are disputing the birth of someone or the nature of the birth of someone does not negate his existence. And now me saying more of that historical evidence for the non-existence of Jesus Christ. Well, Oka say because only Papa is even a wrong claim because no Papa. Oka say bia ne birth ni na enye ento asumu mao intina unji ndi say Yesu exist here. Then that's a different conversation. In some person bisa to him say Ojidi say Alexander the Great exist here na. Wale.
Also me did this Alexander the Great exists here. Alexander the Great me knew what there, but according to the story, then as for no or exist here. Because or your king or your Roman Empire. So what I say.
Okay.
I mean,
that's good. So that's fine. Unim say na yewo Alexander the Great.
Me nimi de but yen kan bibia say oni papa. Me nim mom de but yen kan say oni papa. Yen kan bibia sa.
So yen fan say bia uni evidence say yewo no and I say yan wo no.
No, I know them me evidence, but Jesus in the end there evidence. I know them meaning.
Okay. Into Alexander the Great no you say light in every city ne mami. And I hear the one. And usually they liken him to Jesus Christ, and them say he was born to a god, Zeus. So if we are using the same position to refute the existence or the historical evidence of Jesus' existence, then you bet me you see the same consistency to say that Alexander also didn't exist. Are we okay?
Me one in I mate. Me to me no one in I mate.
So Eban is Sadia, they will go the historical
way. Honest class, see, and ye besides why exist and why exist. O say I exist here. O say now I am it.
Okay. Exist here. Titi Makaso exist here. Nasha asomo no katwa so. Asomo no katwa so na
before say na wo dia tu mu
na wo kan dey say woman na
Wale don't worry. Wale today any no question and answer sir. I'm putting it to you say Alexander the Great existed. Number one, Osha coins be owa niti also. Number two, Alexander Nankasa or found these cities be Uko Egypt or city of Alexandria. And no Alexander the Great Number three, Oko Babylon, Egypt, Nidin Waholo. Number four, your church it is historically proven that this man actually existed. The American what you say. And yeah, na afina yebe feel say yeah knowledgeable enough. It is historically proven. Do you understand? But that historical proof is also being debated by the kind of birth that he had. But the birth does not cancel out his existence. It's the same consistency I use for Jesus. Jesus is historically proven, and I'm going to go into that. If we are debating about the way he came
no can person woman historical factor just this number
I know they say
historical just Jesus says back person number ko na hwade me say mo aka e wona me person be ko na me person be ko but me say e wona mo draw ko nti ye upa ye ko ma me one
to was open one open Christian proof and I say non-Christian proof. Wale. Hey, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Mr.
Okay.
Continue.
Into open non-Christian proof, I will go to Josephus, right? Josephus was AD 93, 94. That's when he was, right? Or a Jewish historian. She found about Christianity. In fact, they were even anti-Christianity. But he mentioned he mentioned, he's a historian, a Jewish historian, he mentioned, say, there was Jesus' brother called James. He's a scholar. And say we are smarter than Josephus, right? Number two, I'm afraid be Testimonium Flavianum, right? And that one was also not a Christian history. Not a Christian history. It is anti-Christian. And they said scholarly that Jesus Christ was a teacher crucified by Pilate. Number three, Pilate actually existed, because if say you can say Pilate and a kun Jesus then we have to also look for Pilate, and Pilate existed. This is non-Christian. Oko history, so we call a man Tacitus, if the name is right, it's Tacitus. I think I pronounce it Tacitus or Tacitus, right? Honestly, a Roman historian. No, actually also confirmed that Jesus Christ was crucified by Pontius Pilate during Tiberius' reign. Tiberius existed. I'm even giving you non-Christian, so we are not even going to Christian issues. The crucifixion, real. The authenticity of that whole story, historically proven. Was there a real tomb? A real tomb. And what Christians are saying, we are going to what people who have no part, no, I don't know if it's relevance or nothing to gain with Christianity, actually prove that Jesus Christ existed. And that I've given you two, so you can respond now.
Okay, we want some our can still I ever started from beginning. Person be call too much. Only papa. And no more person will be too. Me. Ukasa mankasa.
Okay, with you.
Mr. If and no me boom when you so. You don't match. Match the boom when you so. Only papa. And fire home. Only papa pay a miracle. Yankopon the open or yeah.
Well, I never said anything about miracle.
No, I said,
but you respond to me.
Major logic in this tone.
Who addressing and I say template me brown and I repeat.
No, me addressing no, but when some make a kasa,
Man, respond when
addressing.
Erade.
Why I cannot address seminal now?
Address no, and one of me address
now they responded to me, Makan.
Okay, Mama respond until Udia Samba Kupena Wakana. Now we see there's evidence. Forget about Pontius Pilate and one in I some. So what I say, answer some. Oh, what's my responding? I was responding as some responding. So I can't say, and it's the same. I am media in America. I am media in America. I don't know Mama respond. Yes,
say Mima one historical proof.
And America, but no make up. And America, but you would try me.
Into their response.
I don't know what I don't know panicking. Why are you panicking? Where besides America, some Nabu train me.
Oh, dear, Mate.
So, Mr. Walker, so the Pontius Pilate and why every baby. Now, we try to say, one of them may be bunkino. And we are some mammy. And as some
how would you debunk it?
Okay, T no Missy Tune and as some and mammy because Pontius Pilate time no time and Jesus no account na no NCC so. Inta say and as some no account na no NCC so bia inta when ya as some mammy inta yanko wo kan bibi say tomb wo si ne tomb no ho historical evidence him for tomb na de akuo na wo so him santana esi na him chame him.
Now your friend is straw man.
And yes, straw man, who see tumbo and be so him, and dear straw man.
To what
evidence to man.
To what who be me for historical proof of
and I was tumbo, now we see tumbo.
Oti Josephus ne Tacitus. Oti omudin.
Okay, Joseph, my mentor Joseph, no. I don't know how many contracted man, so on creating New Testament, because before
Mummy atheist are only in your car now.
I also make a mass and some Wunty, as some Wunty,
Mummy atheist are all Jack.
There be script in a trim. Walk on okay, evidence way.
Okay, mami kan, what the mami kan
That be
massive.
evidence way. Evidence.
Evidence for Piso family.
Yeah, man,
Or
the
check Piso
contract.
evidence for Piso family. And I make the same
But
evidence for Piso
yeah,
family. Go and
piece of
read the
family
Piso
no
family.
evidence
Me,
way.
I want to mean I want to read it. I mean I.
What
What's
he
your
like?
name? What's your
The
name?
person
Well,
could read
Piso
it.
family evidence. I'm more Piso family. Don't
Crystal
ask me the
family.
question. Go check it yourself. Me see Piso
What's
family
it
evidence.
for?
I'm out.
Crystal family.
The Piso family.
Piso,
One more
P-I-S-O.
we invented Jesus. No, one more we invented Jesus. No, Piso family.
Ain't in a major power as me. After Matthias, Tompi.
Me tell you, make a month yes na. The Jesus one invented. No, now when they invented Jesus, one invented. No.
One of the
No,
contract.
I guess
man.
I was that's what make no. We won't pen no clear. Me can no pen at all, but you don't want to accept the truth.
Oh, Wale, media, yeah, bon como. It was say,
Oh yeah,
on the
come on here,
contract, ma
come on
Josephus.
here, Bopa.
It's one of the contract, ma Josephus.
Okay, a Roman Empire for no. No, mammy can summon before no, na Bible nkwane wo Old Testament nkwane wo the New Testament ya ni wo na Old Testament nkwa na o mo hihye nkom e wo Old Testament ni musa age nkwa baba so when the Roman Empire no sorry I said no sa age nkwa na o mo se obaba yen create age nkwa no na o create age nkwa with Piso family ni any Josephus for wuti asa wuti na wonti da any Josephus no
me too.
contract no come wo mo nti bi o mo ye ne say wo mo kofa verse no e wo Old Testament no ma distort no mo dey abeshe New Testament no mo dey am Jesus no ma kofa asem e kan wa by no mistakes nko
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It will believe in the Old Testament.
Me ya o de me yo hwema me ka se me che Christopher no mo ye Christopher keke but I don't think say Bible no kwa mo kan I don't think some of the
Bible
because
it will believe in the Old Testament. Yes or no?
Me can some believe in the Old Testament. See now your Old Testament.
But you see, I know evidence of the contract on the fact that the Old Testament existed and the Roman Empire took the Old Testament and created Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
So what you are claiming is that you actually believe in the Old Testament enough to use it as an evidence.
I don't believe it.
But that's your evidence now for the creation of Jesus Christ.
That's what I want to say.
Okay. What the Tompi at why? Because Ochina now boss say you for the creative book no Freemason for the creative book no mo ankasa no mo you confused scratching
very confused
by my movie to
the confused be highest papa when we are confused
Alos so be kasa na nke kokojo so said the new you for be so be super so sia na yen hwese CSF for ni bi wo ha na I think some are very strong our comment section want to me train some member kwaku bra o the comment section we dey obi ahoden o bra
was I quickly forgetting
me person me try to tell na me person me try to tell na me fish na obin soba enti me Christo ni enti me bisa CSS for question back na fe me fish na obin so abaso me question na me person me bisa CFF wo nyina any fans say omo believe in historical things they say me pa cho say who believe in your date of birth fans say die the wo. There is no evidence and I say prove or bet me prove actually me. Our life is to say die they will by the doctor witness the birth of you. Oh mama witness here. And no more a historical evidence which is your death certificate and I say birth certificate. Now about 2 years who believe you say you 2nd February 2000 and you believe it and it's fact. And it's a ojisadi ni dia. CSS for nyina be prove nche me say da ye de wo no ye ana asana wo gidi da mu nyina ase Yakobon kam
meet me ya na we dey say simple question we dey some kwada question we dey we your question
your question be a simple man
we your question mami ya no ntimi ya no ana mi ya no
tempo bacho ya no
mi ya no ana
bacho prove say ye wo 2nd February 2000
okay ti o mi bo hwe ya yempenifu ya be wiase mu achewo me amene wo kasa me kwada 5 mbako 5 munti asem no nti tama wife nyem ya first one na me ne ko hospital no ko wo ye no tama owo no me ni gina ho me wife ho hospital na
oba no me pacho oba no
me ka kosi so de titi me ka kosi so nti question no bisa sa me ba no hu ye no wa sa wo ye pani dwino wo tim sa kwada ya wo ne fresh no e dey adwene na wo ne tim Again, na odi be hu ade.
It's a no gini date of birth.
Oh, she me ba ntam ma time na me kasa kakra. It's a question that will be no enya relevant in the first place. Enya common sense question. Akwada na ya won how do you expect me ba tell oh dia me ba akwada na ya won fresh no. How do you expect him to know what is Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday? How do you expect akwada?
As what they call akra na so do. You person you so one kasa with date of birth.
Who one kasa with date of birth? I don't know why you are.
And I say you can't now tie na waje di.
Enu na me kire ma kire say me no asema me question no was anya relevant nyanse ni papa bia ba ma me kire mu kire me no ta me
Mr. High.
No go be say some of me kasa na we abe me kasa na we abe
we dey na chia yen free how
anya sa na so ma me kasa.
Okay, so what's the question in your relevant?
Oba answer question.
So what's the question in your relevant?
Major logic answer question major logic answer question we dey hwade answer question we dey hwade major logic answer
question ya nto ama me ya to my CSF
na ya to ama me na ya to ama me na ada na
Alos what do you say minimum how to pronounce it well but what do you say what me answer o say
who the major logic who the natural backdoor
okay what me answer you be call next person so now
no yes me answer me answer also me answer again me answer also me answer
30 seconds o person what say 30 seconds don't be dan e wo no hu here
prove to me
okay mommy answer okay answer na me de be ma on say logically no you find answer nkasa obi a ya won fresh kitikiti wa be wi ase no how can this person know say day Tuesday and day Wednesday or be day we be some question
God bless you say who ni ho historically bro Jesus Christ by logically it doesn't make sense say won su be hu everything about Jesus Christ.
No, yes,
doesn't make sense.
That's not the argument.
We move on to Kojo. Why? Yes, more.
Nipa no obisa question azana or call obisa question say like omo ye no yehu ye. Come on. Now question ya obisa na question ya so obisa because we are kra omo like I feel na me like all na owo de nyansa na say wani dey anitia na obehu say they say no mo na say they say and I say
no.
So
my question is why do you believe in your date of birth? That's my question.
I mean na sana also akasa. I mean because say unyi dia wanyini because
I am say question into asuma I am me nim dia I am person mu kire. Because mo question mo bisa wa hanya yesu betumi aka chem say mo question mo bisa wa hanya yansa ni to ka question into asuma like it doesn't make sense like say o ka say to me address the question I mean ka say into asuma we bisa question nah, yes, I never answer the question. You don't have to be CFS. But I want to be and Twansum say. No. Answer now.
Yeah, simple. Okay, mommy, me papa, omo me na mini ho. But me mawo like me girlfriend or no or ya na me gina hobby. Until me ba no ni date or
wo. Balance na make enya wo na wo no. Yes,
evidence. But maybe there's no evidence. Because me
powerful. So why do you believe?
Powerful.
Why do you believe?
No.
Yeah, Kojo.
Question way too much. Question
the way I want to question. Some of because if you question me and yes, on bisa and question.
Kojo. Yes, mami.
Jimmy answer. Once I see Jimmy answer.
Oh, meba. Abutere.
Jimmy answer saying.
Kojo.
Me question here. Jimmy question saying. Me answer Jimmy.
Because they are
question see that Jimmy question.
Abutere. Obiati. Kojo, the purpose of the question, no, and it say I understand yourself what knowing, believing, and one. But at the end of the day, no, there are so many things you people hold dear to you are now in your hobby. or you see date of birth, it may look say it doesn't sound well to you, but person say date of birth who celebrate, you know. It could be say intro. They now what build life upon say be a me say no. Ebi no cre. Ebi o mama true. What you say? Aha. The same way who use ubano. Obano wona walk actually no. Whether it's true and I say it's true no. Onim wona walk. So what you say? Obano evidence or when you na dia walk actually no. So what you say? Aha. It is an open say or chere. Say your near man.
Yeah, beautiful question where I was say.
Yeah, you hold it to answer. Na ye ni ho nkofo true nkofo na ye be de ye be hu ye
No. Point any question say asem no no can point on the point any day like what is the point
original ho
any just will be
a question
Highest papa to make back a
yes what's your question like ya Christopher sa jima from the one
why din ya che
intimate time na say
yeah obi you know free so too now me so go straight to the topic but I didn't say will be the Setoo you know
me see form see okay what me confirm me man no but me obetimi akasa obi ebetimi aka na adwene but nkwase as the tone me pese tone be yes how say because ono sha say no it or yes obi next one so be the same thing na aya atemdie nko ba nyi sa na epe no
na me pese
obetimi aka wa adwene obetimi aka wa adwene but akwase abo Jimmy na me mpatie okay me pese be yes how say
na me pese me pushing the man can address the main topic in tia na wa ha and say where hit ya the corner. Anyway,
but highest up na make say almost the first line na yes because then one my argument are very simple. So the Christopher also say no mu ni ho but nine for ho aye Jesus and no more catch say yeah Jesus into end the simple ni tete and say yes so na o ma make catch say yeah 20th February no yes so omo anomo na catch say yeah Jesus into no
God bless you, Solomon.
And I say to me, bon commodity. But me no nyame penny say yeah, we are not even talking about miracles or the power of God or anything.
Yeah,
we are talking about historicity.
Yeah.
It's
and no creative and can make person push you could or near discuss because that conversation is diverted. And Taro, I think say on the day who, but are you ready to discuss?
Hello, boss.
Yeah. But who say what your comment section? Well, the point is Jesus or exist and now exist as a human being and as a historical figure.
Oh, kakra met ma kan say e ba asase so na history ni abete. Na history ayati nyina so no. Ubi obetro history bia won personal interest. E bit ma ba say story na bi anokre, ebi nya anokre. Nipa ne gina ba bia ono so ni believe wo.
Enti a bit me aba say and some Avraham kan mu nyina mu gidi nyina no the agenda na nam.
Obet ma ba so no so di na agenda na. Na bit ma ba say
eti the use sadia it means say we cannot because so because say you can't history asema history ade a atwema ye wo ho abakosem e wo ho so what you say enti say who make claim say oh a bit me aba say enkrofo no omo agenda bi ana say omo obo adwin bi wo mtrim no omo dey record ya basically o point no enhodi water because it means say based on our standard no adie bia ye ka bia efa wo tribe ho efa Africa one ye sorry a na bibifo no at a point in time me enfre ba bia continent bia Africa and so na ujitum say Africa and na ujitum say wo Ghana ye fro Ghana ni nananom sa nananom na woka no at a point in time ensuo no na da ho dada ensuo ni na ka kire say ye frɛ no tano ana mo na mo frɛ ensuo no tano ensuo ni be ka kire so ye bosom ana nkofo na ka say ensuo ni ye bosom enti say we use our standard na nothing will make sense.
Hello, boss.
What you make us say?
Dear me partner so on. I say asem bi betu mercy. Asem na esi no. Your mom take information about asem no. Me point and say in some fact na mu take about asem no. E betima is different depending on mom mu take view no. Obi a what
eti which tum say obi a on pe Christosom ebe record bibi afa yes who say or exist here or
obi on pe Christosum no ono so no take his records na or maybe o see hu ya no kra na see hu wo mu o ma nemba obi so ono so o pe Christosum no o be ma sa fact na ba
yes
for example say we ka say Bruni any Ghana ni and take records about Ghana the Ghana ni betro ni the Bruni ni betro ni be very different.
Okay, but does it mean say Ghana exists and Ghana exists?
Ghana exists.
Okay, that's so and say you can't yes was some nanko for trofa no ho a bit ma ba say nsem bi won ma unjin di mfa ho e bit ma ba say konfa no chia asem obi njin ni e bit ma ba say ya santo say oli bi won obi njin ni e bit ma ba say niema bebre say ye nananom we ye bosum we ye say obi njin di does it mean say ade no exist ya na exist?
Say to me say no there mini evidence bia on but mo nya evidence no mo tro bia na the omo kan no bia na enye nokre e force like and someone mo kan enye nokre
but based on asem na work can so work say dey any question obi take Avraham serious because Avraham mean say work nyina no go read on internet and no beka e be movies and no beka
what me ba why
na highest papa into who customer me take Abraham serious me mean to as you
yeah because the terror can no person say basically asem bia no there's doubt about everything say sadia based on our standard no any kwan say obi follow Avraham taking serious because one e bit ma say the botai e bit ma say the botai o den nam nyina no agenda bi no o den nam because meba ebia Christosum can say Christosum the way of life on pet a bit ma say o fairly say suffer no went me anya suffer papa nintino and as I or time be ma Christopher enti na bia o yes say na terror be ka dia sa point of view ni dia it will not make any sense anyway.
Highest papa say oh boga in the you bo squad na member say the first name on
yeah
we are born the second name on me.
Oh okay, I think say or more my request and I don't know say I come minim so okay but me find him
highest papa no I mean show Abraham agenda na to so Mr. Why
there be based on Ghana 70 based on Ghana
no so ba me kwan make sure na agenda one second
yenko another person you say move it to more people said the obi abekere na
yina Abraham agenda enyo na abekere Abraham agenda
I don't know say mabodi ni ya boss me bajo the air discuss or the existence of Christ a historical claim and history now available to all of us and it say the historical figure your friend Jesus no exist here na it is obi be kase and Avraham kase one exist here a historical claim and we make it which obi a bit me I research to find out whether no cra na nye no cra minim wadwen kire we CSF ni ana se nkremoni ana muslim ana se we tompi
me tompi.
okay so based on the American point in saying and I say also wadwen kire saying
okay me da say me say you know ya be shokra me maybe I start here the genealogy of Jesus Christ. See your Bible mu Jesus ebusuan na yesi ofi mu no. So fi David ebusuan mu. Right? Enti so ofi David ebusuan mu Jesus ne papa no wan. Yesi ne papa ne nyame na ne papa ne Holy Spirit. So my first question maybe sir Holy Spirit anye bia ne family any King David ana. First question say ni family ni David dia and the Holy Spirit o nipa na so ye dia enti na yenso se bio me be wi ase mi hu se oba bia wo a enye be ma ne daaye so ti ase oba bia wo ye e wo wi ase we mu be ma bia nye nanda enti question obi sa me no ho na me start ye fi min samra ya kan sen oba ni be ma asetene mu because me the be see question pepepe na obi sa me no
okay
ye nyina ye nim se ye se woni wo yire wo ho na before ameba wo no o chromosomes as be ma no o ye XY be man oba so ye XX Into mushi o do de baako be ma oba no e na be ma no nso de ne de baako oba no nso de ne de baako o tia se be ka ho e na be form nipa na ye be wo no no enti DNA no matter what no say ye wo akwara na ye hu usu ene obi bia wo akwala the same thing to say ne maami the chain of chromosomes no enti in this case say beginning kra na ye bo nipa baako no ye bema na ye yi bibi fi ni mu a anye bia ye yi x ana ye yi y no eno si ye ntimi nkyere so but Jesus Christ asem na wo bisa ye no story bi a won say ya tworo ato ho amaye ene ye nyina ye kenkan ena yakan but won say when it comes to bibia it deals with believer a bit of broad idea won say mintimi nka say de wugidi no wrong ana mimi gidi no wrong but won say book ya tworo amaye na say bible ne da ho ne ye nyina ye kan a it has got to a time say the wo kan ye no you have to ask a question this bible no and you be everything inside is it holy?
Sɛ ɛnyɛ no.
Boss, I think say a topic all diverted. And I'm person me try now conclude it, but I think say one make it claims.
Ababa,
Yeah.
can I say I disconnected?
Yeah, Setoo,
Highest
yeah,
Papa,
too,
oh,
Kasa.
hono.
Yeah, yeah, too, Kasa. And I want it.
No,
Setoo,
it
Setoo, yeah, too,
Highest
Kasa.
Papa, what you mean?
Me too, Kasa. Mom, I'm with you, Kasa.
kasa me
Yeah,
tini
yeah,
kasa.
yeah, yeah.
Yɛte.
Yeah, two be
Setoo, yeah, too, Kasa.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Enti,
So baby, I don't know, say beside disconnect here, me rap DK hono, okay.
uh,
Move hold on, eba.
okay. Enti, icon. I think say, who make a statement? We first claim they say there are certain things it doesn't make sense to you. So it means the historical figure no I exist. I think say that's the basis of who claim I will try so be make it. Enti mami Musa be the same person. Confanochi they were a blessing to us. Inti no. I say Oboyema, your argument in very simple. Do you accept say Confanochi or a historical figure
I don't accept it.
into a myth?
Exactly.
Okay, before that, also me make you say you answer. Me pacho ya santini.
Me yakweni.
We are santini.
Yeah, fine, it's okay, me asantini. Yeah.
Okay, enti are you saying say the golden stool no a myth?
Hi papa, on say asem na yak o bisa me kura me golden stool me huda. So how
Bibisa
will
will
I
say
know?
no.
That be
Bibisa
me
say
see what
a
bisa ma
myth.
asem tina me answer no.
The
Say
Bibisa say
golden stool no me huda. Enti me huda no e bibi a yaka kyerɛ me. So
it's
how
your
will I believe say e wo ho?
it's your argument based on idea unhu ye no eni ho ana.
Dabi anya ade a me hu ye ni ho. Won
Eh
say yaka bibi a ade no tama ye kan na me ni ho ye wo me po. Enti
but
si ame me wo ho na ade no ye se ade no wo ho no. Se me hu ansa na metimi aka se eyampa.
this wani hu ansa no agye.
Enye on say ti se na wa kai. Se bi o me nim good se na golden stool ne tie. Eye kasa bi ne yaka. E na
Eh
mate.
eh
Won say na ade ne te no.
eh
Enti na me can say when you comes into something that deals with belief now, won say mintimi enjina like me standard sisi am take ni say mintimi enjina ho nka say ade no eyampa na
okay
enyampa.
we dey my make come back to you no confanochi I exist.
Exactly, because I mean nim no me hu ni picture so da.
It dean based on what enema uji history bitum.
History a meji atum ni say sebio se me gina ha yes obi na ye television, right? Yen fa ni say ofun o kita na yes obi na ye, right? Enti nipa na ye phone no anye bia ote ase, ana onte ase. Yes ote ase. Anye bia me hu no ana mintimi hu no. Yes metimi hu no. Enti da oba baby a me koho na metimi hu no, then I believe say I am pa.
Boss, I think the argument, say unya abutriti the walk na very problematic because the basis of argument
Sethoo.
What you make eyes, Papa?
Yeah, I think Sethoo quiet.
Take care because I'm right there inside Honor, no live to do a Honor. What did kinderwagen? You can't say.
Yeah.
Put it right inside on it. Take care.
Oh, okay.
I mean, wait.
I think it's a
But
member.
I'm up for
Yeah.
Honor still. I'm for
Yeah, the
Honor.
lights are too much, so you not really see.
Um.
Yeah, but can you say Ochina home? Highest Papa.
Uh-huh.
Let's
What you
try,
mean?
let's try this one.
They took us up. Oh,
Yeah, Ochina meeting about life and you may move baby, no.
okay.
And today be our time, but then it's too late, It's say 7 p.m. Ghana time, usually maybe no. But a bit earlier than that. Because Ochina Friday.
Yeah, me available. We are near.
We should buy
Today
this
be remember.
rather.
Maybe at 5 p.m. Ghana time or cramp and I see this. I wait 2 hours.
Yeah, I think so. We no crown a boama. At least you can do your things around. Like
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. And so we say me like me and woman me telephone and my personal telephone so na me go alive but na me pia bon me here no. As I page call here.
Oh, okay.
But I try to mess settle down.
Oh,
Not because we say chantro say Council of Nicaea no. O person we changing na no. O person we changing na no here say dey bia. Or say yeah later on na they did omo inventive verses be no. And I say it didn't happen. It's the Council of Nicaea didn't happen. He said the reason they can't say it never happened, no. And Trona will try to say they invented verses there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Council of Nicaea itself never happened. So what I say. But claims now will making it say they invented verses there at the Council of Nicaea. That one didn't happen. And I was saying say they Jesus Christ, that was the place that they elevated Jesus Christ and gave him the divinity. And this is so Genesis no chant was no Dr. Arius. One know what the correct one. But before say Arius Trump they were already believing that Jesus was God already. Arius need a later one now, no by no be deviate. So what they say. No be deviate, no person straighten it up. It doesn't mean say they didn't believe say Jesus Christ was divine. It said they be say say no coconut no obi but later on no also the different story be ba and also different understanding be ba now okay asante for so okay no me kwat na se yenhwe the oka and also yenhwe situation here obviously therefore no nti coconut I say how na eba be what who say me party how na eba me
position I think so. No. You see, the reason why I get furious when can't Avraham assembly said, I did be who say deliberate. Who say we know, or yes, on responding, or yes, on responding, or Okunya platform, or say or responding.
Exactly.
The followers in the band no to send the as one take Mumunko country no Munko debating. I am funny. Or tipa, I intentional. When him say we need answer, but Okotana platform
so.
Okotana platform be say so obi anu obe push no abusta no questions bia it no spill all this nonsense no what you say into outside the platform no outside platform aye musa no question who busa no question na on person obe answer me one obe tena the life so no de ajagraja yes wo say ajagraja aka bibi ombra no meyi na no na say wa tregu ne screen no so it one one honest person. It will be no yenya na nya afi na ye ba be ye no ye be pampa no or ye true and everything he's been doing intentional asem bi a wo ka bia onim say asem a wo ka na ye no kre into okoshe movies me ni video bi a me ye ho adwuma I think say no or talking about you can say the picture of Jesus near the all portray as if say before Pope Alexander the Sixth, now you need the depiction of Jesus now for that. So no I can't me say or taka and na or gay partner no I can't over question any ho but the boldness and the confidence or the best spew all this nonsense
na woche no na wo push na no ye no wote say ehun hia wo control to system to public onom but dane wano a wo mpese obedane wano wo kohwe movies okohwe conspiracy movies a no abetina no ka
Ice Papa Nyabutra.
okohwe all these your friends say conspiracy movies a
No,
no abetina wa no kasa as say no
me.
gina ho so I just say o kasa as say no gina ho
Ice Papa Jadia Woya no.
then listen
Jadia Woya no. Jadia Woya no. Jadia Woya no Jai.
You know, your friend is saying, and to ono no ni intentional or the oye no. Boapayo. Boapayo, adibia oye bian, boapayo, and Avraham or the yes no. Because we honest said wakana, sebi, you have nothing to lose. And to make a statement and I will some research be as who share bibina obeka, na later I'll find out say, some American, historically, and ya akrita. Why don't you come out and say, oh, asem we make years ago, and asem we make brebi, so asem we make check be enu ho, no at least ye be respect to say, okay, on this issue, no, even after 2-3 years, 5 years ago, no, what's out, aba correct, but one person obey, sir, what control your inventive verses, enu honum, who the same person who say you for a friend is saying Freemason for the critique, a new honum. It is a one who to try and throw say to honoma. Na ye chewa, open say a pampow. So what I say, a deliberate, I did be a deliberate, and trunk one washi, and he knows he say, I dear wakano, and you're true. Or we are no friend of researcher, or no researcher be an unknown and what kind of gaga. God, your friend is God's genuine chain now, all man the same energy, no, on say watching on. Because when he suffer now, calm, then he spew nonsense and talk with confidence as if say okra evidence. So when to share will be about meeting in the same standard now. Now if you watching on, I say more okay be an intentional. I did be okay be on him say intro. No chant more than them. Me one logic now oh you know. Yeah the buyer na numu diemua. It will look the same nonsense. It will look nonsense. So what I say, but people are not thinking to that into about say where there's salvation be anyone. One catch us salvation. No. Say if your common sense that you are using, what the ba tribe, what the ba nana nom diema, ebe refuting na. I say any the salvation be anyone. The salvation no I didn't I will say yeah salvation yeah MFM. So the Avraham is ma oye and near my oye and probably and because he pronounced these words, he speak these words. Pope Alexander the one Leonardo da Vinci no can words I can say no. They think say he knows the fact. Deliberately not twist near man. Meaning so what is idea now? Walker said, Jesus picture they gay one wine at what I can say the pa.
Yeah, of course. Then the coffee TV hono sha say no gay blue to them kosiana then our again now omo competition e can say obi andro na ono ane ba no.
My young video I can say me post anywhere up was and trunk one. There was no competition, and before even Pope Alexander VI, no pictures were ordered that people were depicting Jesus already. So what I say, there were tombs and a Christopher Cobom Pie and almost here with one. I didn't know order that. All these things are there. Byzantine Empire, no they depicted the pictures, the picture of Jesus. But this guy will go and watch movies. No, I bet now no can nonsense. As if say okra fact be. Watching we are no more better. Make us a history. They win here.
I win here exactly. Say oh say the videos now we can say be a piece of family for the event here no. But the message be Abraham my think I record be already. Say has a piece of family for the event here na Roman Empire for the event here na I say Freemason for the event here. Ni na na the everyone was okasa was say omo the event one bo be edion.
Yes.
Omo invent Matthew ni Mark no. Omo very 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 sophisticated. Omo very smart. No, I can't almost. You never know. Anyway, I'm saying another video back on, and then me night shift or me night shift. And tonight, all the other was space. It was more time I'm to and some our kind of. They be that auto planet that one because me here you man a born a meet. And some who no pa go wait me cano boldly now because of your challenge no. Now what you are boldly that one. Okan say must say after the Christopher they invented the word adultery, you can say fornication. Christopher they invented the word fornication because the Bible doesn't fornication the ending, but Christopher they invented We say, there's this word. You say, word in the Bible, is sexual immorality. And sexual immorality, and I think if we invented the word fornication. So, look at this. No, I can't. Both now, I least media one. Guys now at one. Now we call guy now at one. And I say, gay na kasano. No, wow, I didn't know this. Say, David, but Moshe can't happen. Automatic fact.
Omono, they are just building their friend is saying. Omu social media, they don't care about the truth. And what they told them, no, they say they still try to portray themselves or mingle themselves with Christianity. So, me a Christopher. Munye bold, that's a munye Christopher. Now, much there, you want to be a Christopher. So, the same thing in Yansan also here. Yansan, be any video be, I check. No, can nonsense be or make a statement to me say, Aqua. Untimi nkasa wonye Kristo ni na mo dem hom menga Kristo for now at the same time no moto wonom na obi kan say untimi fa mo phone kan ya research and say asem ya kan no eni ho so monye honest
but Moshe kan ya say was again I say I didn't know this now I know say the Moshe kan na after all of a sudden it be very true but Moshe kan in fact no I mean these guys okay.
Abraham there, you don't need to all you need. So when you Abraham to all you need is your phone.
Exactly.
That's all. The only no phone or casape or the research. Like I can say anyhow. Only she to nipa me say Abraham o catch and on so say o ka common sense or you want. The watching it na no catch and say and some free na no ba nyina no. E mani quote any verse from Bible on two crofofo obebre. He ran now kasa no ran ya no be kotuba or you say Christopher Bible no cry say a hypocrite like you. Adia unjindi no you always go and refer to it. Now the betufo.
Opese dada omwan wa sheda ka say se nyame bi wo ho a se nyame bi
You always use those caveats, you know.
I'll go with your guy.
What you true for? Until you saw the God's general son the command never confess say or ye rituals or fear or high dying for fra or ye rituals now the common sense be na chiro nipa no see ni dying who is scared see dying unko your rituals who ni say sika no be see ni dying ye muta say bibia ko people me go to them house ko ye rituals common sense be na catch say unko rituals and zania akotena dying. And this hypocrite has been moving around, behaving as if say, "On the air, a penny for Ghanaians," pointing fingers at people. Where you say, where you say. Also, trouble, your career is built on lies. What can trust and go for job because say Ghana for people be an near thing into Okasa or Kasana or Bobo West Akesia. Instead of them to use common sense to pick their phone and say or this is a Borgia or a man search or so gay evidence be anyhow. Because some so me co create Wikipedia and the tomb say be black any Avraham a gay partner. Would it be enough? To as in same bia no afa okoshe movie obi busa or a video na me post ya na obi busa ne say your friend is saying Ochami Kofi Busan asem no the same video Obusan say book be na changing the life no one also on pay reading this same guy of one researcher also on pay reading on do video or movie
true now we to make us free invent Jesus there say free me invent Jesus there movie na say movie na wako
highest papa to go we say be Moshe aka no audio mu say on pay reading
I will make you question video now make us say you post it na Ochami Kofi Busan say Ochami Kofi Busan question bempo lack no that video na question and answers nko a omo be wie no obusabusan questions nko about 30 and obusan is I say book be na changing the life pa I say book me be reading no me show video movie and or say video book no cry na movie no de share na this popular 80s British 80s me refi ni dimpo Richard Dawkins or say Richard Hickins refi on the God delusional or share the movie or any movie no and they push in the crowd to conclude say maybe anyone I say Bible no fake and bibia. Enti no crowd one for book no read you or movie into one book or videos movies no he. And he call himself a researcher. No, basically all these things.
What daughter there or the baby ni ignorant ones no what
daughter na conspiracy movies ni I didn't watch you. This about the idea or conclude to say again any historical evidence there.
But they say what I say or no the approach no ho okoko di Jew for echi a omunye de omo accept New Testament no of course and omo use omo argument ni nyina the say bia oni Christo ni okono Muslims argument omo use against Christianity ni nyina the time bia no atheists for argument omo use ni nyina no wa compile ni nyina anti eno ana odi akire nti wo man bibia fa Bible no ho a ono ye ni say de bia Bible no e Jew for book the statement back or kind in say the Bible no Old Testament no a Jew for book. It is a open what here. Also, okay, Jew for one the Jew for anything. A teacher was here. Won't me for book now when you're an MQ assumption and Cassinity. Therefore, no New Testament in one book no a Christopher book. And to an open what here as a 100 was also the same logic now apply say, yeah, Jew for one Jew for the moment may understand no, but only of a New Testament now. On back a Christopher one may understand no. Now on one side or no one scholar. Only Baba Chere said, I didn't ask a Chere. That was I say, this guy will say, but it's so sad and they say, people who don't see this, you know. But yeah, I mean, time blame more too much because, Nami and Casanami submit in the chibi. That's what I say. And when you know, Oko Muslim contrast, and sometimes maybe a level now, time I'm in you know, people were already warning. People were warning, say no more or Munu, but not me, who is that? So some I'm so sure the boy to the it's sometimes I remember so sad to say a month will be yesterday and I may and I may say go for a moon year when you
baby I Mr. Sethoo can say Cobra children I say I went near them
yeah the real canon different from the real be a canon
Cobra children was it or Cobra children could have backgrounds if Jabem was she can need to
they can be honest honest because it's like mempadi and no even if disproving me point to crana any ho omo argument me no me Avraham years ago those days na what time and me but I didn't take this guy serious because no who san for na no me omo the canopy yeah they are no more chere is a conspiracy and a jata and a lion and a one wise animal me I didn't take this guy serious you start to me say need me TikTok na me buy enche. But my who says still no people are still boldly following him. 9K or say 15 years or years to come. Christopher Avraham every day will be nyadwin for funny statement and then answer. And I wouldn't say
Mr. Hayes, when say Avraham was saying nka obi di na chi na o tworo book nka contradiction pa woni bu brother
Sebe Moshe na kasa so oni honum sisie ya what I say na within 2 years and nsem Sebe Moshe free sisie ya within 2 years nsem ni nyina ai asa because nobody can actually defend Ben Moshe obi any stand na we gina so no we because this is what Ben Moshe said, this is what Ben Moshe believed. Now we so can say Ben Moshe say no did him. Ben Moshe dey say no did he. Now we can say no did he. Who confirm videos so a. Ubenya your money na can ubenya ni nyina ho videos. Etu bo so obi ehun ba bia Ben Moshe gina. Obi antimi kan message no. Say the Ben Moshe can message no. So what I say. Because cosmenti.
Yeah, because Avraham nankasa no tio osuro say obeteki stand. Osuro because oteki stand easy say obe debate no. Obi a osuro say obe gina baby faako no. Osuro. Enti Avraham so hu a de bia wagina no say ono no pointy fingers. So I say sa na wo ye no ho. Oh, no be there bi o. Me de menti say enti obi ye bibi a hwewe mu. So what I say enti ono no de enti osuro no and then in the kra no ontimi friend no say o ye 80s o ye nananom ana o ye wan ontimi o move around the sa o ntimi take position obi say no we dey taking it serious and the followers na asema wo ke kura no pa me emfa 2 3 nyina so ye musa o mu say Avraham dey na odidi the position ye dey o mu nyina ko mu ntimi
o meka se enkura bible na say no we janu ko bible ho fast intente bible enkura bible na say the bible no na omompe na be mu che so aye o leader the ones la be mu say o leader no dey the be mu che kana dey form ho bible say by na bible no be no no mu di bible che no better now it's always better so has it.
And the funny thing is because omu use you understand that I say the argument no more than am no the ochi omo tena o na o so omo questions omo so ma loke so omo ni any basis yeah I know me making those arguments.
But the would you be know you think I kasa for eyes.
We do be argument now. When your personal research. Now then now when I'm go for comment section I see say mo sua de ama.
About princess.
And you want some leader etimi e de say you na me we dey ya da jam dey here. Now one day me who see very controversial you pa. Say untimi nya common sense ni. Ensa who dey tradition at the same time.
Dieser Mutter getreu, verzauber ein.
Yeah, probably.
Na de oba ye kate na ehime pa na ye yi pa. Say wani enwu a unjindi. Afi ye bisa o. I want to say konfa no ye mate. Eh, na everyone so ye bodu.
You see,
all because you want to reject Jesus, Keke.
Absolutely.
You want to reject Jesus. Hey,
the purpose.
Purpose
no. And these are the same people almost say embrace ye nanano. But because of argument's sake in intino, or better to ye nanoma to argue.
Ow! I'll see why you Tom Pila in India. Tom is always. Tompi wechire woti tompi tie why
ono oba o ma won kasa so no ntira me drop in
tompi de on de sanoche tompi de sanoche ono no nka we bia obe call topics ya
to ajas e ba no o se enko e Brazil na nanom oba ye to so wani ehu a o se de se na nanom low key because o be so your argument.
Highest papa, mama kasa mesrew. Highest papa tio. Ebi ni o se start kasa pe na mo obia start kasa. O wi obaka chem se wo kasa o mama kasa.
No, to boy, no, Razak, no,
Okay, ti asoma America no, we hu dem ya che no. Mo akasa bebe me meta wona metie ni na. Show wo highest papa we hu, wo ni Sethoo, any major logic no, any mo amoka ho no. We hu, hwe mo ahyeda na modi mo ani esi Avraham ba Moshe so. Se on kan okre or your trofo or your way. Any problem mame because my catch am so Abraham no or subject to lie as obia ni payina we can lie sometimes. So what I said to won't me can try me say Abraham Moshe ni sama okay ni na 100% ni a lie. You can tell me that. If you between catch them say be 20% be whatever, which is all right. So what I said, now all can say be
100%. No, it's 100%.
Okay, fine to you.
No, not to you. No, not to me.
Oh, Jadia way and can say to you, man can say not to you.
No, yeah, me nice is what make
okay, me so many 100%. Me nice suits. Now me so say 100%. Okay, adia Avraham kan eya no kwen no o say Bible no
point no
it's highest papa yenya den nti mo bi mbisa question na o bisa me question me ya no highest papa besim sesia o nti okay me asamba kwa okan ya eto masum ene say okan say ye ni patuntum no kwesi buani the Bible abeda daye me to me no 100% true Ba me kasa me kasa me kan say to me na 100% true no or say wo so gidi say true me kan sa ba me sure say to me sa say mo impo no ta me na Avraham impo emba ye wiase impo no na me ye me preaching da I mean me preaching long time so about father die about the Bible abeda die about the Bible na be yi adwene efi wiase so akoshe spiritual world. So as I say, Bible may be ya doing a spiritual world. It's a twin the physical world, you know, and you be proper beyond for my own. Then they yet one radi and spiritual. You want make heaven, you want make heaven. Some quan and then you put to it. Now yet one ye breast you twin ye and washy. Let's say from my ba, never my benos no. Ni put to my dinner with him. You swag dinner for ye, Juma. Bible no boy Bible no ye. To be honest with you, no, and you remember Bushen or buy yanka, mumu bi kwa Bible no bi akanda na nka mofo nyina nka Bible no kwa muhwe ma na nka Setoo yot we you remember Bushen or buy mpa ka no Setoo kwa nka ni Bible ma na nka oni ba according to Setoo na akasa nka oni Bible mu and you remember Moshe even though dia tro pastor help you to look into the Bible to find the truth. So as I say, it is all better when I say what this and blah blah blah. You have to talk. Some kasa nyansen. Mo kasa nyansen. Yes, the fact is so obi kasa tie Jesus in it. Or say we against this anipa no. Because I Jesus na wo kan no. Onya wo dia. Jesus na a Jew for dia.
Okay.
Obi kasa for Jesus one. Man anya wo ye too much. You kasa.
Okay, yes, okay.
What they chop up and say o chip in before say make
Yeah. What's say some Marquard from the Moshe kind? You know, praying say.
Anya baako ba me maka baako tie njira baako no so.
Say once me make a question open. I don't know what to kind. So we based on it. Or say Avraham say Abofona Abagana Abedadai with Bible.
Ghana, Africa.
Injina so ben na eche sa asem na wo kan na no kre.
Okay, to mami nche wa na mami nche say no kwa na.
Before so be chirem no. Methodology ben na you use ya o de fa ho say no kre.
Nti mami nche still na say o mami nche.
Chirem but you have to
read out. Okay, nche say before na a friend say abrofo no mfa wo mo Jesus no embre ye no na ye nananom amamre mu no na boni ni ho sa na bibia koso kama emaye so what I say
boni ni ho sa
ya boni ni ho sa mi kwa mbeto so kakra me ba me kasa o me kasa ma me kasa ade na we
sa no but what make your assertion
no so mi wie ma mi wie ma sam na mi wie ya wo jimi wo finfin sa na ya de me kan sa no ho tete
no me ju wo finfin ni say who make your assertion bia now call wrong guy except me stop it
wrong okay wrong America me say come na ba boni na ye na na boni me ka say boni ni wona say boni ndo so sa na boni no kwa no ni ho sa because na mbra wo ma hihya ma ye no e ma ye nya boni ye di mbra so tam me ba ma me kasa na jade wo ye no I don't know who sa
because that's not all kind. I me one
that's what me can out to man
wait till what I said you are so I don't know more mood defend you from matter you are own
and you defend I kasa na make kasa na woman make kasa we so me defend Avraham me be some question me you are no
what make you point and I'll make
okay kasa o de kasa
what is now what making it say what say na bone endorse sa meboa
sana make am say na bone endorse Kristo buy no bone adorse point am ekwa no Kristo buy no bone adorse before na we mum buy no wo mum buy na ya dwene no eye adwuma wo me di Kristo buy ya dwene na adwuma bio
asema okay research ben na che say tete na bone endorse saying ene
okay it's what we ba mama kasa na wa wo bisa question kwa wo mama kasa okay it's before na we no embaye no na nsuo kwa yefra na nto kwa no untumi kwa enkoye ewura engo ho because some ma catch us nsuo tumi wom wo ko obeye usi as I say untumi ko bi efuom enkofa na ade kono ni ho ya ware sam o ma hihye ne kama undu stage bia untumi ware ene sa nyoma no na sa na ya de tie do ye ho Satam ne ebra ho na separation bi anim yeni Methodist yeni Anglican yeni way bi yeni Methodist bi ani wa bechiche yemu so as I say na etie wan say yeni pa ba ko but we no de wo nya me ne ba ye no no baba ka che say ye ndi ye hihye ne ye no man enye papa nti ye ngja na ye nkodi Jesus echi na Jesus no kwa no wudi na echi na wo ye bone kwa na wo sra bone fa che kwa na ode be chew ho na bibia asesa ye na ni potutum adwene sɛ yɛ na ɔmo so abɛka kyerɛ yɛ sɛ wiase ne ɛfa nkɔ beebiaa wiase ne ɛte so na ɛho nhia but wuwu wia ɛhɔ na wobɛkɔkɔ nya mfa so wɔ so hɔ nti asase akora mɛnsiesie so mɛnsi dan mɛnyɛ kaa mɛnyɛ adwuma whatever ɛna amadakifoɔ yɛgyimi na yɛde te Africa wɔn a yɛbrɛ no so at nti sɛ Abraham ɔkeka saa asɛm na sɛ memetie saa asɛm Abraham wɔ a menka sɛ he's from making sense menka sɛ ɔdi atorɔ membrɛ no but asɛm bi wɔ hɔ na sɛ ɔka na nkɔ yie bi a mɛtumi aka sɛ no na woka sɛ Abraham no asɛm bi ana mene yɛ adwen anaa nsɛm bi wɔ baabi a ɔka mene ne nyɛ adwen but maybe so amene ne yɛ adwen na mafa the same like the Bible no Bible no so ɔka asɛm bi wɔ hɔ a mene Bible ne nyɛ adwen but maybe so Bible no ka mene ne yɛ adwen Quran the same thing ɔka asɛm bi wɔ a mene ne yɛ adwen
Bible ne nya adwen da
no baby wɔ mene ne yɛ adwen ɔka sɛ thou shalt not kill Bible ka sɛ thou shalt not kill sɛ Bible ka sɛ thou shalt not kill a mene ne nyɛ adwen Bible say thou shalt not steal a mene ne nyɛ adwen mene ya adwen
but still I will say no na man ko fu
biade Dabi ayes me say can be say me ne have just a conversation now make sure
go ahead
errors of his
go ahead
want to see all the same mienu na aba o say omo panel hanom no and some omo ka fa Avraham ho no is intentional to say omo ahyeda na ye gu n'anim asemeboa
yeah omo because omo mpɛ da kiye no because omo mpɛ da kiye nti no omo gu Abraham anim asem because Abraham no obie da kifo eni na omo mpɛ so obie ye ni mpɛ so ye tell Jesus won sa na adwene ni adwuma sa na omo mpɛ no
and I make us say or make it two statements sincere no one says
mebo you can say Mr. Wow the workers are not to one enra na tumpi wale etwere me sa message we say on WhatsApp okay tumpi wale etwere me or say bro no one cares what the Bible teaches. The Bible is full of shit. Tell me one sensible things the Bible teaches that we already don't know. Sana wa twere me enra o
one ba mami answer say no me do no me
we say Bible no e kan yensem e ma wotie ufa na Bible no e kan say ya ufa e kan say dia won fa sana wo kan me boa
no ma munche ti asema me kan no me catch you say asema e wo Bible ma minnim sana me tie ni o me se bibia ni e wo ma minnim dada no say no me say the Bible no ka say thou shalt not kill and no che say the first Bible na kan minnim dada minnim dada and the Bible no better I know it. I know that shall not steal.
Yeah, but I know it. And the reason why I make her and say, "Oh, yeah," say the Bible, but no, I know it's the Bible. In Kenya, Zimbia and Honomania Bible.
No, Mr. Bechami as a samba Bible, and yes,
exactly. And Sisiano, who can say Yansamo Bible, one Yansamo Bible.
Number to meet me up.
Tobo Meba, Sisiano, what you to say Yansamo Bible, man, say in the Bible.
Saying what can answer some to say yes here.
We are common sense. We are common sense.
No, maybe so question. What can say
some Bible.
We are common sense family. And so
according to text now reading according to text now reading or say Chiremiansa Semba Kwe Bible Nima we don't know already.
And I can on tears here. I saw because I
but we already know.
We know it already before it was in the Bible. We know it.
Yes, Let's
okay, what the Monkasa for the meantime because the Monkasa we see.
Okay, Sethoo, I think say Tompi, oh dear, movie to new people, no right? Say Chopper one way.
Yeah, now can say Kambusan some questions, but spare questions or oh one new year. Because Michelle says methodology. Michelle says say Mebo Avraham, simple Avraham is he a researcher?
Yes, or a researcher. Because we go to Bible.
No, they say. Okay, you can researcher. You can research. You be a researcher. Me busa say methodologies ben no use to the arrival at the conclusion. So to me catch them say, oh, we use to maybe at this form of methodology. Methodology ben no use to they come to the conclusion. So to make as a Bible no, it's not credible. Mami Bako.
A Bible nankasa. The methodology in a Bible nankasa. Or can it be
That is
Abraham say I'm using it. I will be some question. I'm you
methodology in
where be some question be you now. Was so one person Obama me you are.
Mebo
Bible no in the method. Bible no use. Bible no. My research all the time.
Mebo success. Mebo why research that? What your article
No, about
no
question will be said, man, you are not.
Only man, me say Bible.
Me say okay, team, me okay, me ba team. What they team.
I don't know how my cancer. Na me sure what researches because asema o can wait. Researches why are there? O say o person finding out about adeno. Ultimi nka say sa adeno and now they hear research. That is secular error. And so we use adena. We say we finding out about where, and so we come home round to see what is true and what is not true about it. Me busa Avraham, what methodology and we use about external.
Stick to the existence of Christ. The existence of Christ, and then you discussed it before. So life,
Oh, okay.
You can channel it to that side because no na Abraham make it say Jesus didn't exist. That's the claim. So we bet me idea for channel.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I success nas.
Yeah.
Question on the outro. Do you believe say Jesus Christ existed or he did not exist?
First of
He
all,
never
right?
existed. He never existed.
Wait,
Historically,
wait.
he never existed.
Me pacho. See, first of all, better me busa question. I'm the answer question, right? Me sure say Bible no, and I'm moving who say Jesus was ho, and I Jesus abako, right? In the same busa say, is the Bible a holy book and I say a history book? Oh, answer me and let us.
The Bible containing history, so can
both.
Yeah. That means a history, a holy, right? History is for Bible. See the content of Jesus Christ, a history, and I say a holy.
It was a history, historical history.
The claim nankasa in itself no a historical and yet about
it. So who me say, do I believe say Jesus exists here? History, historical, make us say yes.
Okay.
Evidence. Meet evidence because a history, and you are asking of a belief. Won't mean believe is something with an evidence. Won't me a billion. It is all catch him say history. Now Busam say, do I believe? I make catch say yes, I believe. Because we know no.
Okay.
You need evidence. Be just say yes.
Mommy rephrase the question. Do you accept the claim say Jesus is a historical figure?
All the history bemupe, I would say I will accept it because history is something
No. I ask Papa. Original question, you say Jesus Christ existed.
Bro,
he never existed.
Like me no.
He never
Hello,
existed.
me no.
Yes.
Why not?
Hello, like me.
Yeah, I just say he never existed.
Pacho, moonlight na kasa.
Yeah, me success.
Setoo, mute before I kick you out.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, success into you.
Me say historically, me say Jesus existed there. I believe, but we history film. He said, me can't say me papa historically or existed. Me can't say CCA or Tiho. I know some papa or but all the history bem there. I wanna make me say yes, I believe because who believe in the crutches HSA, I don't know can doubtful like no credit and I say no credit.
Okay.
Not to the mention.
Okay, Mabel. You see, my main try say me deviate it to no matter how far knowing and believing will end. First of all, do you accept to say, oh, papa, you want a father?
Yes.
On what basis?
On the basis of me mommy and me papa, me family, obi agye to say, omo na wo me, and I miss my testify and say they are my parents.
Okay. We testify no mommy clear once and we move it to the next. We testify near there.
One, right? My siblings or two, me mommy, and mommy, answer no be free or mommy who say me papa niye. I mean the family, I live with them.
Okay.
Me no what na.
Okay.
I'm on one satisfy. I'm a man who say yes. Me mommy actually say.
Thank you. Okay, in the same scenario, Obiswa go through the same thing, the latter part of the life, and he catch and say he was adopted. True or false? Have you heard stories like that?
True.
Yes. And Tibet me aba say, dear who say you know, I intro.
Yes. We are very right. But mama
So based on even your knowing no crano, I am what they knowing, believing, knowing no crano, and yet solid.
Yes. See, mama
so in some sense, in some sense, I believe because you don't have any other evidence aside the Bushafone.
Yes. Oh, you're right. Okay. But mama the difference between mama difference. Knowing no, right? Se minim se bibi say. Now at the end, me who say whoever made me know that the thing is this thing, like saying it, you know, make me a blame, no. Say, oh, na mama me who said I didn't say, I didn't say, so I'll be disappointed in that person, right? But me catch her say, listen, T. So me catch her say, believe that this is your father. Now say a due time be, he is not my father. I mean to me kubusan because he asked me to believe, not to know.
The point is not about Nipan when deceive and when deceive. The point is
yes, the difference between belief because no or no, what don't want to so listen. You can say unim bibia, or don't want to at the chronic so, but who believe ya on found to so.
But me know the difference. But me say there are multiple knowings and make me go through untimi enya any solid grounds unless obina third person ewum.
Yes, whatever the case is, if you made me know something, right? Oh, my who be now fe actually be before me who be before for us. I the corner about me who you know, and that's when disappointment comes.
It's not about this too. The point is not about disappointment.
You be heartbroken.
We are not even.
That's why they mostly say you shouldn't trust like Nipa. Don't trust Nipa, but don't believe Nipa.
Okay, so
you get my point.
So basically, you know, no crana, mother who no crano. Muntimi from home to Sosa.
Ain't in America, so you
are same as you believe. There's no difference.
No, in there, they are to so. Senior,
okay. And I must say,
listen, see, I say, he said, them papa name mammy, example, young papa. Say, mammy, who say, me papa ni. Now at this age, I feel Abia, DNA be. Now say, me papa, I'll be disappointed. But I say, it's yam papa ni. Sort the mention, but say, me mammy catch it, listen to you, Mammy Chow. Say, mammy catch them, say, Papaya or Namhui, believe that he is your father. And I say, oh, the GD say, your papa. A hono say, me koshe, na say, me papa, a how ni ho. Me koshe, na say, papa, a how ho. And until before say, listen to, and until before to be quack a DNA test. Or Becca say, me GD say, akrani me ba, because they are yet to prove it.
Okay, when
DNA test, they know.
Success. I'm trying to push you to the extent say, so no you na ye cano. No you no crane is based on nkofo asamo moka. First of all,
there be knowing based on facts.
Okay, scientifically. And I say you push you to the wall. The only way you ubetinya coming to the conclusion say, oh papa ni DNA test meba.
No.
Scientific. Okay, so aside scientifically proven through DNA testing, the aka na enkofo asem omoka meboa.
Yes.
Because ya wo no na uni evidence bi ase papa ni. Unyini ne ka che papa ni. Okay.
Yes.
So, you better run it back to DNA test. And the DNA test no. Obi so a DNA test no, e prove you wrong, and you correct and you accurate.
What's anyway?
DNA test. Cecilia.
DNA test be accurate. Maybe accurate. See, listen. DNA test be accurate. Listen. Either say you did it at the wrong hospital, or maybe nipa be only more experience about it. And I say, oh yeah, the wrong person. See me, your DNA tester, obi beye, right? Ebi a me koya, match se me papani. But what if say and me papa ho ayi no mo de
vaccine kra no.
That's it.
Vaccine. And what generations? We are near say vaccine kra.
So you knowing something,
I'm trying to.
You are saying say
I'm trying to
want to so say.
I'm trying to tell you
according to your own scenario, knowing something.
May try to conclude say there is no to how far I will go with anybody or baby know in one. I will go as far as to a pointer where who say we know is based on enkofo asem omoka and obi asem because me ra me pharmacist me druda me tia me yana me call pharmacy na scientifically omega say we paracetamol but me no as a person no me enya me yana me research no enya me yana me call lab eco generate sa aduru no enti based on obi asem na me be no maduru no.
But you know,
meba enye no obi so
asem na o kan no the o kan no anu no
meba because every knowing biano obi go through that same channel later you find out to say edru na no oti e knowing no even say edru no na enye say edru no o say de man and I say edru no and me and no it was a mistake.
Yes,
but at that time no na you believe na no
it show say me say edru we e be jimi a right me call hospital say me kwa akoto para I know say para na be jimi me koto para no afei na because of the maternity say para na ye afei de me koto ye no para na anjimi na akokume yakoye nhwehwemu no ebi kra na nye para no na ode maami ana se ne para na me pe no ode maami it once a eye known nipa na ame hu say that's it no ho no ye betimi asiu nipa kro ana se betimi achi no because train mami making me point ye betimi achi nipa kro ana se betimi asiu no but nipa kro no ye an advert no e na o ka kire me say I believe this can cure your headache and an can be koto ya and I'm no me na anki on a muya yen holding responsible that
there be may say we know see the basis of my argument see me ba success the basis of argument the basis of argument na tintini in theater and say say you knowing at a point in time a lot of your knowing based on encrofo conclusions and you personally
based on proving listen knowing based on proving by encrofo conclusion say based on proving and facts
proving by wine
prove until I make actually say by encrofo and I say proving and fact if you make something known to someone listen if you make something known to someone a hono nipa na ne ho abeto so enti nipa ni hu say na tie no sa afro ko na enti sa whoever made me know about that thing e betimi holding nipa ko responsible you get my point
believe enti ono okay so we call doctor no o kase koto edo no we call drugstore no ma pala na drugstore run the pala na sha won se ma no kase we na e pala ji kwa do you know say e pala no de ama wana say do you believe say e pala no de ama
I know say e para.
How do you know say e para?
Because doctor na prove that miss me him say e para. Na se me call na se nye para na me konom na bibi ya me a.
Enye sana me busa o me say drugstore run no or they don't go nsem sisi okay ni atwere ho para. How do you know? Who na me busa do you know say e para and I say you believe say doctor na de ma no enti ho no do you know say the audition something e para and I say you believe say the man e para?
Minim
say a para. Only if till minim say a para. Only if some
And I'm saying, how do you know?
And
How?
known with fact. Listen, me can't say. And known with fact say para ni. But say me kwa koto na mi hu para da. Hono the other mama no me doubt it. Into doubt me doubt ne be believe. Listen,
if I say
until say
paradro na won't say the mechanical success. Paradro if I say a small white balls. Okay.
Yes.
Example, small white tablet balls bisa na pala drone. Okoye no and o ma small white balls. It look is a paradro no. And also paranini. And I also J. Did you do any research, chemicals or the paranoid kosho baby, research for yourself to know say a parano or the amount? Then yes, something a look identical to para and or the amount. And I say you believe say who a drugstore or more like professional drugstore doctor for na be or has into no the amount now you trusting him, you believe in say one more correct one, and I say you analyze the para itself to see say parano correct for you to know. So what me patch no enti nyese ko fa the later na ehun ba asema na yebusa wo no at that moment no do you know for sure say para no the amount and you believe
listen meaning para iti man para me hu o de opa yem fa dro bi a any example me to question as but me say simple mouth senior me say simple mouth me meaning para iti man para I would know say para yem fa dro bi
how would you know hold on how would you know
I will know based on the taste and based on the
actual bro. Taste near too late.
Based on the actual based on the description. Listen,
now
based on the description of parano.
Exactly. TB. Based on the description.
Success.
The actual say a correct. So point now no. You don't know everything. Some you believe in say the other amount and then trying to
therefore any history. Listen, the actual any history.
Point.
Listen,
point now highest papa any work no. The who claim say no we know a lot of things that you don't know you believe too. So the point in no doctor no call home the panina or the be wo no panina was tobo panina doctor and the be wo no you don't know panina we say eya no kure enye no kure
I don't know that one I will believe
you believe exactly
but if the doctor listen to you say doctor no assure me into my mutual the difference between believe same way money know same way see me say if you make it known na said the woman me who ankosa I can see you or maybe you may get arrested. But
it doesn't change way.
But so catch me say sana de and I say bia okchem ade a me dey ma we dey me nim dey be kwako ebetimi ajew and I say ntimi njewa that one is believe that one me believe right so de be me and I say njeme
success
but point
is me used to at the chrono na say farmer me I can't hold him responsible.
Okay, but the point in say, do you say things now you claim to no still you believe? Would you tell sir?
No, since you know.
Okay, so how do you know? Say, we call drugstore no, sir a drone on the no. How do you know? Say a drone? How do you know?
Based on the descriptions also.
Yeah, description
is describe a drone.
Bro, description here clear. Egusu say a para fan once.
The two times say. At that point, listen. At that point, even if I don't know whether the drug norm they no one has any one crown. At that point, Mako Hospital, and or yet more knowledgeable about me yare na minimum no drone. Actually, Mr. Drawing a beboame, and what drama and say me fanko. So at that point, me yare. And I maybe me who to doctor ne so tio
exactly
me say doctor na adwumani enti so adro mame say me fanko ye adro me nim ho hwe kra I will believe that adro ne be sam yare
exactly
the point ni na enti mame che say me the time me can I will believe ni say because I know nothing about it but the doctor no once I a professional doctor no I don't have to believe I have to trust because Yamano
For you to trust in him, yes, so you are believing in him, and I trust and believe.
No,
The difference
there's difference between trust and believe.
Okay, and to trust somebody, is that you are believing the person is going to do what he's saying, right?
No, to trust someone, they say you know the person will do it.
What do you mean? Say you know the person?
Yes, you know the person will do it. That's when you trust someone. But when you believe in someone, it's like you are doubting. He can do or he cannot do. But if you trust, it's rest assured.
And do you say if you, as soon as you say you trust somebody, you trust to say your wife is never going to divorce you, that means say your wife will never divorce you.
Me can be crowd that. I didn't know my wife will never divorce me or because me, I don't know the future. If I know the future, so the moment I know, I have to believe. But if I
will you know the future of the drone area?
Why Kaka?
And not in America, culture say, Tio, doctor now, I'm making known. Listen, I said, as question I mean, and some clearly, but I'm 1% more class. See, doctor, say in a tear. The entire made them a rare Asher doctor, may trusted doctor, and say, any field, right? You can choose. It made them a rare Ashim, it's the other man, the menom. It is a menom pet, not say, Anquia, mamma. Because he said, "Oh, mommy, trust in Inti, I can hold the doctor responsible."
You see, the argument, you know, point 1 now, but who skip now point 3, and no, it's not about the trust.
When you trust, okay, no, when you trust something,
you said, "So time now, you dear do not show in some no." A dear in a year, Juma, believe, and I say no in a year, Juma.
Highest Papa.
Dear, Juma, and they say, you know.
But okay, no, dear research now, laboratory, you bear now, they come into that.
And nothing America show say, me, I have no idea about it. But there was someone, you know, because Senyamina may research a crana, right? Obia wonim ho a research enti meme de me akoto nipa kro ne so what the point
it's not based on one personal research, it's based on obi adia or obi nsusuye,
and it's proven
by what? Because
proven by say para we are na bia o ti payare ebeko is proven.
Yeah, one call for panier bonny momu would be
na make culture say
the point is knowing there Mrs. say knowing I was a one casa personally your mommy dura if say knowing
you are making things wrong very yet.
Highest Papa success member chopper say knowing nature say oko lab no oko pharmacy no yama wodru no because we too knowing they believe for dem aye no meje doctor ni dis wako ni school ni adintima akono mi wu amawu a meko knowing for the oba yama wodru na dey lab no aye test no aye bibi ahwese aye ampa paracetamol. That is how adwuma knowing no momo standard na mu hold na o say adwuma but now what tell me say knowing is based on somebody's conclusion. So now there's no difference between knowing and believing.
Listen, highest uti. So you work at pharmacy, yamo withdraw, unbelievable pastor, like unjenindi. And I say unjenindi say drone yes, and I want to call your research. Into your research way, knowing and I say believe.
I want to know you never.
It's America knowing anyone I will count, but maybe you are advising me. Say whatever the things, whatever the case is, I shouldn't trust anyone. It's an advice. I can take it.
Any advice? Mitchell will say, "We know you."
Mitchell say, whatever the case is, Mitchell say they're okay. Maybe I will advise me because
Mitchell will say, Mitchell will say, "We know you now. I am more than no. Know you know about 90%, 95% of your know you know when your own research that and based on conclusion."
Okay. My question. What has he said? He said, "Oh, now host life, right?" Do you believe? Okay. Other mami busa. Do you believe? Say phone na crown. E bet me a call, and I say say bet me a call.
Good. example phone no met me afa meba phone no me ankasa personally met me afa phone afre alcohol e call ye no okay I call no
So now you know.
but aduro ne de minister anim de na me de call test is based on the conclusion.
So your phone, right? Let's compare your phone scenario to the Bible right now.
There be 1 2 and I said I want to
Mate was pepe. Listen. Mate was pepe.
Success.
Yeah.
I think you're having a challenge in or difficulty in knowing what is the difference between belief and knowing. Would you agree with me, say knowing a effect is the end product, and I believe the prelims, like the early stages of it? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
That is what highest Papa is saying.
Yes.
That is what because you cannot.
So right now,
sorry, that means you have evidence. A draw one something I can. A draw one something I can. Say walk on no medro. At the moment, you are only believing, you don't know. You only know after a drone a juma. Do you get it? The example now, highest Papa said, your phone makes my call. At that moment, he only believes in the phone. The phone makes my call, but he doesn't know until so be a call. You know who say, "I the phone, it's me a call."
That's it.
So that's what highest Papa is just trying to tell you.
I say my best make no, but pharmacy near Bem, pharmacy near Bem. Now me trying to say, right? You're satisfied, doctor. On me say ne juma oyeni, and I made them wakotoni so. It's at that point in doctor name mama getting known. Say me no me drew we a bebanako. It's say me no na say be side effect be me meet me hold the doctor responsible. Right? But the doctor no actually me say, listen, say doctor no chere me say, I draw de me onim say bejimi and I say njimi. Ebia this is the first time. This is the early stage. Into me try. Whatever happens, no, ain't me nyane because or mami who say draw no crown no believe in, but he doesn't trust in. You get my point?
Yes.
So that's
I get your point. But one say dear Papa, one say if we can agree, knowing is an end product, right? And believing is the early stage of it.
Yes.
So
right now,
and Mibo, and because knowing is the end product, like examples here, Yame, you need to have evidence.
Yes.
And highest
which
Papa,
one do you prefer? Do you prefer to know or you prefer to believe?
Do you prefer to know or do you prefer to believe? Hey, Ebiani roller, ayo. Everyone in the role they play. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me give you an example. No, some amount answer. So let me give you an example where I give you the answer. Right now, Obi catch me say, aha, I'm not that wa. Into my main kwa. I have no option than to believe. So who say, oh, you there, you want to know. Just so and sana you would know.
Yes.
Let me
say this. No. Nipa na o catch us say aha na o kono. Tie twen. Aha na o kono. I'm not the whole. What if say I'm na bia under ho, but maybe or prevent you say unko reach to some stage bia be bro ne dey so.
What if?
Yes. So that means
if it means still I won't sure and you don't know.
Yes. Nipa na o catch on the crown. Nipa na asem na nipa na catch on. One kasa na onfa woni nkɔhwɛ sa amana da o sa amana. You don't know.
It's the same way na eba doctor na say pharmacy.
Me question is say
eba pharmacy na say you don't use this logic.
Me question is say no, so be nim bibi. And so be believe bibi. Which one will you go for?
If get say t ma ade ba kwa ya mo ntia say say meba success ade ba kwa mo ntia say say a Christopher na agidifo nka say
the question I'm asking
meba answer agidifo nka say knowing enye say knowing eye Believe
so
and yes,
because
you can say believe in you. Yes, you can say believe in you.
Tie we dey meba the person me kire say mo no sa na mo kan ye can say no yin enye but ye acknowledge believing no because a true believing ye nyina ye come to the conclusion of knowing or sometimes cry ye nim ye believing and ye gina so what I say
it's not believe the early stage no
mo de say Debbie mo de you don't deserve believing mo de knowing. Meanwhile,
the entire the BI can't be when it comes to the Bible, he say it's over 2,000 years. Still, we don't have proof.
There are some I can own the unya but break the simplest one. Then you jump again.
Very simple question. Say no, any belief. Which one will you go? Will you go with?
Answer them the mouth.
Mante, obeti me as answer be.
Me say a GD phone can say knowing is no good. Knowing is good.
On say me ba so no ubusam question bi.
Knowing is perfect, is good. But yeah, we should acknowledge say a lot of the things you live you depending on so no. You jina know you jina believe you know. You unko knowing that.
So and you believe so that. No, right? I say oh yeah do Obia si jayo after 8 no o succeed a you catch us say you are courageous. Listen I catch you
I say
you are courageous one succeeding so you say me kind based on belief it's the main person I'm say when it comes to belief it's either here nor there a bit me and I say to me see right yes you there no yes you there you can't say believe in you.
When they say Debbie, so when
it comes to the Bible, that's where the catch them say believe now, we believe and yet because it's over 2,000 years.
Me person who address on kwan because who making no kesia me address is obi beka say Debbie yes no me gina it who gina wo there no because me Bible use simple logic to see say the entity also over 2,000 years ye ngindi one na me say me breaking it down to yes so ye there na ma say obegia to man na obe use the same standard. Success.
Yes, and I'm just also bisa question.
Yeah, make a question. I think say the same thing and now can it's about the historical Jesus, whether or exist and now exist. That's the point. And I would say over 2,000 years we be finish your statement. I mean, we can.
You see, over 2,000 years still now there's no proof. There's nothing.
I didn't prove now what you say.
Proof Jesus say or exist. Like Mona Musi Jesus Abba. Prove be now the be say Jesus Abba.
There be proof ni the ohoba ye nyan who prove a wo hwehwe wo there be
there be and you prove na wo no prove there be there be o tie so can't match me listen so can't match me expect say me kwa hwehwe
there be me can say me nyan ka say kwa hwehwe mpu me say
anything na wo ka say prove be na me pen no who na wo so ma me prove
there be
na me who say prove now can it pass man and say
there be that's the point I want na person wie on say wakokasa asem no the point is o say say to asum and ento asum to asum ni ento asum no why you decide
me and me decide
enti me ka kira o say me person me hu criteria wo dey ya wo say there be so we e wo ka decide
senior
enti me point ni say
me my class empty other my can you tell me University of Professional Studies so who Sam say so who Sam say me school ben now catch you say me University of Professional Studies now who catch him say doubt me you don't believe me and answer say make and no cry what do I have to do make them set about the channel maybe I'll open a student portal screenshot and send you get my point that's it. It won't no say maybe they set you have no reason to doubt me again.
Ebia sa ade no so emiti because metimi generate any university be or Ghana be a certificate. Ebia me stand tie me success. Ebia me ankasa personally no madam for bi su ko sa school no until say madam for be acknowledge say onimo no oboa.
And also,
Until I make a choice, say about history. It's not
at
about
least, at least, they set That
University of Professionals. Listen. I said the Oko interview. See, I said the Oko interview. Now guys say come with your CV plus your maybe your document. And I said, come with your document. Set now the coin. And you want to know this as some now can you do crew.
Intimation.
That's when now can hear they. At that point they believe they don't know.
There be success on.
At that point, they believe they don't know. So if I provide you my certificate, now catch and say still unji India, then you be feda akwa ko hu de be ma waje adi.
There be the me peno and say madam for we year na we ye no. Na oso nimu into boa.
That one they say who engineer so.
But does it mean say success one go school na?
According to you, it means a manko.
Does it mean say the actual fact is a one go school na?
There be.
So though meet me criteria, but it doesn't disprove say
okay. So at that point, you believe you don't know, right? At that point, you believe because doubt it.
Success. Calm down. We dey nyabotre na conversation I having in nyabotre. Setoo be say abo am waiting.
Highest Papa 1 minute to highest Papa 1 second myself.
Okay, moonlight.
No, 1 second. No, 1 second. Me because 1 second. Me can say machine. As one person me can say highest Papa. Me tears the America chow say highest Papa.
It make sense there.
Yes sir. I didn't think I would play blind argument, sir. Because of Jesus you have to be blind the whole time and at the point no cry na shada chinchimo now what they for now what they to now what they nama now what they pia. Why are you doing this? Why don't you be honest and be free?
Okay, Tompi. The credit say based on me common sense no me hu with that. E bit ma ba say we AI. Because minimo me busi ani bi animo. It could be so AI. True. And me use me common sense. Me common sense me say me share obi a friend Tompi that I say the character of Tompi the way of responding here they know a bit about AI because me who AI be
so honest so at this point when you're honest into win my idea AI no win my idea real
between
AI and real
Tompi Kobusa Oma America beba success 1 minute success 1 minute Kobusa Oma yedi AI enyo aji omusika abaga na ya chichi omukọ no sa microphone at a point in time no woni so woni nipa na ene kasa why okay because AI
no enye AI eno no nye AI why you say enye mami cho say mencho enye AI
with this same scenario papa ai Tompi unim we asema okay because osa ketia no listen say Tompi can say unim so AI na so onye AI and so at this point you believe or you know.
I don't even know. I don't believe. Oh yeah,
you don't believe. You don't know. You and Kasan, you know what you are saying. The thing is, if you have doubt, it's believe. If you don't have doubt and you know emphatically, you know, that's it.
Even me
about the Bible and say even yes who right and you know Troy and let's say Peter if first Peter then Peter who asem so cry and Peter so na Troy you
thank you very much
and Peter relative being so na Troy you
okay
is someone walking around asking about Jesus and they will be like hey we know say you people Peter came to stay here so do you know anything about Peter oh yes into there na Peter can find Jesus was oh na Peter see Jesus say and then they wrote it so the channel is about 4
okay success me no go through the same no go through the same path na me how success you be okay confanoche story no one try
listen confanoche story cry me I believe confanoche story I believe
confanoche story on the Troy
I know the Troy
yes and two story on the Troy
I know the Troy
okay does it mean so more exist and no exist
I don't know
it will exist
no
Into a man
Me fa me hunto so say chinchina o mo ba. I don't know.
Men can't say for want to so.
Right now, no. Listen, as about Confanochi story, right? Even Confanochi story is even more evidential than Jesus Christ because at least you go to Confanochi, you have signs of him.
Me busa question. I mean, Dane. What make
Me catch you say Confanochi story, no? I don't know. So me, I believe.
Now, because see, I say, and no cry evidential. Who say, because
yes,
you don't know.
Evidential kakra. Even as I no cry na. Our evidence kakra no. Kakrampo no. No cry no. Me see me njini. Even if I believe na me if I want to say
me mbusa believe myself. Me mbusa believe. Me say, or existe and now existe.
I don't know.
Enti say say claim na me busa no. A historical claim. How do you prove that?
How do I prove that Confanochi didn't exist?
Remember, historical claims, you know. Yeah, then you prove it and you disprove it.
History.
Yes.
History they say artism. It don't matter.
Okay. Does it mean that the area was hanging on? So what you know can a artism.
Artism.
Are you saying you say the area was a artism?
There be once I mean a wahaya.
Okay, meba. Obi tie obi or comment section onim or record it owi a wakotro a artism.
Artism because nipa na o reading one tier there obi na atibe kasre no
one to myself or record it or tro
or record it even matters now see even court classic what the recording call bit me abo me see the only time listen sorry excuse my language excuse my language mo fan chemi pa but your mama can say even court cry in fact is a court in fact history ko so I think now no NG history ni atise mu ndi won the court no okotena sorry dem a no osade ne ho koto history so
success okay first of all we are Santini.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, because I always want to know first before I prove further. Do you know the importance of the golden stool?
The importance of the golden stool?
Yes, in the Ashanti Kingdom.
Yeah.
Do you know, sir, without the golden stool, no, Ashanti Kingdom be anywhere?
Listen.
We are Ashanti anyway, and you finna listen. Me explaining.
Me Sikeja aseba. Question.
Yes or no?
Right? My memo example. So ni mampong. Unim for me na. Right?
Do you know the importance of it? Hey,
I know the importance of it.
Okay. Can there be Ashanti Kingdom without the golden stool?
No.
Okay. Is it a myth? The golden stool, is it a myth?
Hello?
The golden stool, is it a myth?
The gold is the golden stool a myth?
How
it came, listen, how it came is a history, I believe.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, what do you mean say if something is a myth or not?
May say
it's not a myth. It's not a myth. Only difference between myth and history. There are difference between a myth and a history. Listen, there are difference between a myth and a
listen,
what do you mean by history in Coco? Myth actually bad history. Listen, it's embusa me say, is it a myth? Embusa myth a bini say odi wadromu so ro ani ma be hu asaman for.
That's a myth. If you know, why are you struggling to answer?
No, listen, embusa me myth asem. Busam say if I believe.
Me can't believe. Me busa a question. I know why I'm asking you questions.
No, it's not a myth. It's not a myth. It's not a myth.
Okay.
Can you prove scientifically with common sense? So obi bet me a command golden stool.
No.
Okay. Does it mean say golden stool near met?
Listen, see, it doesn't mean say it's a myth. Listen, oh divert yourself. We are talking
Divert
about
me.
believe and no.
Mashada na me bo hosa.
Oh divert no. Oh divert
Men
yourself.
diverting.
You are just trying to
no.
play smart here.
On
Oh
divert
divert
yourself.
no. Or divert no. Because we are talking about belief. Listen, see, we are talking about belief and no, right? And you are talking about myth. Myth is when you catch us uko washroom now uko tonyoma ubewu. That's myth.
No, now success
Right?
before
But history.
no wait, oh, success before highest papa can debate you, no, he has to understand your basis of understanding and belief. Into our
Yes,
question,
but right now, all divert we believe
Highest
upon me.
papa.
on
Mo trying to
diverting.
move on. Okay,
Wait,
moonlight is
Cecile,
what
are you talking about
because
myth or belief? Who is asking? Who is
yeah,
asking?
who know?
Because we are talking about belief. I'm telling you, belief is doubt.
Success. I think say with your life we know Sethoo be post on YouTube. Just listen to yourself. Say ye na yanti wasia ube hu say also na wanti asia ube hu. Why? We dey move it to moonlight. You have done enough.
At that time, Anamo
You people,
comparison
the
on
thing
the
is, you people, you don't want to
paracetamol
understand something.
There
drug,
would
you know. I think
sign
say
India is here
or
between and
confusing
found.
who they
It would
believe
you move it to moonlight. Moonlight will be can na uncle.
Yeah, moonlight in casa. Okay, because
Maybe come on. Hello.
Okay.
Patron to me can.
Yeah, two okasa.
Hello. Yeah, I'm patron to me can. Yeah, maybe common sense family member and yeah, I'm here to defend. Yeah, like me, I believe like ideology, and yeah, Nipanakastan and I like in the nature. You know? So whatever idea he brings out from his mind and his research to us, yeah, like he believe he said, no correct because we also do our research and then we come out and feel like, oh, this is true, and sometimes we use our own common sense to go through it. Then
Yeah, two okasa online break back.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, Pacho, then success kind and sometimes it makes sense at some point. Sometimes some point to it doesn't like entirely because when I was asking about Jesus Christ, you know, now or police evidence any on more. But you see now you guys were talking about Sakajakuf, you know, he's talking about it being like evidential and history, and then
Moonlight online in your
but the reason why account people were no. Hold on. Hello, something can.
about the I don't know how
Hello.
Obet me akasa.
Still breaky. Okay.
What the akasa
But hold on, I'm here before. So money is when kasa me before.
Okay, Rock of Grace, Drew, so obet me akasa.
Okay,
Yeah. I think say na more success example be about paracetamol. Na say or confusing who be brace and conflict because at a point in time no submission na all man no sign be share em say highest papa ona na o kasa ansem na sign be share na highest papa e kan. Now mean for example na me person me set man say one say tete no na ye wo a kind of parabi wo honum what you say na I say ye very hard and I say ye twa mu mienu until you go to a time a new type of para bi bae ebi wo kra ye ntro so para what you say until we na maybe me kuto bi na me say me to para o na de na o de ama me na o say ye para new type abani until we ye para na ye ntro so para na ya tro so that kind of some scientific name bi say din tintin bi ni sa name no nti what highest papa was saying is true any others ni nyina ka na no correct. I became convinced a para because of the pharmacist in den e ka me not because minim say paracetamol because ɛdeɛn na mede bɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛyɛ paracetamol menni any labs bi a anaasɛ any instrument bi a mede bɛdetermine sɛ ade no yɛ paracetamol. So I just have to rely on what pharmacist ne ka kyerɛ me sɛ wei no ɛyɛ den ɛyɛ paracetamol. Na saa sɛnsɛm a ɔɔka no he is a confused man because metumi sɛ sɛ nka mewɔ access to them a metumi afa nnuro mmienu side by side na nka masɔ camera na de akyerɛ so na nka mama no akyerɛ me deɛ ɛyɛ para. Obviously nka ɔntumi because aduro no bɛyɛ the same thing similar yɛntwerɛ so ɔntumi, but then nipa no a wɔretɔ ne hɔ no ɔno ɛna ɛbɛkyerɛ wo sɛ wei yɛ dɛn ɛyɛ para. Me ma work at a veterinary shop da nnuro no bi wɔ hɔ koraa no a memfa ne sɛ aduro bi wɔ hɔ ani yɛ yellow wei nso ani yɛ yellow ne nyinaa ani yɛ pɛ, but then ingredients no yɛ dɛn ɛyɛ different. Nti sometimes deɛ ɛyɛ ne sɛ ebi wɔ hɔ a yɛkyekyere some of the nnuro no in small quantities sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ obi ba na ɔba abɛtɔ bia ne n'ahoɔden bɛso no watumi atɔ. Now me koraa me te shop hɔ no sɛ mekyekyere nnuro no na man label a me ankasa me confuse me ho because mekyekyere nnuro no wie that means ade na makyekyere no eni pack mu biem me de agu rubber mu na maayɛ den makyekyere. Nti sɛ man label sɛ bi a wei si wei di a obi ba me ankasa a mekyekyere aduro no koraa no metumi ayɛ den a confuse me ho. Nti that argument na ɔka ne deɛ ɔno a sɛnea ɔka no ɔsan tie ne ho a ɔno a bɛhu sɛ he was not making sense at all. About the historicity of Christ na manage question na mo bisa ne ho no pa na moonlight ka say evidence ni ho evidence bebree wo honom, but then the intia na obisa sa ne say opese ohu the kind of evidence a wo ye den wo hwehwe what I say because say me nana bi ye ka ne ho asɛm kyerɛ me wie a yebetimi aso me nsa e de na kɔ ne nna so aka sɛ ona nana ha na yisie no ne din bɔ hɔ yɛatwerɛ ebi a nana say din ebi a 1912 eno wu ya that one no ɛyɛ evidence say nana ne yɛ den elivi na wu na ha na yisie no is enough evidence. Obi nso enye enough evidence enye den ma na obeka say oh ebi kura na enye nana na ebi a obi din yana say ya forming na ne sim hunu bebree what I say. So you have to let us know the kind of evidence are open. Jesus Christ existence in there. Evidence.
Any evidence? We want any evidence. Just give us one evidence. Just give us one.
Oh, okay. So example now me set as ubinna no evidence. The empty tomb of Christ. Jesus.
No, Jesus in there.
Where is it?
Jesus.
Because it doesn't exist, and the rock that the Bible says.
You have to prove the intent because obviously say yeah. Now can say exist. Yeah, what is your proof to show say exist? You have to prove it.
Like you have to prove to me say the thing is existing.
No.
Me, I'm not
maybe
seeing
say no. Listen. Maybe say
so.
Maybe say
No,
listen to me.
Hold on. My proof is that I've researched and I've not found it.
Success.
I've not found it.
No, moonlight. I'm coming on. Success. Maybe say A. Who see there is no A.
Let me by chopper. Men go back to success again because rock kasa say moonlight network yeah we are not moonlight so at the neglaba because MPC be come back and forth again.
Matthew.
Yeah, empty tomb no evidence because your more munji history me I don't know the kind of sickness a war so because you events be brave we are see we ma esisia ya throw ni history edaho in those days photo ni ho there was no camera what I say videography bia ni ho na yetwa picture and I say have a video caption of those things. At those days, ade ani yedi keep records by writing. That's one of the ways ni yesi then edi keep records. Enti minim say ya na mo pe images so say mo pe video I don't know. But then it was all the show teams at that time. That's our name and you're writing no any keep you the records. Now in the records of Christ, you bought place any baby you see Christ. Men kind of as a nation, you bo nation be you see Christ ever honum nation no ankoye and more than America, ankoye Argentina, ankoye Ghana, ankoye Portugal. Now baby a boy and no we have that place over there. I am for visiting Hokoshe. My who say, oh, okay. History now a true say has say any see Christ Jesus, sa biaya we in a then you see, Now say the ba ya di mo sa confirm not story na ya amount for a site example on no. You say ye or second be or the see honum. And we have that center over there. So say site we hana adene ye den esi ya nkofo ye den ekohoko visit ehu bibia. Into that empty tomb no evidence. One, the body ye the body that is not found. And kaseyu emoja o bibia ni ho obia ni ho a up to obetimi approve say ebia wo hu bones bi ana wo hu body bi a yebetimi a test amana related to that Christ there be. It matches with the story
You
say
are talking of proof, but it without proven so now can't be actual. You people.
What I'm talking about is no proof, it's evidence. Two different things, ain't it?
I say proof you say Jesus bones and I say and no yeah one audio say Jesus Christ to buy. But I may say when we ask you to prove that one, you are talking of written. But here catch you say prove who prove they also say cover bones in metro.
Okay, with simple wisdom and sense, okay. Obia wawu thousands of years ago. How do you kind of prove it vividly to someone in this modern age?
Bam.
That one is either you come with the bones. And
no, the story. Okay, the story, the historical account, does not match with what you are saying. Say I should come with the bones because historically, there was nobody, and
yes,
there are no bones.
There was nobody, and now say, yeah, I see yes we you may prove say yes we.
I'm saying a comprehension issue, me, but that's what I see. The American say the historic account, actually say nipa no resurrect ye, so there's nobody. And say who na who disprove wo kassetia no. Wo betimi akofa body na be kire yen say nipa ne body ni nie nti wan
the same thing I'm saying. Me say, this I will say, yeah, you say nipa ne wu no. Yen kofa body no, and I say be something and bet you say nipa ne wu ampa. Yes, an awoka. Wo pe prove ne dia, wo pe say kofa be kire. But who prove how they might listen, T. See, I will say, yeah, a person actually say yes to a wampan. Young coffee be metro. Yes, I know. And I may make a choice. Who pe prove dear? Oh, say Uncle Fabi be metro. Now prove my dear, oh, say the actual.
No, say me evidence is na me manu. But then who cried me ba
you know, can I have an old person besides a hen?
There were the empty tomb. Okay, so the empty tomb, in fact, location, embraces here. So the empty tomb is in Jerusalem.
My movie to Moonlight because as I me engage success whilst Moonlight in Yankasa. So into another
success you'll be trying to
Oh, that you say.
I have a lot to say.
Also,
I
moonlight
have
in
a
Kasa,
lot to
you
say.
know, life, no,
You don't
we
want
engage in
moonlight.
Tabacosa for a long time, not Bakus region, so also are fixing the network and it. Yenti don't also better because claim no see the reason why I claim now you making no. The reason why I claim now you making no. You don't need to believe, but you must accept and say. And you be an ebeje confirm not your story edi. Yes, and to a story edi. And go for be briabe we ask stories edi. But to say Oma exists, no, a historical claim. It has nothing to do with whether miracle or whatever. Because in sooner that one I will say a bosom no. Obi sunjini. What you say? Whether obi wuha obi anyesi obi njini. So but say ujidi ana unjindi no. Empepa history. Empepa what historians are recording at the atu womayen. So until America say who hold this standard be. That standard is not based on a friend is saying a kwanya every historian a faso a record or acknowledge history. Then now say a preference and preference they found a historical argument because me personally you will never be an America say AI no because if you own meeting me standard yeah can say na ebi kura be AI sebi ebi ebi kura no sebi o nsawom e na wafre anaso obi wo baby abodamfo school we e na wafre yenim e na yeso ni abre engage no so what I say and to prove the obi on the preferences but you can history asema it's not about preference so it's about say a yampa is there any historical accounts because at the end of the day you won't send bibria and crofon e beko akoka and niema yeye wa hei niema yeye wa hei and crofon
history is all about
because in some yeye kika wa hei and crofon the records in beko and you say obi beka say oh asema mo kan it doesn't make sense to me and no it's not true and I say oh say such as crowd say obi aka say me na me host and I'm say that be. Does it mean say host any life in this one? Does it mean say me no engage me no mamba life in this one? So what I say, and the things that make sense to you, no, it's not the basis I'll be just like I say. Adiana exist because sebi monocrana mo say yemra ya nana mo yemra ya nana mo no. So mo use the same logic and common sense. Mo be defeating nana no mo say yemra mo no. So what I say, the same way I mean, me and we say, you know, Sebi, so be before we near bar, over catch and say, Ombe who busia. But in some cultures, you know, you don't need a busiano. The only say we need Obana Casa because at the end of the day, remember worry papa. I can't remember why I can't see you ready. Or some mean to your hay, or no one can send any home. I shouldn't bother myself. And what to about me fear. Wono, and then I will be just what I be catcher or no common sense now. We use now when you need. We do more than 18. They say, "Oh no, no, answer." So what I say, and sometimes more common sense, you know, say, me no, Avraham the on coffee, me met me a coffee, so I'm because I go in Adrian because sometimes you people should acknowledge, say, you will never be on ma, ye jitum, and so I stand at the jitum, ye on coffee, but when it comes to the Bible, I say, I see brum and the way you say, we make sense, and the way you say, Sebi, Uniaba, we did more than 20 years, where you're by dream, but when you need. No choose so any bema believe wa busua ontwe wan kasa kra ontwe but emra be na wom ana say wan na ka kire mo say obi be ware a chinchina also obi hu busua wan na trust amra no who was the first person who wrote that so sometimes you know I common sense na is no bia obi o and when we go far we be say hey it doesn't make sense and e bia yesu ehu mo you make it historical claim. You don't need it makes sense to me and make it sense to me and a proof. Sebi scientifically, how do you know it's true? Because scientists for years on a creative version who won't conform panic. Avraham or make any scientific research that a base of unconform sebi in some baby working in an mini Jew for Nami and a Jew for some worker on one one year personal research. Or multiple videos also a fan of phone and no research. Or read the book on one your busa and saying favorite book changing a life was one on pay reading. And this is the same person making a lot of claims, historical claims that any ho and now was say piece of family in the creative Bible no and a New Testament. I dare bet you Freemason for
And you people are not using the common sense to see, say, though you Bible, and I Christosome, but I go to chant. So that is the point. Historical claim has nothing to do with your preference or what you like. You will never be as I no video my picture new ho. Sebi me papa kro tiase onene maame o motiase sisi ya no. Till now me busa me papa say ni age ni da be pa na e wo no onim ne maame tiase. Does it mean so one tiase? There are certain things even today you can't prove. But we jump over it. Near Nanam, Abraham zone, for Jew for Nami, oh, the picture only Jew for Namda. Whether Nipan we Jew ni Ankasa, we need Jew ni Nikasa and Manekas we Jew ni no nye Ebia Poland ni. But this guy continued to make claims. You people don't challenge him. Anyway, Moonlight, what do you say?
Yes, one more quiet man in challenge, you know.
Rock of Grace, who can send Vicente? Then is see like long years ago are still your proof this year. We still have proof of the life of Genghis Khan.
Okay, I like that one.
There's history and there's proof and evidence. There's history.
There's history
and there's proof of the life of the Sumerians. And there's proof of the life of Sumerians who were there and alive long before Jesus Christ even came. That was like years ago. And we still have tablets and stones out there. People are still trying to like translate from what like they did in the past. Then we come to, and he talked about success, talking about the bones. We have the bones of Homo erectus and other Homo, this one, which came before even with the Homo sapiens. And we are still discovering more bones of past people in our life. So some things can be scientifically proven. And yet, Vivian, I was like, you are talking about the place that Jesus Christ was buried at. According to the Bible, the way the Bible described the boulder that was used to cover the tomb of Jesus Christ, like where he was buried, that boulder cannot be pushed by a human being. That's what common sense teaches us. Maybe they had something back then that they used to push it. That's possible.
You said what cannot be pushed by
let's
human
say
being.
now we want evidence. The
What
boulder,
cannot be pushed by?
because I can't call it stone. It's a boulder. Like Christ was buried at. Yeah, born.
So how was it pushed? How was it pushed for him to be placed there and also
that one
afterwards be
moment I
covered?
also want some. Yeah, they also answer now. Oh, now
no, say it can't be pushed by a human.
Yes, according to the old canon, right?
No.
Episode says our bone, our stone now canon. Yent mean pushy asat now nipa baku anami ni be intimi ko pushy.
Na say nipa baku anami ni
pushy.
Wa also be pushy.
Success. Unim story no.
Of course, he doesn't know until there.
Story no one then story according to story
but trying success. I'm saying to about for NPI.
So why are you making a claim as you say Obi na Ebia?
No, wait, no, like I'm not done. No, I'm not done. I'm building up my question to like a certain point. You are claiming that there's a place that shows that this is where he was buried at. But the stone that you are talking about, that's there, and how it's described in the place and the tomb that is buried at. Those are like things that people use to make the Jesus movie that you see. That's not like evidential that that's where Jesus Christ was buried at. There's no evidence that shows that. No, they're entry and chain. Like nipa bi a waba bi asema waya ade bi a stronko bi a Alexander Commander Zhao Genghis Khan mu na every single history depicts them, whether Greek, whether Roman, whether Chinese, but there's no historical or like anything recording of Jesus Christ's life except the Bible. You understand? That's why
that's very false. That's very false because number one, maybe hold on. There is a universal maybe Moonlight. What can see baby maybe? There is a universal thing that we all use, right? Accepted worldwide. 1 BC, 2 AD, right? Now BC a year before Christ. Okay, so BC, you started can BC and yen, you started can BC, yen and started can BC. So they they had an idea. First of all, it started from those who had an idea for the existence of Christ and almost started cancer semna ebeka ho anen so ye can be. Then AD, after the death, right? So then after the death of Christ, those there also had experience about that. Then they started saying all those things and then so yeah can be. Now you mentioned historian Ben Krana, historical figure Ben now born. Is it Caesar? So you okay say Jesus
Alexander the Great.
All right, but even Alexander the Great, historians, right? Who historian means to me, I won't say you are not a historian, but then in those times, you never existed. Okay, na me nso me existed. Inti se yebe sua ho ade hu a, then yebe kɔ field a ɛyɛ ɔmo adwuma historians so ɔmo ɛyɛ ɔmo adwuma a ɔmo sua saa ade ne hwehwɛ mu hɔ na yakɔ akɔsua afiri ɔmo hɔ nom. Now saa nkɔfoɔ no okay, so what I know is that historians, argue or they bring forth that there is even more evidence about Christ than Alexander the Great. Okay, and I can say there is no history about Jesus apart from the Bible. That is very false. That is very false because aside the Bible, we have people who wrote about Christ, even aside the Bible.
But
and then I'm even grandmama will be AD BC. Right? Why were they saying AD
about Christ and the Bible entirely?
So now to answer your AD and your BC question, right? AD and BC is not before
books are true about Christ and the Bible Christ entirely.
Italy, Papa.
AD and
we have books that almost say Christ in India. How is that true?
Into na debia me make say research or methodology. Sa book na wo kan. Sa book na friends saying. Na me nyi one
me that book already the history of Christ now, right? A believe so. And now saying I make a copy believe.
No, you see, once it's better you do your own research. What is a book way? Almost see Jesus Christ, Echo Wariobi, say.
I even read it. Listen, see, me read and I make fine, me read, but not there. I also me dig it to 8. Now me copy no. But I read it.
No, but all kind of one dig it to it there. And a man make answer because you will be putting out false information.
Even listen, even Quran. Right. Quran say Bible Jesus ware.
Success. 20. Once say okay, BB scientist say 1 year research you be putting out false information. So what shows that the Bible is not also doing the same thing?
This Bible is holy to them.
What article? So also a historian. I like the fact so also a historian. What article or what literature review has come out to debunk the claims of the Bible? Mami Banko.
Never.
And this was one of the questions and I'm able to success. Say so Obi Bekasem. Now to make us say the nipakone can in true. Yes, I can say true intino. My question. You have to bring out proof the ain't true. Because in sema canon, if you are really looking for knowledge, we don't have any problem with you criticizing or you questioning. It's normal for everyone to question. And everyone's knowledge or how they perceive things is different. Obis ma can say it making sense actually. Obis ma can say it making sense actually. It's okay to question, but it's not okay to debunk without an evidence. Once you say I'm question says article being Because so tie the rock of grace
One
thing is that you people are not giving us any evidence.
Mami answer question.
Rock of grace
Mami answer question. You asking me for
evidence,
like, you're asking me no, like you're asking me for an article, right? An article. They like I can't prove that there's any article that says that this and that is true. That's true. But there's also no article that proves that what you are saying about Jesus Christ is true, and the Bible saying about Jesus Christ is true. So we are all
that's very false. That's very false.
Okay, false. So,
Yeah, because
so not give me the article, please.
yeah, American, we have historians around that time that wrote about Christ, and even Adia Ayefe Womne say those historians, okay, some of them were not Christians, yet they wrote about Christ.
Let me mention like their names because that's so that I'll research them, please.
Oh, so for that one, they have a lot. Let me get you some. So I know of Josephus, if the name is right. Josephus was one of them, and then Eusebius. Is it Eusebio or Eusebio? Is also one of them. For the history guys, Bebre.
Truthfully speaking, this is my first time hearing somebody making this claim. So I'll go and do my research too. And then I'll talk to you about this names.
NME is surprised, but because
I won't like because
you should know this.
Moonlight. Me person busa rock asem CCA. No one can solve reaction. Experience or more Bible about Jesus Christ. So I want to ask you this question. Answer me.
I don't success. Please. I don't like you using proof. Okay, say evidence. Many beijing.
Now I said will be evidence. I will proof. Okay, evidence. I mean, we some question we right now. Is the Bible a holy book or a history book?
Rock of Grace. That's not Moonlight.
No.
That's not the conversation. The conversation is the historical figure, whether Jesus or
that's not a conversation. That's not a conversation. And what can say? And I'm person busa na sem nimu ye. Say Bible a history book and I say holy book.
I've been doing apologetics for more than 10 years. Into a question where no. Oh, say ABI person.
You can't answer.
We can set another way.
No, this is just a normal question according to based on what you said. And I'm able to question. It's about history and I say holy. But you can't answer me. That's fine. Answer me.
Not that I can't answer you. I just choose not to answer.
Okay,
you can't. If you can,
Rock of Grace.
No.
Question.
When say success, Kasate say Unimbi sign she will. I'm not saying say I can't. I said I choose not to answer.
Because aside argument, Obi can't say my unim crab beat me as you get my but what can't say question? Let me be free most ones. I mean,
I know where answering that question will lead. Ain't I mean answer?
The purpose of the life, no. Yeah, can say holy, then okay, holy. Another question. So the point is, history say Jesus Christ or historical figure. Unji even on the basis of that, on the basis of that, or reject to confirm not anisa. Traders into Ukraine would any different. The purpose is the purpose of the life.
I said you people don't get me. The fact that I
Mami engaging Moonlight because the purpose of the life, we are trying to address it. If Obi Avraham make claims say the historical Jesus why exist here. History back the workano and I say a debunking some now workano. These are historical claims. It has nothing to do with what I say. It has nothing to do with Yes, so ye adwuma we, say adwuma we dey wunni. And that's what you say. Wunni because even on that basis no cry no. Me metimi no akọ the same thing. Obi ba hanom no obey the same thing. Ibusa ne tribe asem ye call ya no unlock it because sometimes the common sense that we are trying to use, you know, yanka say meet until historically Jesus or exist and now exist. Moonlight people say me engage with that meeting.
Yeah, and I mean because historical no my exist. And we able two historians some within.
There be
And I mean some rock of grace.
There be any historians go boom.
Okay, me too.
They claim that Jesus existed and that's why existed. No. Say why history? No, would you say a historical claim?
Me just to say just biblical claim. When you like historical claim, there's no evidence.
Really?
Okay. There be neighbor.
Yeah,
and they claim say confanochi etinasi and I want no. A traditional claim and I say a historical claim.
A mythical claim.
Okay, so the history say one cause you tribe Benny.
And it's history as well.
Hello, me
Okay, does it okay at a point in time not crobo be anti we say and I say not crobo 40 we say.
At a point in time, not like and to be frank, going to me share. But But Theo, there's a point in time where the Krobos like but as a Mr. Mekan what some question with Namin say.
Me say so at a point in time na crobo the tribe crobo na ewo ho anani ni ho.
Oh, never.
It started from one person, and I said they started as a group. Boom, and I started here.
And then to be frank, going to mention. I don't know.
It doesn't make sense, and I don't to mention.
With this, no.
Success,
No.
Don't engage me.
Like you are asking me when my tribe like emerged, right?
There be me as some me and what just engage.
No, but like some saying to like at a point in time when before like we appeared.
Would you to say because me person may use any other figure, any your tribe because you can say anything you want. What you saying? So at a point in time, na obia no we be say na oye kroboni.
I want to come in here.
There be success. Success.
I can't pinpoint the point or we didn't come to existence. And I know the idea but the only like
there be mental answer no.
But the only thing that I know is that
mental answer no. Nyabotre na kasa sulu mental answer no.
Okay, now Mr. Mitchell saying question now me answer like you see to answer a question you need to understand the question first. One, but me understanding of your question different from how you want me to understand it. Interna maybe so said was me answer question.
The question that me busa on any fan I want to ask and me who the we are may expand because me name baby I meant I want to ask you.
Okay. Into me no mean say a question and say what we me saying to then time now crop for like yeah like image just like then time now yeah bab yeah simana.
Me said that the entity now baby me say
at like
time me make it claim to in a question form at a point in time na obia no we ase a no fi oye kroboni.
Okay after Matthias here. Okay, so you claim you saying that the point in time no be any asima oye kroboni no possible because new languages keep like
a true force or what
possible. Me can say true and I say false. Possible because out of till one more because Mimi Yakobo for saying no you dangbe no like breaking some I say asanti tree anyway 24 there no we don't know who came out of who You don't know
Okay.
who is the beginning and who is the end.
Okay.
So as time goes on, languages can be created.
The main thing I'm about to maybe because the last time we be Bahananka or Babe, Cain and Abel story and no baby bisa. In Crobono, Ubetma Warunia.
Darby.
Okay. So Crobo started from one person and now one individual. Who are the Crobonia? Logically, common sense. Interest wa Warunia.
And please come again.
Me say in Crobo entity in the culture of Crobo no untimi nware unia. Does it mean say Croboni e ware ne yonko Croboni but say Croboni e ware ne yonko Croboni a metimi age atum say wa ware ni nua.
Basho Darby.
Ana Crobo no ye were different versions.
Ni nua.
Because we say on one ni nua.
Na Tio, what ye Crobofo. But it depends on the relation by blood. So at intimate can say Crobonia Kawara Santinia Nimia just because say na Ghana for no.
There be main case one question answer because one question answer. One question me say Croboni e ware Crobonia. Common sensically does it mean so ware ni nua and on ware ni
highest obetimi busa question o answer na go there
minimum yentia me dey afa
e ka say
okay into Sesiano so Croboni e ware like Crobonia per common sense no we believe that once like we marry in relation like to blood. So never moja like and common sense also shows that. So common sense will let us marry our fellow sisters and brothers like from the same family. The internet yewo ebusiamu no. Nti busia we ko ware ewo ebusia.
So la me question. Answer but don't address my point. Me say we are Croboni now ware yonko Crobonia. Common sensically, can I conclude to say wa ware unia? Wow sir in Crobo culture no untimi ware unia.
And I'm also mature saying like culturally like unia, but in blood relation on minia. It's a mino ecosia ewa money or baby. Okay,
so
yes, like in I do your come ofia obia eco fee.
So are you saying Crobo tribe no? Crobo tribe no? Omo different blood and I say started from different encrophobia Crobo for no once a point anomy asante for once a point anomy India for once a point anomy mrofo into blood in a different on beshia no Crobo for.
Okay, Crobo but as time goes on, other families ever worry family mo into the blood relations began to separate.
Okay,
so can I example for ever for ba.
So can I say
so
can I say you see I'm trying to argument that I'm making I'm sure say you are asking yourself question where they make sense masheda. So can I say tribe Crobona kasa no kra no make enhye ni ho din na mo de ato mo ho so nipa odo mo betimi aye malifo mo betimi aye bia na mo ye kenyafo just din na mo de ato mo ho so na ma critic kasa na mo ka.
That's the meaning of tribe. No can one tribe they say if a cool free baby I are dream back so betina that's tribe.
Why? See, into see how somehow can you say to you, Crobofo, ye casa. So, Obi could say, oh, Crobofo, Casa, then Okasha, or buy a chroma, Casa can, the Nipan Kana, and I then, ye can. Ye were culture, ye were history. Some are not proven like historically, but some are proven like historically. But what shows that before evidence, at least our language and our way of life and our culture, it's evident. So you Christians that you are claiming,
addressing my point. Meaning, baby, you are now telling me what Krobo is. And yeah, no, me catch me busa say me a Kroboni. Let me choose. Say me extended family. Me extended family. Or by me many general pan person why no. Make me a worry no because some worry me young Krobonia. Say me sister na ma worry no because say any sanity.
Enti me bisa question say oka blood oka nua wan kasa nua no ase ne say chechire mu nua na wo kana because obetimi ehie obi abonten the way I do baby no kese mu ye nua fo
That's we dey nya abutre why me bisa question me ba asem na bisa
can I hear Tio, in my extended family, right? We see like someone in my like extended family. Who can say it? You understand? Say
Debbie. Me share na be no buy because me make it two comparison. Me because say you are still struggling to answer me, and I say me extended family. Oh, me extended family. Na me Kroboni. Na me ware oba fufuro. Extended family na bi wapa me ware baako. Na anase me ware me yonku Kroboni. Obetime free him fa kura ma ware Kroboni. Can I say Krobofo no at a point in time started from nipa mienu miensa and omo ya na ye be from Krobofo until automatically o ware Kroboni o ware o blood sister. Can I say that?
You cannot say that you are marrying your blood sister, but you can say that you are marrying your sister. I like I like the point say who used to blood no. Blood is
because
we judge depending on the blood relation.
Yeah, because at a point in time, unless all catch them say Krobofo no, they existed in a group at a point in time. Omunina boom and omunina egu olinti. Yeah, one who nipa ebia yemfan is tender BC and nipa be 1,000 P and omunina ya Krobofo. And yes, I started from a small group B, started from a small family. I assume says a small family no and abe kakrakasi anameboa. It is a small family.
And I use this example, right?
They a small family.
But the mama also example.
Like example. They a small family. There be mommy ye. Say a small family.
Okay.
Oh mama news. Say a small family, no. And then the baby say ya. It means say automatically you are your young Kroboni, you are your sister or blood sister because now a small family and my baby. And I say, are you saying say a Krobona cry can blood muno a bit me a different tribe?
Okay. And I'm also made child sanity. Ceciano, SSR, you say I want to Ukrainian family right now. Your great grandparents, when they started the family, it was only your grandmother, your great grandmother, and great grandfather, and I'm over. In Mano, Equa Bontin, Equa by. In Bemano, so Equa by. Until as time goes on, the family began to expand. I didn't know ya more real because of the blood, no. But so kwa bonte kwa bakra still la we den Asantina na we agbena na we den ya we. You say me say my grandmother every my grandmother every sorry if you have him sorry if you have him but my grandmother be worry my grandfather Kroboni ebet now. You see ya can ya say automatically Krobofo. So the
purpose, you see, the purpose of argument now might divert, you know. Because you are not you can just say anything you want because I can't push you that far. Means what you say. But as Antiniba Hana me use confanochia. Because if I say no, because me became Busao say, do you accept say confanochi exist and that's why exist? I think say okay say BB woman answer B. What did you say?
mythical. Yeah,
Yes,
me
but
listen to
but
mythical.
same way, untimi nkoka e wa ahemfie. But what can from when because it has no yibia over you. Meaning what you say.
So,
You don't care. Yes, you don't care. That's the
yeah,
point.
success.
Anything that they will go through
Oh, I
sir.
do care.
Logic. You don't care because Sebi say in fear, you bet you were jamming. How do you say Confanochi mythical figure?
Confanochi enye mythical.
And success, do you disagree with Moonlight?
I disagree with him. And they say, listen to you. On say ne ka history and I'm more direct ya commit. Myth eye asema ye ka di hunu nipa.
There be yenka direct me can
that history dia make me say yes I believe
you asking for
Confanochi by. But who catch him say if I know say Confanochi by them I say no I don't know.
Question I'm busa I want me say me busa ne say or accept it say historically Confanochi exist and also one exist. And also a mythical figure.
Yes. That one is yes.
Oh no say a mythical figure and you
say success. Now you are asking Rock of Grace that what's the evidence that Jesus Christ really existed? What's the evidence that Confanochi really existed?
Okay.
Listen, I'm not saying he existed. History. Right? I'm saying history. I believe. I'm not saying I know.
So
you get my point.
So success.
Okay. So like that's your personal belief.
There be word in I'm using Selano who manufacture a word to put in there. TM question. I will use every word that me use in the question deliberately. I'm not saying say one kasa for what you be shame. Question. Do you accept say Confanochi a historical figure?
Yes.
To me and to success.
You can accept without necessarily saying say ebi a miracle way we need Jehovah na unjindi meboa.
Yes.
Absolutely. And you know the same thing Moonlight.
When him say
it's the same thing
what
Moonlight because
question no.
But
what is that question? My answer okay.
But like
there be right. because Mono say yeah about the history.
But do you know do you know the earlier version of quantity stories? Like
Moonlight.
Yes. I'm history.
Moonlight. Say even if you for always cried a different narrative bar, does it mean say Confanochi why exist now?
History.
Because one can say as a person,
even Confanochi cry no historically cry you prove kakra change Jesus Christ up till now ubetimi akọ baby amometimi aka say even room we mu kra na no oda
now who prove no
na me ni ho me gidi listen tie me
that we prove
tie the make no me see a history and a history no omu based on this and omu based on this any so yes we me no say some Confanochi ne DC ho say asante for na ankasa na dey so I don't know, so the best I can do is to believe.
So one ankasa no ti success carefully at a point in time when him say 500 years to come, thousands years to come, a bit medru na u picture be any ho
fact.
Absolutely. Can obi bet me argue say why exist?
Obi bet me argue.
Does it make
who me say me existence that?
And making nipa no argument, a fact or just based on assumption?
It's based on what he has never seen.
But are you saying does it mean say until you see it and you're true?
Until you see it, it's doubtful. Until you see it, it's doubtful.
Highest Papa, I think say frame question the same. So success say in that 500 years to come, will be argue say one exists here. Does it mean say one exists here now?
According to me, does it mean say me exist? That one they say only panel.
The Nippon argues one exists. Does it mean one existed?
And it doesn't mean to say I existed. Right now, me or intina me and some me who know.
I think so. Your argument. I think that you are arguing there because you just want to argue.
No, I'm there. Listen, you know, in my presence, who be some
Yes, Papa.
It makes me a catch say I existed. It means that I existed. I'm there until also me kasa mame. So whoever we believe in, listen, whoever we believe in, if indeed on percent Obiabe make it doubt about him, you should come and prove himself. That's all.
You see, what argument now we're making, it makes sense to you, but our argument now we're making to be fair and respectful, and pass more baby.
And pass more.
You are basically saying, yes, Antoine, man, me in one or your mate, and I say.
Because or mate, listen, Timmy, Timmy. Say yes, Antoine, I'm in one. It will still remain a history.
Now history, then.
Now, when I catch you, history is known. Who told you? I didn't see a friend in history.
And then I'm
I didn't see a friend in history.
No,
Okay, so success, if you allow me.
No. Don't don't misinterpret history. History deals with
success.
Evidence. That's what
hey, at least evidence.
Moonlight. Success. The point I don't know. The point I don't know. Say history.
Okay, so this is it. Success. This is it. If I may.
I just send me a rumor.
History now canon. For it to be validated, say, of course, whatever arguments the guy is making, to some points it makes sense, but then there is a digress at some point. Now, what would validate, say, indeed, Nipano exists here, is to check, to dig, to know whether indeed Nipani exists here or not.
Yeah.
For example, so because access the exists here, you would use so many tangents or so many different things to check, to indeed actualize and realize that indeed or existed and now existed. This is very simple. For example, a lineage, you go through his lineage, or family, you go through his family, you ask, you inquire, you do traces to find out, say, indeed, Nipani existed and now existed. I don't know if this comes clear.
Yes, it's very clear. But as to all right, but the Nipani is way.
That's not the point. I don't want to historical claim as Anna.
Okay. Listen,
it's not about
the moment. Listen. The moment we get to know something now, apart the stage of history.
Success. Me.
I don't know. Success. My dear, any side they call it history. No,
there be. I think say more argument about the existence of Christ. Montiasi. Me me a home I recorded about me and Kasame. Say and some na meka any entra. It doesn't disprove the fact to say me exist. Minim the entire want to say me say.
Hey, and untina on say me ba for obu some question say the existence of Christ no. Me jidi and I say me jindi. And I'm
so accept it. Me am you should jidi o accept it.
And I'm say me jidi but me accept it. No me catch you say history there me dey say yes. But acceptance or by the me accept it. So what I say?
Difference would you won't accept it?
There be na confanoche me hu ni da.
Now like what are you trying to say? Meaning so
me try a catch on me try a catch on catch on say me maame nie meet me can just confanoche me. Me catch say me nue nie meet me can just say Jesus Christ nie. That's what I'm telling you.
Me na nanom ne wan minimum.
Success. That means your great success. Your great grandmother's
success. Artism ne bro fear then.
Rumor, who putting it down?
If you had a history ni rumor, I hear the same thing.
Who putting it down? They've written it. Now be history.
Success.
Please,
Success.
on behalf of all commercial members, we are disclaiming ownership of success.
Success. Asemna okay no. Beginning no you were on course, but and na America no. Beginning you were on course, but later time no you took a digress. The digress you took is that you are misinterpreting rumor. Say rumor no a history which is false. For example,
rumor no history. Me can't say rumor no history. Me can't be say rumor no history.
That is exactly what you are putting across here. Or say rumor no, someone penning it down and be history. Your own words.
Rumor, but a trot to hold
Jesus Christ.
That is what you said.
Rumor no ma penning it down. And that history.
Okay, so
it's not his story.
No,
A
but
rumor.
like
Omotete, no ma penning it down. Now history.
Success. Success.
So tell me history again. I want to know history.
And
History again.
Okay, Mamin show. Mamin Ute. Mamin show. One thing let me just give you a simple explanation of history.
You say CCR no represent CSF, but you represent your boy in a very bad way. To be honest,
Mamin short definition of history. History is anything.
Manin ko yeni di embranya sa wan yo beka so di enko rumor.
Sometimes we make arguments. We are say,
but how explain say okay me Ishia or movie life so your friend is saying cool. Guy na first or CSF na was we jai who said.
Oh no na life near was no Sethoo.
Yeah, Sethoo lives, yeah.
Yeah, and the life is any one.
Oh, okay. And it's okay me. I don't know if you remember me.
It didn't the Mekai dino, but as you said, you can't cry them.
Yeah, men I maybe make arguments last time now. I mean or so life no maybe make arguments be concerning Jeconiah, Konya, meaning so okay.
Oh yeah. True. Yeah.
Anyways.
Rock of Grace, meaning like you mentioned two philosophers, their names who wrote about Jesus Christ. But question I mean say the Bible that doesn't claim that these people wrote anything about Jesus Christ. So what shows that what you are saying is true?
Maybe success
what do you mean the
Bible claims that listen, Matthew, I think the Bible claims that hello.
That's it for Anusi.
The short form I'm going to say interpretation of human past, right? That's history. Interpretation of human past. And the interpretation of human past, and listen, quite best now be human past. Unko busa and so nipa no bi onim no ka.
I found a that definition.
Me ko Google, na say me ko Google, and I'm a Google aba.
And I go kai.
And the interpretation of human past.
It could be.
Right.
Once there is
interpretation of human past.
Once there is human past in there, I mean,
yes, and human past no nipa na we free mo no unim no.
There be the word interpretation that show no obe use ya kase.
No na ya say.
Oh there be
obe use that word no.
We don't have any problem with but the person here no fine. We are wrong.
Success.
We are then.
Success. Calm down. Charlie. Man, you po optime didn't yes highest papa was raw season. On him say when I am any adjune maybe home. But the credit that no aka. Success and man o can who represented a book about any logically coherent. You know that I don't about a definition about the past, but it tells you nothing about the process by which these historical facts are determined. What you are saying? Process is different. There's a history about interpretation of how I never see happen in the past. And no, any definition. But there's a process. You firmly that determines something.
Process. Listen, you
the whole time in Kasa to say me Kasa at least. More between Kasa be. I mean, quite the whole time. Into because I the American say, won't simplify BB. Money looking as mundane and as simple as just a rumor. Like a difference between a rumor and history. They say rumor being written down, not by history. That's what you said, which is wrong.
Very wrong.
Please, Akajianutum. Nanka just moving forward.
Me tum da.
Simple. So it's not here wrong. It
But
would just
right now,
it's just in so be a try
at
say
least,
simple.
yes, but at least rumor answer now obi betro history no. Most of times the brains will based on rumors and on the true history and
But yes,
there
be a composite. A
rumors
composite of
can
so many
hold.
things.
Listen, rumors can hold. Okay, a crime best never to true history, but send me crime
By
best
my example, so true history so many conglomeration of things and now the kaboom no atima draw picture no atima say okay now the way there not based on probability not like I say okay based on this probability definitely it would be ridiculous to say happen and it also you can even have a surety say okay 99% it also if you get 70% in depending on process my example obi say Julius Caesar patriotic American Julius Caesar or he used to be a Roman leader there or no now he was consistently engaged in conflict with, like they call it the Gallic Wars. Gallic Wars near people are not almost savage. They are foreigners. They call them the Gauls. Now, logically speaking, you have to apply logic in the historicity. Ebi saying there were certain claims they will be made from the Roman perspective. You could say, okay, you know what? Romans, let's say, because Caesar himself too was a Roman. But this is what the Romans are saying. They are saying Caesar was a powerful man. He was a strategic leader. He was genius, this and that. Okay, fine. That's the claim that is being made from the Roman perspective. But at the same time, you can't dismiss the bias because only a Roman for. So it's easy to say maybe they could make captains just to glorify their leader. But when you go and find that very same thing being said by the enemy, then logically, you should consider it to be true. Why? Because the enemy has no benefit from what I say, from saying something to glorify their enemy. Another time, I say, this is just one of the
what you say enemy needs to person or ye be na kantana at disprove or more no.
Then that history becomes questionable.
Now, I don't know if say my understanding of rumor no, and if my understanding of rumor
sometimes we like to pretend like as if say we are here to learn, but some people are not really here to learn. People come with agendas and that to make sure say they'll just reinforce their agenda. But on munti the American say o Christo ni minye Christo ni basi Christo ni ka asem na se to asuma mema obi ehun say the Christo the Christo ni ka no cre simple. You lose your life, you lose anything. Mpacho ebinie nyaboche ne tie the American me say a process. One of the processes no ebi na machire wo no, it is called foreign attestation of a fact. Ebi no example and American say ebi akonfanochi no his historicity no yenim say ampa because unya just asantefo no pe din dance here. Even the British Empire, who were our enemies no, because me say me asante ni, who were our enemies no, oko in their annals of history almost so ebony din etima detailed report of enema they encountered when they met this okonfanochi. What I say, so it's a process. So but who can say a rumor actually down there, then it's like what's the rumor be within even the Asante community say, oh, there was a man called Akonfanochi, and on no said to years, and no they can take unsua. Now so just try to and be history. It is wrong. Un just saying things as a rumor, but at least no.
Kevin, what's my reference?
Like my main clarify me who.
Maybe okay. It's obviously Julius Caesar.
Mami can't tell me. He can't say history is a rumor. A rumor written down, fine. Young fan say no credit. Let's say he said no credit. But say my understanding of rumor and dia. But even based on the explanation in Krano, you said even whoever history are all canon.
Entity me say na ye wo processes and processes no ebi wo a obi wo honoma ne historicity no as to how accurate is it no e differ obi de higher than obi oti ase obi wo honoma ne historicity no you have video film to even back it up. So it makes it the historicity no higher than obi there than obi so there. Once more times I say obi and go make argument for Jesus. Once sometimes the rebuttal is okay. What about Alexander the Great? Because it's true. Alexander the Great say no, you won't have contemporary records of him. Every kind of record you have of him, years after he even died in book. This is coming from a person. Me say no, Christoni, but I'm just being honest. One, and I'm say, maybe on my record, but okay, but with Alexander the Great, no, to be going further, say, okay, Alexander the Great, no, there were coins. Not during his time, it was the currency. And not me info ni or coins, so at least so people count it as because every evidence behind ultimately count. And no, yeah, the process, and yeah, this is what you have. You are working with. So what I say, Obi so any DNA say, Obi so DNA say you can be even fortunate to even have the body of the person itself too in a tomb and also there are so many processes. It's not just about artisan. Now what toho. No, I can say I said like you are you are creating a caricature of the process. But process various processes and the timidity determine like say be a historical. What you say? But one thing you won't find historians do is just omatia semkeke. No one can say Abiana historical. There has to be one or two or several steps further. So what you say to determine say okay, I did where you're historical. You won't find say okay, this one I know what historical, but the only thing we have to go by is just something we heard. No, you won't find that. That's all I'm saying. What you say, there's a process to it.
You are very right.
That's
you are
all.
very right. But me masem say, right? History na ya chrono. Enye nipa chrono ankasa na chrono ade to. Right? Eye denya obi e na achro. Before say nipa no betro history no. Obegada small evidence. Obetietim nkofo nsem a o maka afa nipa chrono. Ananye sa anete.
And also so but yes,
I don't think America say history at some room na mo say me boa.
No, there be one kind of
maybe can say also me can say history rumor written.
Let's move on. Don't defend everything. Let's move on.
Like bro, say history rumor written. And I must say there be
because
who say yes sanity. But then so artism so can only
but that's irrelevant.
So guys, but irrelevant. It's relevant.
No, it's irrelevant.
It's relevant. It's irrelevant. Again, my history irrelevant.
Maminche muncho.
But you okay in your want it.
Who the but guys,
no, or can Yama be artism in account. I didn't think Yama be now.
There be
artism irrelevant.
Success. Whatever you are doing defies logic. It defies logic. The reason being that
so
whatever you are saying defies logic. What you initially did, Pacho Meba, what you initially did was that you said rumor is coterminous to history, which is false.
Yes, I admit.
But argument I will be raising said there is an iota of rumor or some history.
That's what I'm saying.
You are to put your words right. Just accept it and let's move on. Around about. First, the Oka and say the rumor written down, which is wrong. And so let's move on. Let's move on. I don't think we should be revolving around this.
So on factors now. Factors now on my end. Factors now. But at least rumor.
Kasa, yeah.
In the early 17th centuries, that was when Kopanoche actually existed. That's what they claim when they existed in the Ashanti Kingdom. By then, the British and the Dutch only intervened with the people at the coastal areas. The British never entered into like inside of Africa to me. So there's no British history that claims the existence of Okopanochi. The only thing that they did was later when they came to see the and hear the stories of the golden stool and the things that they did. That's when they added it to their documentary. But none of them actually met Okopanochi to say that this is what he did. So the time that Okopanochi actually existed, he had never met any white person. He didn't have any interaction with the white people because they only dealt with the people at the coastal plain. But all that you said, the rest was true about Caesar and the rest is true. But I just want to clarify
Well,
this
that is
part.
also debatable because people would also argue that, I mean, history also purports that he met these white people and so on and so forth, even with the golden stool and so on. I mean, we shouldn't be going deep
But
down in history. And
one
history
thing,
class. Yeah, but
in
history class,
No,
now
the
history
golden
class.
stool,
history class,
no, like the
before the
white,
British
no,
came, they are
the white became interested in the golden
when
stool
Okonfanochi,
long
one thing
after
said no Okonfanochi
Okonfanochi
tiasi
existed.
ni Asante.
That
Until the
is
golden
known
stool
history.
back.
That is known history.
Yes, it's
That is
history.
known history.
Before say, on say the Americans say before say British for Beba. Now we have Ashanti, but before the golden stool there was not Ashanti. It's golden stool nearby, you know. And Asante for Kabo be Asante for Mampon for a handful. Omunyina be Kabo be Asante.
But anyways, one thing I want everyone to notice that, I mean, just like Success is saying, maybe I should put certain things right in the right perspective. I don't know if I'm in the best place to do so. One thing we must admit is that there is an iota of rumor in every history. Secondly, not every history is true. Okay.
Yeah.
If you test certain history, you realize that some history are actually false based on biases, based on the person writing it. So, for example, if I am accustomed to an Ashanti and me Ashanti, na me try Ashanti history, I'll write it, of course, to favor the Ashantis the more. And so there are some histories, okay, you realize that these things are actually, false and so on and so forth. And see, the mere fact that there has been written documents about a particular person does not justify that it is entirely true or it actually existed. Like I said, there could be purported history that is misinformation and so on and so forth.
Can be kakra.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Share mpamocho mu de mo just na make no mesre mo. Share. On said there are various academic disciplines. You can't like about academics something I'm sure saying that you to say a small thing, a very serious business. What you see? You go into whether a political science, whether a chemistry, whether even if it's like philosophy, well, like whatever it is on the academic level, no. What you say, and you just like a grow, and you say, I said, just what you can ask, just imagine it be big, can ask no, I just decided to say, okay, true, there be. There are processes, so very sophisticated, and nimadia or more.
Bro, did you read history? Bro, did you read history?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Maybe at what level?
Yeah, not at a, let's say, like a master's level, but it's quite moderate.
Okay, I also read history, so proceed.
Yeah, so you see that, so like at the academic level, right? Whatever it is, whatever discipline you are embarking on at academic level, there are processes, standards that are put in place to get rid of certain things like biases and certain things. So I said, just to make sure, say, your conclusion will be as true as possible, as accurate as possible. But you need to have that understanding first. In history, right? History, yes, even get a history is broad. There's someone
sorry.
Sorry.
Baba, I saw already.
Okay, guys. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Now I can make us say history, like history. Tio, one say history about Abakosem, and Abakosem is so broad to the point. Say even in history, it is rare. So Ubut Michelle will be what I say now. Or yeah, like ultimately well versed in every aspect of history. And yeah, rare. It's like it's almost impossible. If you meet any historian now, they are specific. You find someone, maybe he's an Assyriologist. You'll be or you're very well versed in the history of Assyria. But other aspects of history, Obi so or you classical history. And no one because history is very broad and in But the thing is that logic also plays a role. One thing they say to me just saying say we artisan. Data maker say their success kind make say irrelevant. They say Say, who make it claim, say, oh, every history has an element of rumor in it. It's a moot idea to even say, because of course, yes, of course, there will be an element of rumor in it. But the question is, how far did you go to substantiate that rumor? And here, another time mention I say, like history there, fine, even if you are at the same at the end of the day, no, say at the same impo, and I would just so the year researcher. Okay, fine, maybe I at the same, but then you did your due diligence, went through all the processes to make sure, say, you will dispel every bias to make sure, say, okay, right now, this conclusion I'll do any day. Okay, that was the fact. And here, but to say, but to say, there was a rumor in it, like it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because no historian will also just stand on rumor alone to say.
Kevin, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? One question. Very simple. Just one question. Very simple. Just one question. Are you saying that every penned down history is reliable or is the truth?
No.
Is that what you are purporting?
No.
Okay, please. You've answered. Wait. Let me also ask you my question. Let me also ask you my question. Let me also.
So you agree that?
Please. Yeah, please hear me out.
So you agree?
I want to wait.
Let's apply logic here. No, this is what I'm saying. Please, guys. Please. Hear me out.
Ask me my question.
Whether wait, please. What I'm saying is this. To say be a success, your kind, but muti la mekano, highest papa wo obiya mo hanu muti. Why is papa say, like I keep saying, and yes, be I am no ya again. But on this very one here, just follow, please. The American say the success kind at the beginning, or he oversimplified the concept of history as making it look like is merely say ABR.
But that has already been dealt with. I think that's been accepted.
Fine. Yes. And then he came back because we pointed it out, we called him out on it, and he came back and said, okay, you know what? Fine, I concede. That's not really right. But in every history, there's an element of rumor in it. So on change, Very good.
Mm-hmm.
But you won't say, but right now, to move from the initial position to come to say, after we calling him out on it, and for him to come and say, okay, fine, and I understand. But we can't dismiss the fact, say, in every history, there's an element of a rumor in it. Then it becomes irrelevant. That make I don't know, because whether there's a rumor in it or not, at the end of the day, the historicity of that claim didn't rely solely on the rumor. Whoever it is that determines, say, like they had to go through some further steps of like processes before and like before they concluded, say, this thing is historically accurate. They didn't have to stand on just the rumor alone. You understand me? So whether it's rumor, nimo, and like at the end of the day, processes were met. Processes, and going through processes. That make canon.
Thank you very much. Much. When you say something is irrelevant, that means at the chrono, it will move anymore.
No.
Yeah. That when you say something is irrelevant, just at the chrono, and you will move. I say, no one to see, or one to see, or to see. To me, person, we say, has there been any history I have thrown down? At least give me one example.
My goodness. Jamaica say.
But this has been dealt with. One answer a question we.
Me answer this in long time.
Or answer a question we say there is an say before history even starts. It starts with rumor and so on and so forth.
Already.
For it to be validated, it's your status say any rumor ne.
Yes.
Status say any rumor ne.
Bro,
you are making us
alone. That's all I like.
Bro,
yes, I understand. Ose.
Bro, or arguments now for square peg in a round hole.
Let's go for the question because Okatem said if artism irrelevant in history, I don't know anything adding.
But I say when it comes to the process, how is it relevant? Hold on, how is it relevant? How is it not relevant by a woman? How is it not relevant?
How is it not relevant?
Because artism.
Artism history.
No. You see, you are confusing yourself with research. The word research and history.
More confusing with discovery and a history. discovery
listen to me. No.
be something but
No,
history
what
dear
can
we
discovery
then
crown now?
obi
Bro, Mame
But
Chawa
Hold
there.
on. What can
Okay.
hold on.
guys,
But
Okay,
hold on. Mama
success.
just
Let me
discovery
just
crown
try
now.
to do
guys,
this
something
one
is
more time.
irrelevant but
Success,
when you
let
want
me
to
just
defend our
try.
existence
Listen,
you want
listen.
to ask something
Guys, Obia nye Yikakrama. First of all, Kevin success. You per se you take a point and I say what is the big like Diana Kevin can want to say.
the make comment as and say obeka me say artism is irrelevant in history.
Before so we make it a statement, okay, can say baby, what the no person watch na say.
Me say the opesa chere say enema bebre na keka boom e man be history. But enema bebre na e keka boom am na be history no utimi yi ba ko si wo say irrelevant. Enima enye hwe, wo ma enye hwe. But me
Yes,
no
sure said
history
that was
be
the
artism
conclusion. I
wo.
think
That
said
that
that's
wasn't
not
what
what
I
he
said
said.
at all.
I think said that was not the
A
conclusion.
mute. Like
Yeah.
mute in the sense that every single person knows that. I mean, Obika said a mute in the context that every single person knows into any idea will be raising as concrete points for an argument. Basically. Into that's exactly what he was
It's
trying to
moot because
communicate.
still a success. I can say like Tio Patroti success right now. If you're trying to make an argument, you are obviously trying to make an argument to put the accuracy of a historical fact into question. That's what you're trying to do, right? And I'm saying, say, then the rumor is irrelevant if you concede, say, no matter what it is, whether rumor was involved or not, definitely before you determine, say, a conclusion, historical, no, you would have gone through certain processes. Definitely. You understand? Like there's no one ABI like ABI in certain kind of historical facts, no, you went through certain processes, but for some one other historical fact there, you depended only on hearsay. It's not like that. Every
No,
single
bro,
historical
that
fact,
is
you
actually
had to go through
possible.
certain
Wait.
processes.
Kevin, that is why I didn't want us to go into history because that is actually
Me,
possible.
what
People have
Kevin is
written
saying, me I
history.
don't get him.
Meba. People
Something
have written
irrelevant.
history that is only based on oral tradition. Okay, why? Because they tried to look for other ways to substantiate it, but then they didn't get it. And these are you can just make a quick search on this. There were numerous history that were solely written on oral tradition. However, we say that history is not reliable, and so you cannot rely solely on it. And that is what makes such history a bit questionable. Do you get it? And so I'm saying that there are other history that has been substantiated, or most history, they try to substantiate it. But for some others, they don't get anything to buttress it. And so they rely solely on that oral traditions. You can make a quick search on this and so on and so forth. I mean, that is there. That is why I didn't want us to go solely into history. Let us, take a digress from this whole history things and then talk about the substantive things that are on board. I think say if we delve so much into, but one thing I want success to also understand is that the mere fact say there are certain histories that are written based on oral tradition does not nullify the fact that other histories have also been buttressed with other historical methods. Do you get it? Untimi njina so nka say rumor is coterminous to history. That will be invalid. That will be fallacious, and so on and so forth.
My point is, me name history be a artism enka home. I'm yet to know.
But that we have all said.
To respond to what Ish said. If I'll be allowed to say
right now, no, me no me.
So you can, we are all learning.
Now the catch
like yes, I didn't
irrelevant to history right now.
The bare history, yeah, we can do it. Let's
fine. Till patriotic America no, and I'm sure someone be can like me. Okay, what yes can say. In history, sometimes obi to make a claim about something. Yeah, you find say ABR Isaac Newton. Example keke ABR like historians would only say ABR a claim that Isaac Newton made it's historical if he wrote it down because Isaac Newton wrote about so many things, right? He wrote on so many things about even stuff that had to do with science and stuff that had to do with religion and stuff such as or Troy like extensively. So that one the historians can say yes, Isaac Newton said so and so and so.
And they can say that it's historical. Why? Because they can have a place to point to. They can show you, say, okay, this is the autobiography of maybe Isaac Newton, or this is the works of Isaac Newton, and you can see over here, paragraph so on page so. This is what he said, and they can show it to you. So that it is historical that Isaac Newton made so and so claim. And one. But sometimes too, there are claims that are made on behalf of Isaac Newton, which wasn't written down, but it is, let's say, like hearsay, like somebody said it. That, like, for instance, there's a certain a religious man, I've forgotten his name. He said something. He made a claim about something that Isaac Newton said. It was his claim that Isaac Newton said something along the lines of like something, like I can't really quote it. But that claim, because it wasn't written down, and it wasn't written down by Isaac Newton himself, but it was a claim made by that priest, right? Historians don't say that it is historical that Isaac Newton said that, but they say it is historical that that person made the claim actually said it. That's how history works. Whenever something is determined to be historical, it is when it can be pointed. It is when they can point you, they can send you to a certain direction to try to show you the proof of that claim before it.
Have you learned the history of Ghana? Have you learned about the history?
In its entirety?
Have you learned about?
Have
you learned about Meba? Have you learned about the history of the tribes in Ghana?
Yeah, to some extent, yeah.
Okay. Now, have you ever heard that some people believe that they came from a hole? Have you heard this?
Who's that? Is that the Guans?
Yes. Now, that history, how did they get it?
Like from an oratory fashion.
Meaning oral tradition, basically.
Yeah, oral tradition, yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Now, in that context, has there been any other history to buttress it, to validate that claim?
Yes. There hasn't been an actual proof that is what actually happened. Please just hear me out. But
talk, I'm listening.
Yes, but there is record of the claim being made. That is why, please listen. No, wait.
That is exactly, hold on.
Oh.
And that is exactly what I'm saying. There has been.
That's exactly what I said myself. No, hear me out. I said
basically.
Listen.
So,
guys, no, listen. If you listen carefully, I said the claim that was made by the priest himself is considered historical, that he made that claim. Theo, but the claim that priest made about Isaac Newton having made that claim is not considered historical. Why? Because
the only problem I have with the analogy you are giving is that you are using two different individuals. Now, I am giving you a context where the Guans themselves, it is said that the Guans themselves have said, upon generations, that this is where they come from, and so on and so forth. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yes, because if you sit down with them, that's what they would say. Don't you get it? Yeah, if you sit down with them, that's what you would record when they are saying it. That's my point. Listen. Listen. And in my priest analogy, it's the same thing I said. With the priest, if you sit down with him, he will just say what the claim is making, and it will be recorded historically that yes, historically this is what the priest is saying. But it is not historical. It's not historical that the claim he's making is true. In the same way like the Guans. Historically, the claim that the Guans are making is historical.
That is exactly what I began with. That
very good.
Not every single thing that is documented within history
is true. But as to whether it is true or not, it's not considered historical. That's what I'm saying. Don't you understand?
No, but if you say it's not considered historical, in what context?
No. Do you think it is historical that the Guans came from a hole? It is historically true.
Hold on. Now, what do you mean by it is not historical? I just want you to establish that. What do you mean by it's not historical?
History there is based on belief.
No. Just answer that. I just need your explanation for that. What do you mean by it's not historical?
Yes.
Now, when we talk of something being historical, what are the means for documenting history that is regarded as historical? Or what do you term? Maybe you are using wrong words or something. Maybe.
No, I'm not using any wrong words.
But what do you mean by it is not historical? Maybe you should Google the word historical.
Listen. When it comes to history, there are narratives, and then there are claims and substantiation of the claims. Do you agree?
That is yes, definitely.
Yes, there are narratives. Listen, there are narratives, right? Whether it is true or not, that is irrelevant. The point is there are narratives, right? And then there are claims, right? And then there are substantiation to the claims. That's in history. All these are fine. Now listen. If you record the claim that like the oratory narratives of the Guans, all you would the historian is just recording the narratives and the claims that are being made by the Guans. Listen, so historically, it would be what you say is yes, it is historically accurate that these are the narratives of the Guans. These are the claims of the Guans that they came from a who. That's historically fine. But because the historian is not able to substantiate whether they are true or not, it is not considered it is not considered historical.
No, you just contradicted yourself. You used historical in the context.
Let me land.
That is why I'm just asking you to define the context of historical.
That's what I'm doing. But like if you let me land, like you understand it.
No, I get exactly what you are trying to put out.
No, people are
just
listening
saying
to you. You're not the only one. No, you're not the only one. You said you are well versed in history. There's some people who are not. So let them listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying in recording history doesn't work exactly like the scientific method. Scientific method is really rigorous, but it still applies logic. It's the same thing with history. History also applies logic, but it's not as rigorous as science. Sometimes you have to deal with probability. Yes, probability and stuff. But at the end of the day, for what is the by the end of the day, there's also a clear line between what is deemed historical and not historical.
No, I think the right words you should be using is reliable and non-reliable. I think these are better choice of words.
No, before we even come historical. To that, no. Wait. Okay, wait. There is what is deemed historical, and then there is what is deemed not historical, and then there's what is deemed like historical that is not reliable. Yes, there is that too. But hear me out, please. What I'm saying is this: if you are like the Guans, please, and you are a historian, what a historian does is you can't go in the past and try to find Guans coming out of a hole. So what do? The best is you go and sit down with Guans and listen to their oratory narratives of where
Let me ask you this. Just for clarity's sake.
No, let me land.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Just for clarity's sake. Hold on. Just this question. Trust me. Just this question. Hold on.
Hey guys,
just this question, please.
It's really painful. Something very simple. History, there's a limit to just how much you can really substantiate things. Some has to do with just recording claims people would make. Some of it, please. Now, the Guan, as you cited, is an example of that. The best a historian can do is to sit down with the Guans and listen to their narrative of their origins. Now, what would you listen? You say, okay, in the past, we did so and so, and we came from certain hosts. Now, there is no historian who can go back in time to observe that Guans were actually coming from hosts. So, all the historian will do is that he will record and he will make it he will report it in peer review. You understand me, journal and everything, for everybody to see that okay, this is the consensus that okay, this is what the Guans believe that they came from hosts. So listen, so it will be historically accurate that the Guans believe that they came from hosts, but it will not be historically accurate to say that the Guans came from hosts. You see the difference? Because the coming from hosts is not something you can substantiate. That's the difference. Or
can I speak now?
Not making sense.
Are you done?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is very simple. Now, is oral tradition a historical way of recording?
Yes,
history?
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
And so,
even to this day, is what we do.
When you were talking, I didn't reject you.
Oh, I'm supporting you. I'm backing up what you said. I'm saying that even to this day.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
And so if oral tradition is a historical way of recording history or gathering history, and you tell me that it is not historical, I'm still on the choice of word historical. And that is why I simply asked you. You see, what you could have done was just to define the context of what you regard as historical, not try to explain
let
and
me.
explain and explain.
Okay, let me do that. Let me do
And
that.
like
Let
I
me do that.
said, the last thing I would say on that, like I said, I understand exactly what you are trying to put across, but I'm telling you that the appropriate word to use there is reliable and not reliable, and or non-reliable, rather than being historical, because it will be very contradictory to say that oral tradition is a way of gathering historical information, and yet that information that you gathered is not historical.
No. That's not what it is. Listen, you'd rather say that oral tradition is not a reliable way of determining, of determining that the oral claims that are being made is true. But oral tradition is a reliable way of determining the beliefs historically of a certain group of people. Do you see the
No,
difference?
but that is the context that I want you to put this and not use the word
So, and I don't know what you want me to
historical in
say,
that
bro.
context, because if you use
Come
that,
on.
then it defies that same logic you are bringing. If you come up with that, then it defies that same logic you are coming out with, and so
Okay,
maybe you should check that.
So do you
That's
think?
exactly what I'm saying.
So do you believe that there are historians who say that it is historically true, or like it is historically accurate to say that the Guans came from Hos?
Now,
So
first
that's not about
off,
reliability. It's just not historical.
hold on, I'm coming.
Oh,
hold on now. First off, the onus of whether history is actually very accurate, like I said or like you said from the beginning, there are different historians in different fields. You have numismatics, we have people that are Syriologists, archaeologists, and so on and so forth. Now, it's the word historian in itself is quite ambiguous, and so it has, you need to narrow it down. They would use words like purport because they cannot substantiate this. And like I said from the very beginning, I said that oral traditions are there, but these things are not really reliable. You cannot just say that because these people have said this is that and that and that. But I was just holding you on the context or the choice of word for historical. Then it becomes a problem. If you use the word historical, then it becomes, that is the only thing I
I
was
think I've
disagreeing on
exhaustively
you with.
explained why I actually made no mistakes in my choice of words. I really believe that I've actually successfully really explained
Well,
that.
maybe you should just use your dictionary or a Google or something.
Yeah.
It could just help.
Okay, wait. Okay, so who over here agrees with what Ish is saying right now? In spite of everything I've said, who really agrees with what Ish is saying?
No, let me just tell you something. I'm not here. We are not personally. I'm not here for people to agree or disagree with me on whether something is true or not. Hold on. I'm coming. Whether something is true or not. Whether something is true or not, when people agree with you or disagree with you, would not change the fact that that thing might be true or that thing might be false. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Bro, written. Okay, so I'm going to say
and so you need to validate whatever you are saying yourself. Okay, I'm here for us to learn.
What forms of
I'm not here for us
history are reliable?
For people to
what
agree.
Forms of history are reliable?
What did you say?
What forms of history or
the reliability of
records
history
are reliable?
Varies. Hold on. The reliability of history varies. Okay. Now we say, or we can agree that history, of course, there can be different variations or different degrees to which history might be reliable. Okay. Now, history is said to be reliable when various historians all emerge at a confrontational point, or a point where they all have to agree on a subject matter. For example, when archaeologists make their excavations and realize a finding, when numismatics makes their findings about a coin and then agree to substantiate it, when oral traditions buttress this. And so when those approaches that you use, not just one, you use coherent and different methods to validate something, that is where we say this history can be said to be reliable compared to that history, basically. And that is when we say some history is more reliable than another. And even that, they do not say it is the actual truth. They say it is reliable.
So wait. So what you basically said is that you can have oral tradition, oral history, which you can be reliable or unreliable.
You can have written, you can have written history, which you can still deem reliable or unreliable, depending on the context. You can also even have video evidence, which you can deem reliable or unreliable, depending
That
on
is
the
not what I
situation.
said. Don't. What you are trying to do is even funny, but don't do
Okay,
it.
if that's not what you said, but you realize that that's the case, right?
No. I've never said that. First off, hold on.
I'm talking about what is actually really, like, by general consensus within the historic community, what is considered historical or not.
So
As for
I
reliability,
just gave you a narrative. Did you listen to the narrative I gave to you as to
like, you don't
how
seem to
they say
understand. You
history
can
is
find
reliable?
reliability is a separate thing.
Historians.
You can have reliability or unreliability anywhere in history, whether it is written, whether it is eyewitness, whether it is anecdotal evidence.
But I gave you a
whichever way,
metric.
it can still
Hold
be
on.
reliable
I
or
gave you a
unreliable. It
metric.
doesn't matter. That's not what we are talking about.
Hold on. I gave you a metric by which historians might agree that a particular history is reliable compared to another. And I told you that, for example, if I am an archaeologist, I cannot just go do my excavations and then based on my findings or whatever, of course, there can be some form of reliability in that. But I also said that if there are other scopes of history that can buttress that same thing that I've spoken about. So, for example, there is oral traditions there to buttress it. There is numismatics evidence to buttress it. There is Syriologist evidence to buttress it. Then one can sit and say that this history is more reliable than the other. That is exactly what I'm saying. That using different forms of history on the same subject matter where they are all coherent is when one can say this history is more reliable than the other. You were talking about history being historical and so on and so forth, which was a bit questionable to me.
But that was the issue about something being historical or not. And right now, when you bring in the issue of reliability or not, then now it becomes about how, because listen, you can have all the pieces in place and still, listen, you can have something, listen, you can even have something, listen to me very carefully, please. You can have certain pieces of the puzzle, right? Whereby maybe you can have something from your own group of people making a claim. And you can also have another piece of the puzzle whereby it's about a claim being made by the enemy. And you can also have something that's archaeological. You can have all these pieces in place and still a team of historians would deem it unreliable. Why? Because they found an illogical, they found a logical inconsistency with the entire picture of it. You understand me? Maybe there's a certain claim made by someone, or maybe there's something that is so that you know what, but this one, okay, or all of these things fall into place. But this very small thing is really
if you heard me correctly, I said that
reliability is different.
There is no single history that can be tagged as quote and unquote. This is the truth. There is no single history.
I haven't said that either.
Let me move ahead. Beyond that,
I said that it's based on probability. I never even use 100%.
So beyond that, let me move ahead. And so if that is the case, that there is no single history.
We did this history thing top people.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's cool. Yeah, I understand.
Kevin, I think it will do you good to just maybe use some Google after this and then know. I mean, for the purposes of learning, I will also sit and then do some findings.
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
I said, it will just be for the purposes of learning.
You do that too.
Beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
So right now, artism is irrelevant in history.
Success. Yeah.
That's it. Oh no, I mean, do baby away you.
Besi alcohol cry.
David. Oh, say no. As some I can ke o mention ka wo ma wo. Ye nyina ebe ko ba wo beka. Because for the sake of argument, who throw Confanochi away and saying it's possible, crash it. And yet true.
Listen, Confano, I am saying I never said it's not true. I said I believe.
Question and Busa, say, do you accept, say, Confanochi a historical figure?
The fact that you don't accept something doesn't mean it's not true. I don't accept, but I believe.
Me na meant to say, na obi wa obeti Martin say.
Ebi amona monti ase. Obi betimi accept it, but unbelieve it. Obi so betimi believe it, accept it. Acceptance is different from belief. Right now, as I'm speaking to you right now, right? The Bible, I believe, but I don't accept.
Yeah, can't historical claim. And a mibusa was said, Confanochi.
Ebini say,
And we are different. Asem no. Yeah, can't historical figure. Any ye kase. Confanochi or existe and our existe. Me say o accept claims or existe. We say on accept, but we believe you.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's a history. Right?
Okay.
It's a history.
Because I won't accept it. Then I won't accept it.
Because whatever or more kind of history, no, man who be, and will be answering prove me. So the best I could do is I will believe.
So are you saying that when you believe something, you don't accept?
You can believe and accept. You can believe and not to accept.
So what are you believing?
I believe Confanoche Aba. I believe.
And it's our conclusion. It's our conclusion and your acceptance.
No. You accept something without doubt. But me, I doubt. Say no crazy, I don't know.
There be say and one you go through now to me and differentiate between believing in no yeah now we also trust.
The fact
and the same thing outside
the fact that you believe in something, that means you have doubt.
And I'm also me prove it will say even in your knowing, you know, what doubt it. And I say
in my knowing, I know.
You ended up trusting, saying you said you trust. And yes, I'm
not trust by say believe and trust. And I'm catching say the trust is even heavier than believe.
Maybe more than trust by any before.
Trust, trust.
Okay. Success. Yeah, best I could be because I think I don't know Kevin they know her. Himself they know her. And Oman on my castle. Again, you prove it to you say Oko pharmacy near more draw. A draw near the amount. At that point, you know, a knowing and our activity, and I say a believe no activity.
At that point, right? A bit dependent do either I'm putting the trust in the person or not. At that point, me name anything about a drona or canon, right? Me are any actual drama me, and I'm kwakoto pharmacy. It's pharmacy in the mammy no.
At that point, you know, at that point,
on trust. Listen, it's based on trust. No. Thought me point now.
At that point, you know, a knowing and I say believing.
It's heavier than belief, so make me a friend of trust. But the only time I ube any say one number do na je onkwa.
There be any after. Yeah, kase ye di donation we say.
Ehona eni doctor trade drama me. Doctor no onu ne nim say yare say na what diagnose me no hu say yare say.
It's not about the doctor, it's about when you describe can
asem before say me call pharmacy check doctor trade me call pharmacy.
Okay, doctor na trade drama what call pharmacy. Oma trotro bibia ye the amount ye the ma no that time no you knowing and I believing na unim say edru na the amount and I men can say at that point in the education we say no what level of assurance now is it you know for sure and I say you believe
that okay if that's the options you want to give me I will choose believe.
Their option. That's the case. When I would gather from the word believe, and I'll use to trust.
It's either I believe, I trust, or I know. Right?
Okay. So they say religious for also religious people now change the word from belief to trust. Will you have issue again?
When they change it, even with trust, there's still doubt.
It's not comfortable to use belief.
Because trust is more wealthier than belief. Because I'm sure the difference between trust and belief. I'm citing example being sure. Once I be me share them, right? Me share them. Me peer ya me call other junction. Maybe I share the other person. And obusa am say oh way. Me I say I trust you are inside the room, right? Metimi so aka say I believe you are in. Metimi aka say I know you are in. These three things. Any se me choose I know akwa no onim say me wo honom oba pe oba beto. Right? Oba no ameto oba ka se me di me intro. Trust any say because say me na me no room honti. Right? Me call ye no endi ahin bia and me hu say we be gate bia. Trust no any say obeba beto no na wo ho. Is either enti no heavier than believe. Then you go to believe. Listen, and you go to believe. Believe in so ne say me pie ye no, right? Ebia makwa chiri. What if say we pie e wa bra minim? It make us me gidi say wo ho. Me gidi say wo ho. Into oba na woni wa oni issue with me. Sort me point na say. It say me catch you say I know you are in. Na so oba na say uni ho de a obetimi hold me responsible.
Success. It's either you know or you don't know. Anamebwa.
Yes.
Okay. You can choose to call it whatever you want. Either you know or you don't know.
Yes.
And CSF1 and Avraham, I'm here who say on it there. To believe is a brainwashed. And to win him the
beba so can believe you brainwashed that.
Hey,
that. True.
Me so CSF1 be crab e be there dance here.
Maintain that there, but because who believe in something, I didn't know brainwash. Believe is not brainwash. But who don't to idea who believe uswa.
Meba, onte da oti ebe nwa.
Ebe nwa.
Didn't ya?
Because believe no cry no. Is 50-50. It's either say yampa na say yampa.
Oko your friend is saying Sethoo page wa. Ubenya videos a ye de hye ho ya na o make sa statement no ne Kofi Adoma
mon cropé de
where is now statement o make statement no cropé statement no e be da make sense
bia metimi catch us metimi no why scenario be no catch this thing you believe is brainwash
yes sir or say to believe on Kofi Adoma na yes I interview no to believe wo pa ko check o Kofi Adoma page ko o make it statement
right now I want
Kofi success and Kofi Adoma buza and said do you see ho and e chechire ne nsa na ototo papa so and o say onyusu God mum enye and the point is either you know or not at the point pharmacists need the drone issue nsem no when also we know in person when you believe in person
you believe there is yes because we feel it and you be
explaining
explaining
okay
you have to
repeat
to believe is one of the brainwash. We don't have to believe, we have to know. Do we know Nanado is the president or we believe he's the president? Do you know we are you work at Joy FM or you believe? Do you see A? We don't see. Do you believe there is A? Yes, because we feel it. And you be explaining. When we cry, you have to know it is there. And yet, can also be something. God. Why I believe there is God? Why I believe there is God? Why I believe there is God? To believe is one of the brainwash. God.
It's a video no about so
video no yes. On say afi me catch you say bo video ni nyina yi obetina se.
Right. Fan want to say video no asem
enti na o be so my and some more clarification
to believe is brainwash no me na nya adwen.
Okay, but enti asebe na o say e ke bonu nke beti ase no.
Because what chiro the enti a o chiro say believe is brainwashed.
Also we don't have to believe, we have to know. Yes. The reason is that we don't have to believe, we have to know because we know Senado is the president.
Maybe I could use other discretion adjective than to use that brainwashing. So what I say. So catch him say believe in brainwash, they know. Because I believe in certain things.
Like so what you say in the same video, no, within some few seconds later on, no, he also used the words and say he believe in God. So what you're saying, and that is the
Yes.
point now. Kasaba Moshe, no, he's a confused guy.
Even me, it's not everything that Moshe can maybe do too more. Even me, I believe in God. I believe in God. But the concept of God, you people are saying, and I'm even.
Okay, tell us about the concept of the God now you believe in.
The concept of God is the natural things human beings can make.
So tell us the concept of God you believe in, no? And then
That's the only thing I can tell you. The concept of God, I mean, say, "Adia depend me existence." That's nature to me. The concept of God. That's it.
O concept, the moral standard, yes, and o concept of God, the moral standard, o bibisa anas o
moral standard, say. Let's say, let me cite an example like waters or in you. There is something depend me. Man can make water, right? And now, the limbe there is origin free. So that should tell you that there's supernatural being there a tie at the chronology. That's my concept of God. So
moral standard na mebusa.
Moral standard, as in how? As in
God now you believe in or moral standards be an to say they be a we are or say any bonny we are and papa.
Okay, the moral standard. Okay, yes. I get the moral standard. I mean, want to say since
and then there be God now also you believe in no. So then when I detect and I want to detect him out God and so God and detect him out say or no standard not here.
I am not me detect man or also detect man. But at least I know common sense that this water mean to me. Listen to me can't
say you believe in God now. Also you believe in God, but not the ones now you did know what you say now. Now yes. I want to know more about the one now you believe in, which is supposed to be much better than what you believe in. That is why now you believe in that one.
Okay.
And I mean person who say moral standard ben and the crowd was how God now you believe in. Me to moral standard that God now you are speaking about, So obi a sebe ma me bi ne bada ohun say you okay or personal choice and I say musu emasa God now believe in.
That shouldn't be a moral standard of even God.
Okay, and then me busa on and wo no.
And I make sure say the moral standard we say listen, the moral standard we say in you, right? Idea nipa ain't me. So the only thing I me moral standard in say sa the chrono then I want say no. Right?
Okay.
Then I want say no. Enuntina e be a car nya accident. Ye busa say, oh, nipa say the fry, nipa say the pride, nipa say the woo. Ye busa say car ni say an answer because at the end of the day, the car ye bet me a fix it. But nipa na no. Well, no, ye ntimi say anya ne mbaba.
Yeah, Matthias, but no. Okay, and you, bro, and even say it's a community. Honum say yeah, so God, the type of God now you believe in, you bet me that chere on mine. You bet me that
there be ye God bench chere on mine. Ye de mra.
Okay.
And a chere on mine.
Is that so okay?
I always say the Constitution is heavier than the Quran and the Bible.
Okay, and that will mean say whatever the Constitution says, then you have nothing against it, right? That means that the Constitution, yeah, says or say be a homosexual, illegal, you have nothing to say.
No,
that's nothing.
You have nothing
and you're moral thing. Exactly.
Yes.
That will mean say when the Constitution,
and a Constitution is no catching say young fire. Even if there's a catch, it should be the moral.
Hold on. Okay. And what we say, it's like you are trying to now put your standard on somebody. Because yes, doesn't mean say obi yes.
Yes.
Uber Europe say now legalize. Am I legalizing? People accept it. Not everybody accept it.
Yes.
People accept it. And just because say standard now, and I say once again say standard I'm using. Criterion be you will never do that. You see say and you good. But on what basis now would you say you good? Because God now we didn't know.
There be any God needs to make a who say me woman you as a kaya. Make a drink God. Also, me drink who's a dinner me. It's helpful. Yeah, the me de. Now me quack of
yeah, but I know that bro. I know your standard. No. But why should somebody care about your standard? That is what I'm trying to say. No, it's moral standard. Now me put it's a constitution.
It's a constitution.
Bro, constitution say enkasenti entina me de homosexuality no yeah because I know yes something
yeah.
that will mean say you have nothing against it, right?
Yes.
Exactly. And that means that we standard near based on say what majority people accept. Obi a di nya tutuma the who says is here na
What the
no.
constitution accepts, not what the majority accepts. What the constitution
The constitution
accepts.
that will constitution ni pado to say omo ye.
Na parliament omo ye say.
Omo na ya no majority na be no. Omo na majority no. Omo ye the parliament
So let's build a point on constitution acceptance, not majority. Or the constitution acceptance. Now
constitution acceptance no omo vote on it and also omo vote
whatever on it. Whatever it is, constitution acceptance you based on. Right?
There be omo vote on it and also omo vote on it.
They vote on it.
And the majority the majority will carry an answer majority.
If you want to say majority, fine, majority.
Now, what do you want to say?
No, success.
What I'm saying is constitution. The fact that majority, no, I say majority means because majority, you say demonstration, it's a bit on a constitution or you get my thing. Maybe person may build a point on whatever the constitution has accepted. No, that one and I mean just to be a woman. That's not mine.
Okay. And it maybe the point in and say, so who can say you believe in a God, but in your God now, like we believe in, okay. Now we say there be a God now we believe in like superior be or something strong could be but in principles now and I say in reality no one said nothing about this God. What concept be a trim and I want to determine and I say one I want to share what suits and I say favors that God now walk on. In the Bible no catch clearly thou shall not have any other God before me. But what created God?
Listen, mean creative God be listen to me very well. Mean creative God be but what I'm telling you is say the only thing a mommy believes say me be wo supernatural being be wo and say there's something like air, water, which I don't know the origin of it.
Okay.
So that means that there's the supernatural being God ties and your manage. That's my point.
Yeah. And I will say would you need meboa.
Me jinidi krana isi da say oho ana oni ho.
But you said yeah, me tell about who say would you need na me buza say.
Yes. And you say me jinidi I don't say I like me jitum so oho.
Huh?
Believe.
Okay. You confuse you okay,
Christians think believe is something like as a don't want to so. No. Believe in your idea who to so.
Can we them who
make his statement?
The upper can say one. Like he believes in like a creator. Say there's a creator, but not the way you guys believe that your God is mighty and who are someone be with him. But there's no evidence that shows what that God is doing. He believes there's something that is above us as human beings because yen to me and baby as memra I did be uncreated here. But he does not believe that thing shows us what to do and what not to do. He believes like he has to live his life freely and live his life as a good person. That's what he's trying to say.
Who determines success any moonlight can make a statement? Also, he need to live his life as a good person. Who determines what is good?
The Constitution.
And the Constitution, can tomorrow say
no.
Okay, what the moonlight may address it because maybe I may yes and may address it also and yes and never. And to who determines what is good?
It's your own self, your own common sense to see what's good and what's bad. You don't need someone to tell you that when you put your hand in fire,
that one when you ask yourself is exceptional.
Mami engaging no, Mr. Mami engaging no. Any me at the same time, who the discussion. It was a moonlight. Was a repeat to woman now. All my sisters are because what's it? Missy, how do you determine
your own common sense that
okay, when him say
how do you determine
me a common sense, your common sense, and at a point in time, not a bino for your kumomo. Your common sense, at a point in time, near your trocosi. So when you trocosi, at a point in time, Now, mami making me statement ni we are then what ba. At a point in time, near so he be who are ye be ku adehye ni bi e de afra e de asie. At a point in time no, near ye niema bebre. Na ye common sense and na kire meboa na mre constitution bi ama.
That one isn't common sense.
The belief system.
That one is a culture. Listen, team. That one is a culture. That one is not common sense.
Omo culture no man use omo common sense no dey
listen. They use their common sense to create that culture. As time goes on now, omo say na adi we yen kwase asema then wetin say culture is dynamics. Right? As time goes on,
me chira wo say obia use ni common sense. The whole prison no use ni common sense. The onam free no use ni common sense. The oko wia no use ni common sense. The oye dumaden no use ni common sense. Obia wo wia se agina hai obia say nyina gitum say use your common sense wa.
Very true.
It's the same thing now. The whole prison no use ni common sense. And on the common sense chira say DNT no han ho nko so cement bag and loaded track 800 bags in yade abra obetimi anya etu ahye no ho afa ha 190 pe na wa hit 100,000 Ghana cedis no common sense no etu wo common sense be na wo de be kire ne say ono no
David enu common sense
common sense listen common sense all right Moonlight common sense. But that common sense no. One kasa at least you will know say what you are doing is good or right.
When I walk on say obi wa ye uniform.
Stop lying to yourself.
The definition of common sense, first word no common. If I say common, if I say easy to get to. Idea obi anim. Wow, and you just sense, common sense. Idea in say easy. Example, no one teaches this one a bed that was so on two and one so not from. No one tell what about it was so on two on course through. And no common sense to all beds. Common sense to all fishes to swim in the water.
You are rather saying say common sense you were 90 and 90 and you know America.
But
and you know America. Common sense you were 90 and you know America. Me say success me ba.
Whoever determine good or bad is the constitution as such. No bill. It's the constitution that determine good or bad.
Now constitution na one we name the origin of it.
The origin of it then. The origin of it no a common sense. Now you say the origin of a constitution of common sense.
Enti me busa brother na wo can say constitution determine say there was a time on na constitution no in other countries no slavery no illegal. And that means it's good, no, sana worker.
To them, it was good, but to us, no, not legal.
But yes, to them, okay, exactly. And that means
to them is good. They are making business.
And that means it's a constitution. What Ghana is here, no. See, you two must say, you for some foreigners can't more forbid that bridge. I see from I don't know Libya for an asenkophobia war Ghana or no man. Ebia but me actually no why you slaves because or money na honum illegal. I can say 7 make example keko. And that will mean say a good no because the constitution
if the constitution allows it is good. Let me give you one specific example. Listen.
Okay.
Biblically Obama Street here he's ready to give birth. Is it true or false?
Asem no who stand at the here try say you be engage you.
Me make you biblically. Listen. Me question. Answer me. What the train? Biblically, Obama is here.
Standard in the air try say you be get deeper into all standard. Or standard in the say
deeper.
Constitution now work on. Do you know why Ghana sabi to no aye 10 or muntimi jintu?
India.
So say a constitution. Me so me person me kyerɛ say constitution no backed by culture ne niema ahodoɔ any religious
Yes,
reasons. Meba
Any
tie.
beliefs,
by
any
common
beliefs.
sense.
And me person me ka kyerɛ no tie. And other beliefs enti no mutimi ngintum no. Even some people
Any other believe, any other believe, backed by common sense. Common
me
sense, let's say, oh, Kosia,
success
Fashion about him.
tie
Success.
one kasa wo Avraham no say or kasa about tumutu na ni abre say na Christopher sori a no mo tata na omo mpe tumutu so omo no omo sori a omo de Bible no kra ba no omo krom ya je atum nti Avraham no kra no assection no pese o kire say Christopher na gire kire denden dia na religious people na gire kire denden dia omo ma yantu
Mujina chire bi
omo gire
listen, common sense.
Where did the first game marriage start being we at? Mona like Mona more prove game marriages. Like the Christians the Christians and the Pope approves gay marriage. So today just say
that one okay. Me who that say Christian gay marriage at home.
Meba. Your friend is here. Moonlight. That's Meba. I saw what a support.
The question I want to back my statement.
The person engage me. Nipa me sent me kasa on a life at the same time. Ain't possible. Kevin himself or me too or to the mesro. Me engage Moonlight because on the said your common sense and you determine what is good and what is bad. And me person me de to the name say oh noise do already. And I miss me say me put it to Moonlight to say omo prison no omo common sense na do omo dru ho yeah wa hai ye nyina ejitum say you use your common sense and ye de kasa what you say and to obi use your common sense but at the end of the day say ye nyina use your common sense you do traffic lighter obi pentem akọ dropping the passengers abefa foforo nyeska obi so ko office or pentem obi on a priority into obi use your common sense and so yeah the traffic light abisi wo enti saying you say common sense no enye enough sebi me common sense kire me say eni kwan say Avraham eso life 2 hours every anopa 2 ewia 2 and anaju 2 meanwhile no instead of say onye sika odi bebie factory no also odi bebie studio osori ano de obaahie Christopher hospitals schools ahodo e wo Ghana onu no nya sika no ana o gigi sika no on fa nkosi factory odi bebie studio no aye dede bebre enti me common sense kire me say oye kohwini e no nya na adwen so obeboa Ghana for youth no me common sense judgment no I know so common sense would disagree with me. And so me common sense no. Enti judging what is good I will be using the common sense Yep, and possible. And you know it. Sebi, obi say or de be for ba ahwe no. Or de be num wi. Obi num wi. Onom sa o si wi ye chensa. Obi su num sa so or de be pem or de be num sa. Obi a common sense is different. Sebi, common sense na ma obi ne ba ada. Because also okwa abonte no okofa oba obeboka. What you say? Until Obi using the common sense. Until saying common sense, and enough, bruh.
Okay.
Sethoossk, me nya konti me kwa ba sisi awai Sethoossk.
Oh, and you want me to question me
and then I'm just saying to like
me say the mechanism.
Success.
Moonlight with you.
Success. Yeah, we been here like with to one 90 the amukani. And so sometimes you are on the right path too. But because we so try to prove one right, we can be I was saying okay, we do it just 10 years answer like step by step. Wow, when your steps away to the answer. So
Third.
Yeah, betimon kamu betima kasa okay because baby I'm one minti min kasa kasa.
Yeah,
Okay. Maybe some make be too ideal, so I like Papa there.
Yeah, mo na mo ni nkomo me transportation, me public transportation mo nti dede wa ha say kakra.
On say na or can be say common sense is not enough, and it's true because me example, me example ama me ni nua baako. Me kai mra me tu kwan na or catch me say me mo ano, but o join common sense fan ne bi. Say Abraham Moshe no. Ana me common sense me say me could gina baby bompa ye esufre obi say nyankopon mo ame for me common sense o say nyankopon mo ame na menye dey mintimi tu kwan and me common sense me so me say nia me ko bompa esufre no aboa me ama metime tu kwan eto no no ye common sense fan no ka che me say ye agi nyankopon di ye agi Kristo di Bible ni obi di enti ye common sense nche sa ye nya it ono no na ka me so me suspect say ni kwan so oba me ho ese ka common sense easy man na nkoko embassy because so ye bibia common sense na just say it is common for you to get anything, for you to do anything say there na you can say say ye fan say okoko akoso cement no be bre no be twese kan na atu e dia akoso obi so agin one time no the same common sense no so use it means me who say communion so using the common sense na be said you joining common sense fan club ne bi no now on embassy yeah
So
maybe
in your mind, you think you pray to God and normal
Mommy,
success.
Papa, what are you?
So common sense now, say it's not common sense is not enough. No, me person me sure say. O say o be mo be say it's enough for you. Me common sense me say me ko bom pa isufro bi a de me ko bom pa isufro no de ama me nsa aka. But ono join common sense na obeka che me say mimi ni common sense no. Na mum de me ko bom pa ye na me common sense che me say de me hwehwe me nsa aka no enye papa ni kwan say me follow side no. Anka na me suspect say nka ne common sense no onvan ko embassy. This American embassy just go there. Na use the common sense na fanya visa na bra na tu kwan ni bi. What you say? America or honor use the common sense and go the embassy and not use common sense near the mouth. But obi catch yourself. Obi common sense who say common sense in so swap a cement na obeble. It means so men fast our brain muntima men fan short time na menye day. Men fanya say ska no. It in come so me so substance and konko bon pay ni bin confess common sense na anko airport embassy non ko privisa. It means own to me that means say common sense is not enough for anybody. Me come it's not enough.
Me say,
Enough.
Bobe allowing me and Mama Kasa kakra. I just want to chip in this. Meeting numbers means Mama Kasa real quick. Okay, so senior, Brapeni, the mere fact say Obom Paya Unya no. Okay, ain't sure anything extraordinary. You will be so or your application now. One bomb pie cry, one yashi, on so in on so a ban saying on yai. And that in itself is not a yastic. I'll wait me, so I can say. Because bomb pie and say, UGD, that is your faith. And again, and also, and yet, in holistically, the mere fact of common sense. Now, your areas be won't make you another narrative be say, common sense show say has cement bag who said then and will be so common sense and so could we had you said then your areas be common sense no it doesn't become subjective anymore. It's for example areas like medicine, areas like law, issues dealing with law and so on and so forth no you enjoy one holistic person because you live in a society. Into what becomes common sense is what the society collectively agrees on say any the pattern. And you cannot just sit holistically in your home. If you say, oh, person, oh, yes, see. Into that becomes the common sense there. It doesn't work like that.
Very good. That's why now I like teacher say the common sense is not enough, bro. Because the Oka says a constitution, a chair will say constitution is based on our culture. You know what they say? Culture in the Mayanya through the constitution say.
Now in your culture, any the draft constitution. And your culture for a constitution to be drafted.
Culture,
Never.
Because
Meba.
we have so
The
many
common sense
different
is more
cultures
accurate.
here. And I think ebe you be a constitution man.
Say, yeah, drafted constitution of a people. So many different things come into play. Religion even plays a role there. Of course, people will classify religion under culture. People's
That's what
ideas,
I want you to understand.
people's ideas,
No.
people's
Bro, you don't
exceptional.
understand. You don't understand culture. Religion is not a culture, Miss Low.
Bro,
You don't understand the base of the
religion
culture.
plays a huge role in your constitution. Check
Bro.
all the religions and what they believe in.
Bro,
Religion is not a culture, bro.
Hold on.
We are not saying it's a culture. Ish is saying that
But you
there
are
are
saying it's a
factors.
culture.
Listen, Ish is saying that there are
Papa.
factors that are responsible for the constitution, and he's adding religion to it. That's what he's saying.
me say certain people will classify religion as an aspect of culture. This you cannot dispute. You cannot argue about it. Opa, bring it on. How do you even define culture?
Okay. Ish
How do you
himself.
even define culture?
Ish himself.
Yeah.
Now make me buso ase. Me buso ase.
Go ahead.
Me pa Moonlight. Just let me ask him question. Just one question. Me buso a question. No.
Okay.
Lesbian. Eya na senye.
Okay. Inti a subjective. Then again, a subjective. A subjective in the sense that each and every society will be living in defines what becomes the moral standard. Inti, for example, meba.
Your own.
I mean, the obi beye didn't true beye the. I don't. This is my personal take. The obi didn't true beye the. Because it is a personal issue. It deals with personal sexual issues. It has nothing to do with me. Do you get it? For example, meba. Maybe some question so. The obi se obi nene yere ekwaye wo mo dem no efa ho.
Oh, I'm family.
Same thing. And so these are personal sexual issues that mean them chin to say commando make say say no. You don't define people's personal sexual life. There be. You don't define it. How people choose to live their life is up to them. Mema, last statement on this. The first with the second people are
Ish himself. Me Musa will be question on me say like in the perspective.
I've given you my take.
No. All the other people me one and four one change.
My answer was very simple. Say
very good.
Personally.
One kasa don't bring any you.
No.
Eyema wana senye.
Say eyema me ana senye.
Yeah. You in your sense, common sense. In your common sense.
No, the fact that say me nyet say omo interest eye ana enye. I am not the one. Like I said again, meba.
Me bisa question omo me say eyema ana say
I've not practiced it. I've not done it, and so I cannot speak to it. Meaning,
very good. So those who believe say on any common sense, can you tell me say obeka ko catch study na oye nyana? Since
meba. Me chero say, make me begin in me kasa chero say, enyema bi wo hwa a collective issue. You don't deal with it based on your individual sense. Say in Niema bi or an areas bi or you deal with it collectively. Areas like law, areas like medicine, and so on and so forth.
Common sense is not enough.
Meba. No.
If you say,
what do you mean by it's not enough?
The only thing you need is knowledge. It's not the Bible. It's knowledge.
The knowledge, Meba. The knowledge even comes as a result of your basic common sense.
Yes.
From the varying degrees of basic common sense, everything that you might do within that scope should practically make sense.
What can me say? common sense in any anything that them rubber town. It means say till any enough see a baby town because so common sense say you say a mammy common sense say a mammy a cocoa funny or maybe grabber and
No, that is maybe that is as a result of our individual differences.
That means the common sense is not enough for everybody. Say you can say common sense enough more be at your over drain a man, the medrin a man in the back a cause problem of my into young farm rama and run a bit says common sense.
I'm running free in front of by.
Also, I'm running free in front of by.
Ebani said I'm running by.
And not true our culture.
Culture no if you in front of by.
If you are your dream, you're trusting your
Odin.
Yeah, be you see common sense. Common sense.
Anything I would drink common sense we now the Sam run by and Sam run now so be catch us maybe Sam run now in night na say your dream is saying any nipa ba put na dream ye nipa do one kabum na the Sam run by anything say wo common sense nature say you see no see ye kabum na ye nya kam na ye nya shembra but wo common sense team the can't me say we ye boni and we
and see all you are trying to put across ne say common sense should move to the varying degree of knowledge. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
You agree that knowledge is enough?
With who need knowledge? Even the Bible, but the Bible says people without knowledge.
We are not talking about the Bible. We are talking about knowledge. So, for example, anything religious, the person will live just by knowledge. Is that enough?
Knowledge you're not free.
I mean, knowledge no. If you religion, the man knowledge.
Yes, knowledge is so soon.
Religion, the man knowledge. Religion, the man knowledge.
I'm not talking about religion.
Me say me who point here because me busa questions and me nya call. O point, do you agree with moonlight more or ka say no ka say good person as or ka bibisa na me ka say what determines what is good no or ka say common sense meaning say who agree with moonlight and I say who disagree.
Good and bad is determined by collective knowledge. Collective knowledge.
One answer my question no.
That's the constitution.
Me say we dey now we train no constitution remember. Me say do you agree with moonlight say we determine what is good by our common sense no?
And I mean my answer say not entirely. My stand is collective knowledge. That is my stand.
In the common sense, what like okay say collective knowledge, what do you mean?
Okay. Into collective knowledge is that we all have brains. We all determine as a society what is right from wrong based on what we come together and agree and disagree on. Basically, that is my stand. I know exactly where you are going, and I'll go there with you. Let's go. Maybe our next question. Crowd will be sad.
Me watch me dina my dream also to minim the woka. It will say
some person busa question.
Next question or person will be sabat. Go ahead.
It would one way say
my answer will say collective knowledge, what we all agree on. I can't speak very loud. Bear with me.
Oh, what's it come with you say and
but speak. I'm here.
Okay. Anyway, but based on that, then we can't necessarily determine what is good because say society be sorry, no almost say akra na yarea yenkuno. Na another so ka say there be mamunkuno, mum create a place a be keep san crofo we na yamo feel the dignity as human beings are. Obia at a point you see the common sense.
So there is one thing I probably should have chipped in as I was talking about things. Now, for me and for my stand as a person, I believe that what one must live by is collective knowledge emphasized in the concept of love. That is what I believe in.
Love our we will still you see.
No, but go ahead and ask the question.
Yeah, because you see, we can be using the words, but as to say, we can define it, you know. Me not sure say you can define because love, you know, obi, the omo, you know, society ni, you know, as omo to omo tiny banana. They are doing it out of love.
Okay, so love in the context that adia wonye, that is for my belief. Adia wonye, it shouldn't be done. Adia wonye mauhu, don't do it onto another person. That is for my belief.
That concept, you know, religious.
No, it is not religious.
Religious.
No, you can Google this. And you're religious.
Because religious.
What's religious about this? Because me, I'm not into religion.
There be better material say. Basically, on the principles of friends and crown, these scientists for your lab tests
yes,
some of them deliberately use vaccine and the war society be to them, no, they don't want it to be done to them, but for the sake of more research need to be successful, no, or more meboa.
What say the mechanic now? What say the mechanic very well? No, what say the mechanic very well? I said, for me as a person, this is my stand and my belief as a person. Now, who use to make metric no on that person, and that person has faulted. Secondly, who use that same metric on by societal standard, that person has fallen short of it. Meaning, say my answer or question is
it's either. See, no, one will determine. So based on the outcome, one will determine what is good, right?
No question or
collective. Oh, okay. Collective society, no. What they determine as what is right is what is right for them. Sethoo, we say what question, man, with you.
Yeah, me question, man, because I will say what you don't want somebody to do to you, no. What you find will be okay.
Yes.
It is a society, no. Say pedophilia. Would you say you good and I say you bad?
Oh, pedophiles are like any good. I don't know why
any good.
Yes.
You don't know why. Okay. The funny said there is a certain group of people now. They allow it. They better in fear 7. They better in fear 8. But me the banana what in fear 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No. Ama will be already like 42, 45, 50. Awale. I'm gonna have sexual intercourse. To him, no, the common sense, no, he's doing something good. And also the Baba so be that means that to your standard, no, you good no meboa.
Okay, Sethoo. Tell me one single society. As semi okay, existent.
Iran, say limited like marriage like low.
They say
society bang.
Society religious. Okay. Tobo mame kasa. Enough Islamic countries are limited that marriage so obobetima walino to the lowest like 11, 12, 10, like low 11, 12, 8, 9.
They don't consummate. They don't have sex.
No, bro.
A betrothal marriage. Maybe. They don't consummate. Check in alphabet 2. Sethoo, I'm daring you. Check in alphabet 2.
If indeed
they don't consummate.
Arabic countries are accepted data, that's not a
bro. I don't think I'm with you.
Me say they don't consummate. You can check it.
Okay. I have checked it. They do consummate. That is why now say marriage.
Even if they don't do, there's nothing wrong with it.
Good example. Maybe it is a the Okasa is here. They bro Tobo. Say they do consummate. Okay. Yeah, me say I may go with your standard. Say they do consummate. Is that pedophilia then? If they consummate, is that pedophilia? Answer. Me busa say that standard no. So omu consummate here. Papa na penyin na 45 50 plus now on isa akura ne ye no. Is that a PDF and answer any PDF?
Obrof na say.
Huh?
I mean, obrof na kan me nti ase pe. O si pe fide.
Me see a PDF and answer any PDF.
This they be say very restricted life no.
Yeah, as in open source say yeah na say nye.
Okay, mibusa brother back on Asian. Mibusa and before and say
Yeah.
Because I
PDF
want
you
to
good and I
understand the
say a bad
question,
no.
but just say
Tobo.
Brofuna can I you get
No,
it?
but
Okay.
say meba.
Tobo,
Let's understand things in
for
the
the
right
meantime.
context.
Tobo.
A pedophile, a will be of farm mofra. And now mama
Exactly.
example. And I make sure say example now mama no. Omo name mofra
Okay.
na.
Okay, and I maybe okay. Oh, example, who the who doing say omone man in that. But what brother we say no so who say there is nothing wrong,
Okay.
even though so omonye crap.
No, I know you don't understand that. You can't use a method for him.
Exactly.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you.
Tobo, any on standard no say because say who say common sense they apply what say no.
Let me answer you here. Let me answer you.
Oh, okay. And the question ben I answer this here no.
Say so on name crown e da na say your name crown e ba. Listen. Criteria ben and no the measure. Listen, wait. Criteria ben and no the measure akra. Until na person put question be ma highest say see biblically, right? Say akra menstruate here or you ready to give birth. Putin akra menstruate here or oba menstruate here or you ready to give birth. Biblically, that means say or menstruate pe ubetumi nada. So it's up to the that's nature. That's nature. Nature to say akra menstruate here betumi nada. Or you ready to give birth. Right? 80 year dream no. We chrome ha no. It's nansen there obitumi di 9 years no menstruate. Etienne year dream no yentwe anko 16 years. It is within the 16 years now that's a sin. But naturally
question me busa no one mama answer no. Where's the question answer no.
Say indeed. Okay, let me answer you. Wait.
Man, repeating the question. Me sure so tie. Man, repeating the answer.
Okay, repeat mama.
Me busa o say sa PDF no. So when you akra na yes ade na e good and answer e bad.
It's not on say now we can about some country be. It's me cause it's a country no the constitution no. Then obema criteria of Accra, a younger child. Ebi obetimi aka say 9, 8, 10, 7, 11. And then the be determine say a PDF and I say a PDF.
Okay, nti Accra deny.
How did man live before biblical records? How were people living?
So but what
money answer question.
Accra Obana deny. And the papa did like 47. Okay. Accra deny papa did 47. And I will say omo consummate no problem. And me busa say no a PDF no a good and I say a bad.
Tio. On say all starting say some Arabic countries. They be crowd to only crowd better. It's not me make Accra na Matthias you. According to Ghana, you media. Bone you bet you watch.
It doesn't matter. Me will say other countries, no. This is what happened. No, say there's nothing wrong with it. What is what? There's nothing wrong with it.
Cultural say good and bad is determined by the constitution.
Okay, so is it good or bad? And say, tell me, will say, okay, but me will be okay. In these countries now, they have legalized it, no. Say a man now, already 45, 50 plus, no, obey to me have a sexual relationship with their already 8, 9 years cramp, no. Is it good or bad?
To them, are you good? Because
and to who swear?
To me personally. Accra,
Sethoossk, maybe some question.
Look at this guy.
Maybe some question, Sethoossk. Before the advent of the Bible, how were people living?
Listen, obi betimi akoche obi ade. Ba me no betimi akase me nche obi ade. Eno nche se nipa ni nche nipa kwa
achede o. We nya achede asem.
Me nti na me dia fa achede side. We nya achede obi ye no. Se ye ma na eno nche se enye ma me. Once our constitution no accepting nko ade. There's nothing wrong with it unless the constitution.
You see, our constitution now mode yastic ekasa no. Also onya abotre because when the constitution no they adapt it, right?
Yeah, adopting no. Yeah, amending so that's why we are amending.
But it's influenced by baby Freeba.
And I'm saying, yeah, influenced by baby Freeba. MYA, you be amending.
And it means say at the moment ade bia you say a good no. Ochina a bit me a bad boy.
Yes,
It you know basically you need a friend good and if you need a friend bad. Sign up so
yeah, idea a friend good, any idea a friend bad. Time a constitution no a determine.
And at a
My
point
memo
in time,
example.
meba, at
Listen, listen,
meba, and you know, at a point in time, so constitution, like I say, uku obia, and your bonia, a good, meba,
a good.
Hey, who weird, a bow.
True, a good. Now, unim say, obi timi kun obi, right? My memo example,
What's okay, and yeah, you.
Obi atutu, not or the show so about kun, right? Now to show now chow there, now the kuna.
And no, that the
Settle.
self defense, any different.
So
Your right to
that's why
self
I'm telling
defense.
you, say,
Highest. Unim say in the US, obi person president no. Na who now strike it at the person yema award cry for such an incident.
And no, and yet the point me making me say
explanation
because at the moment
question say before the Bible how were we living? Me answers before the Bible how were we living?
Because issue me busa question say ma me for Bible name
at the moment you know who success point
also make us say
success meba ish meba papa meba you see success
papa you are not being candid you are not being candid like, you are not being candid at all you are not being candid
and say ish say no ono any determine what is good basically me you know literally
for myself but beyond that beyond my scope our example say within territorial jurisdiction what becomes good is determined by collective knowledge. That's what I said.
But when him say,
that's it.
Okay, but so when him say, the your friend is saying, trokosino, nanye.
My network here rough.
Me say, trokosi. So when him trokosi, nanye.
In recent time, we will regard it as bad. In recent times.
And would you to say, nay,
what's it nay? Let me ask the same question with a biblical verse.
I don't know.
Me you question I know with what. So would the Bible need intimidate use the same metric you are using for me?
Answer question.
To them it was right then.
And yeah, no to them as some nieka wa how. And yet to them as some nieka. Me say
Sethoo, understand that, Mrs. Sethoo, highest, understand that society progresses. Society comes to a realization. Knowledge grows. People come to different levels of realization at different points in time.
And I say, trokosi, wow, standard.
Now it's bad.
Because
now it's bad.
That time na no to standard ne.
And currently it is bad.
Oh dear. Satam I don't no.
Wait.
Answer question. Some says that time now to the standard, and I'm saying it's bad to my standards now. Meba to my standards now it's bad.
Female mutilation.
Me say to my standards now.
Circumcision of female.
Answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Highest. Me use the same metric amount.
Meba. But say I will say to your standard enyen. Do you know omo force o ma yejaye?
Osi oni momo mo ye den.
Omo influence ye e ma ade ni etwaye.
Why mo?
Me busaw.
Men carry religious people on power show.
Me busaw
I beg you. No, don't do it. Don't commit this blunder. Don't do it.
Me busaw question.
Don't commit that blunder. Pure lies. They were cats. Okay, wine. Me bisa wine.
Question
busa. Me bisa wine.
Me busa tie. One answer question. What kasa na wasabe wine?
There be my answer question. Who bisa me say wrong.
Abutre. Okay. It's like you are rushing. Me carry. Me say, do
Kasa
you
meeting
know?
huh?
Do you know omo influence ma ade no mujaye?
There be why.
Okay. Me ba nya bo tre me nim de ntia wo pre
No, I want to learn.
wa.
It's the kasa huh?
Nya bo tre ni ti. Aha.
Mm.
Enti se wo standard no even till now. We nim say sa ade ne nya. Na san kofo no na omo ye no, omo nim say ya. Obi di ne standard ebe ka kire omo say enye ama omo jai. Ama sa nipa ne standard no ye de nimi enu to nsane ni a. Wo be hu say we standard no em make more dede wo. Yeah, dede wo papa. Obi so be use the standard of good and bad. Ema ono no ekire say wo de na wo friend good no bad. Ampa so enne ye nyina e wa ha nyina betimi akam aba conclusion say de no mo ye nenye. Just because a society accept no doesn't mean say That's my point.
That time, no, that time. Let me answer you here.
Okay, and see if you
Before
allow
that,
me,
no.
I have to go and work. But if you allow me, asema meka and say knowledge progresses. Knowledge, what people accept as right and wrong, progresses with time. So be the bibiba, obi propound bibi. Na asem na wakano. People sit. That is why we are rational beings. That is why we think. That is why we analyze. That is why we weigh options, left, right. We weigh negatives against positives. Into obi propound bibi. Na adena nipa ne de buy no. Yetna se ni ehwe, ni analyze, ni ehwe de ye practice no as against what the person is propounding. Na society if you say in that regard that will be helpful. They accept it. And your biometric of Bible be and a book be knowledge produces by itself. People sit down to produce knowledge every day. That is why even currently, Okase obey a PhD. There is funding for people that want to bring new knowledge into existence.
But
knowledge is progressive.
No. You see, you are making the assumption say and before coming to the realization say the nya na say Debbie and before be on my force almost with what is good and son of my jatu you force almost near their show mo kon
Mama clinical example
ne trokos no because they were still doing it. You force almost yes omo betina omo kwatina
we are talking about two different things here. We are talking about two different things here. Ubisa me say, why ne did knowledge no? And I say, sa we na almost say no, why ne propound and why ne de buy? And I may explain the means by which it came by actual say that ideation no, the idea no was propounded by an individual. And or the beba now for sum na society no. I agree. Now, meba. A majority society and I agree. That does not mean say you have deviance in society. No matter what, deviance are existent in society. And even Bible, say, even Bible, I'm often as standard, no. I can say, because that person might deviate from what quote and unquote society agrees. And see, what I'm trying to put across for you to understand is that a ideation stage they say a knowledge now a progressive into the fact that no more means that knowledge wasn't existent anyhow. Me clinical example Bible it was said say sabofra bonia na abofra no oye bonia faneko penifo e wa sorry nanim na omontwe mfia ne mbo said no mbo abofra ne mbo nkuno no eno no at that point no na eden.
Yes, Papa.
I don't know if you've heard that verse. I don't know if you know of this verse.
That's why you busy. Yes, Papa.
One person at the time.
No, highest. Me saying knowledge about this is just the last thing. I have to go. Knowledge about
say I ishi kasa okanyina. I'm talking about the open source no. Or no need not based on knowledge. What you say? Or the knowledge on based on DNTS. Now we are talking about the common sense. You are based on the knowledge.
I have one final question. My question is say, highest Papa. My question is say, Bible neka says will be a bonia yin stone in kuno no. Na ye accept ye no. That was a metric for society. right?
Kofa verse because why busy no and can we free and
Kofa
offer
verse
verse
no.
now I catch why and your friend is saying the purpose of some I can say the okache say what is good, a metric and I would determine a problematic because and you will determine what is good before so banana the idea of good ɛwɔ hɔ nti na ɛma so obi yɛ biribi a the instinct a nipa nya hu sɛ there be adeɛ wei deɛ wanyɛ ne yie no people are able to influence other people about what is good because obi wɔ no ma ɔno no society na yɛ building no n'adwene yɛ ne sɛ adeɛ wei deɛ ɛnyɛ normal but ɛyɛ ne sɛ ɛyɛ so what I say ɛyɛ ne sɛ ɛyɛ nti ɔsi yɛ force no with what is good and esi bebree make an also na culture na one na we but at the end of the day no say na culture kwa mo
Verse no na me de atum no why verse no na me de atum
what I say no mo
verse
jitum
no na me de atum
no mo to omo no mo jitum say ye so what I say enti no just because ade bi make sense to you but to you wo metric there enya hwe it's okay and me too standard so it's good and it doesn't make sense Mr. It doesn't make sense what I say and as some I can say what is determined by good or evil na any common sense me your point no kasa beginning no your point no so what I say and say kochi car na car na akere say speed limit you say we say ya even on the road ya trust say limit ni you say no due to a circumstances ahead of you, I also reduce speed. No one can say, oh, yeah, catch him, say, limit me, say, intimate, so they call. What I say, yes, my ear can you and a tough and say, won't mean can Jim say, based on your common sense, and already determine what is good. Because maybe common sense, actually, let me say, Avraham Sikana or GDI studio, no one be a factory. And you and I know, say, no make sense, change will be a studio. And so, Conwalk catch and say, Sikana original.
Yes. Where the
Sikana original
make sense.
Sikana on fan could be your friends and Nika. Because I don't see the need. The obey ye in an wider, Wakan and throw beshi washing in another. There's no need so better now so ye Juma. Or Nejuma way and say or can't conform them. At a graduate I see. So we are see, and no yen be a factory. Or don't have a set standard. Or say won hia se okwa asore dem enti won hia se obi tie ni biem de obeka no aka wie repetition of nsem no atwam onkofo ko YouTube o menya nsem on fan bie nika shop onkofo nko onya adwuma that is me common sense no wo moonlight o common sense ni say it doesn't make sense to you enti to you no there is better so this can be a studio instead of so be adwuma meboa enti common sense na
okay take it this way trying to take it this way aka sem kuma every arochi buy no ono so the sika na onya nyina ni connection na ekobie companies ewo Ghana na so the adwuma ma ni ho a aka ye Ghana for na ya kana iwe tu na ka ye benya nkuma no super so ana the ono ya no oya man not just for us but for everyone in Africa nti
wine what the wine na
Moonlight pa so me na kan
what the wine na compare
Sorry boys di bu o mu kasa odwen ho anu awon jazz.
Moonlight abeg
Kasa fe no mu free gugu bu ma bi Moonlight
now
o kasa ya to
Moonlight no kwasa fe na Matthias
your question is simple train you tio like how much does it cost to create like a company?
It costs a lot. It costs you wisdom. It doesn't cost you common sense. Okay, you have common sense and build the factory. You need nyansa. Okay, you need to build the factory. So what I say? And first of all, I think say most of you guys na more Ghana move follow Moshe.
Okay, but like
I'm talking
about the financial aspect. When you
kasa
now uni nyansa na me mauska that how this can be. Uni nyansa, I mean all the common sense na nam uni ni say e fra de bi common sense. Na ntwie kro nam ho kra common sense. Akokɔ ntati akra common sense. Okay brother, at your age as youth and strong as you are no, I don't think say you need somebody to read you a book. Okay? To read you something and explain it to you and you will believe say oh, anasem no kind of cry no crew. So what I say? This
this tell me, say you Moonlight, you are lacking a lot of knowledge. You are lacking a lot of knowledge. Nipa na ochiro buku ni mukra no. He don't have even a common skill work. And sanujuma kura onibi. Okay, but you think say that person no ebi kura say me say what we USD. What you want obi onu sanujuma or kan ade a kire wase aka say oh entro. And you will still stand on your feet and defend that thing. Unia. And you claim say you have common sense. When knowledge kura unyendru ho na wanya akan quotation bi ati as brothers. So what I say? This is what you people lack there. But yet you will still defend that person. Maybe oh the mama can go see Mama can see Nkrumah de na Osankan. Okay. Maybe Mama can see Kwame Nkrumah de na Osankan. Okay. Brothers, we need discipline kakra success crowd their own kind of
discipline.
Oh, Tobo, me need discipline ba o Tobo, okay. Say me Sussex to when you had the same thing na my brother Moshe oye unia okay men kan kire me say me didi atem nipo di atem didi ba Ghana community mu ye Ali Avraham Moshe okay enti men ka say me didi atem otimi gina ho no mokura mutimi ka say Christopher kra ye nkwatiafo okay so me and you now talking no men ka say me didi atem you know this in your own classroom already so what I say Sussex say ya me no te ho me ye Ghana ni no
that says me dey me interrupting the kasa no
meba I don't need nobody to show me say me here obi obeka kire me say komfo no chibae okay I have to believe it because they are signs people talk about him so what I say sa so na say oba Yesu na Yesu bia mba wiase Julius Caesar okuba bi sesi ya ni Sethoossk wonum. Okay, the same thing na Kwame Nkrumah kwa friends and go for not the Yesu si wonum. The same thing na Yesu all kind of Moses bia amba wiase Moses ntwere buku da. This means that you who is saying say obi amba wiase no, you are lacking some little knowledge. So what I say? You lack that thing because you simply don't want to believe that thing which is written down, brother. Okay, we are in the ages bia.
What could that belief do for me? Like
that is your problem, brother. That is your own problem. That is your problem. Moonlight Tobo, and we your problem. To say your kase unji ade bindi no. Obijidi. So what I say? But you have no right to offend that person. Say nipa no so do atema obeka say no na ade na odi matem. You do this continually. So what I say? De bia oye. De bia moye. Okay, and I would prefer to tell Ali Nikura say nka ontwere buku mamo na onka nkyere mo say na ya bagana no ye de ye youth no ye se be ye say. But you people don't. He said, make us say, what we KNUST. What you want more catch me say, constitution is coming from somewhere. From where? Yeah, Ghana for the eternal in a okay. So what I say? And you been a different baby, Brian. Yani a cotton out damn you say, we say, ya, and yet. So what I say, so as soon as Israel for the catcher or say, on to now my own country and say, obedi can confess. So what I say, and don't say, who could be a wire the papa. Also, yes, mo. Me was intimate kind of intro. Intimate kind of intro.
Be saying tonight, Avraham didn't know. Avraham like my evidence. One or the evidence.
Moonlight. Mami pisao. Mami evidence. Moonlight. Tobo. Mami one single. Oh, Moonlight. Tobo, brother. Mami one single evidence. Okay, Mami just one single.
Moonlight na de to so kwa onti ase.
Until we are dog your money access ni nyina. Oti one mu bisa search le bi obi nkwala da. I mean, come on.
Unim. Highest. Mami addresses as sense at one. Mami can throw. Knowledge is acquired. The fact say obi nim bibi no enche se nipa nim nyansa.
Oh, that one you are right. Unima nyansa.
Untimi mba ha emedi obi atem. Oti asema.
What?
Oba obi kasa utimi kasa nipa pro. Kasa se di onante le timi maba. Eya so o dey ka.
Tobo. Sasa bi atem.
Ntem no kan yen kwase asem. Na wo jala kan ka.
Wa. Sasa.
Utimi bi wa.
Meba. Mesrema okay. Me pese passion na e wo hono no e good but atemdide ne de ehun enye necessary. Obi atemdide bi wo hono ma kwase abo ne me mpatie wo ha se so wo ka se bia ento asom bibi sa de okay fine. Okay, so we'll be a bit more expressing say, but I'm attempting yet to like says Ben Moshe, yes, I want the platform, so yes, me know ya journey or no only right to bet will be so movie and it will be at them. But has in the end they keep try say those say we disagree, no, but we still can have a conversation now. Focus on insulting kwa. Me person we has say now say attempting kwa na wa say there be. Nti Mr. what be the attempt personally be asa bia no. Me drop okay, it doesn't matter. Me drop nti mo to aso Mr.
Okay, Sethoo. So now, one single evidence I'm Moshe. Oh, preach. Okay.
Also, what do you tell me? So I said to Fatchem, we can only what I'm told the entire.
Men sound fan because Sebi, which year will be close to me? Say, Chia, on wedding at him. Do the wedding at them. Men call on. So, what they say, yes, I'm a
So, Unia, I just want to know one single evidence. Moshe, what classroom or money classroom hormone? What actually must say? This is something me myself. I have go and research it, and I have been there. Okay, I was there, and I knew it. Into me school way, me chiremwa. Munjintum buku na ono kinkaino. Show me one single verse. I don't know depending on that verse and you see the research. Oh, Tobo, when Moonlight,
you see,
relax,
Oh Lord. Mananunsi obisa question munya the patience to listen so that oh kasa no be a journal so answer.
Person me who just that single thing no. So see I obi di obi atem. But your own leader who teaches you no insult even more. Either he claim money to do something or he don't. That is not me my point. Okay? Send your who kase who to you your common sense no. Adie bi nye no. The same thing to me, my common sense, your teacher is not making no sense. I don't know why you're supposed to take that as an insult. So what I said, that even tell me, say, that person is not even having the sense, but rather he is lacking knowledge. We don't do wisdom crowd. Now, what kind of quotation be actually him? So what I said, because a book be the honor now kind of want to say, wow, question them when I kind of idea. Now who the way to interpret it. Okay, because you people are just supporting somebody who have no base. So what as a Moonlight, he is not backing his point with nothing. He is just saying it.
He's backing his point with your own Bible. He's backing his point with your own Bible. He called God a genocidal God.
It's not my own Bible.
That this man is a genocidal man. It's whose Bible?
How do you see say?
It is whose Bible?
Oh, it's not my Bible, brother. Man can't say my Bible. Okay, I read it. It's human beings' Bible.
You claim?
I say more Tobo.
No. Listen, listen. It's a Christian's Bible. Listen.
And have I tell you?
Avraham, like
Moonlight. My catcher doesn't say me a Christian. My catcher has a natural. My catcher doesn't say me a Christian.
So okay. Are you not here defending the Bible?
Oh, Lord of Israel. More sometimes. So okay.
Why are you trying to defend the Bible?
Moonlight.
Sorry, but when you're Christian.
Oh, brother. I said, yeah, because I won't you. I said, man, can say, me say, Ida, TNA, you cannot declare for me. To send your Moshe declare mamono. What I say, Moonlight, I declare myself. Send me your bar, send me your bema, me na meka, and you. So what I say. And I have not written no book. Me my kind of me then who say, book when you So what I say, either you believe it or not, that is your own issue. To say Moshe issue, no, because you are not getting even how life is created. So what I say, that is your problem. Okay, I love the book, I love it, I will read it. But you personally, or you Ali, cannot tell me, say, oh, me amazing. What are you telling me? There is no person can explain something to you. And this is what you people are failing in. So what I say, a book for 2026 years. You were 1980, Sakura 1990. And you are arguing, we say, I give you a dahono, a yentro. Brother, does that make sense to you?
If something, maybe to say like Nipa me trying to 2000 years ago, I still are in minute. Na any Africa say na America for say Gaddafi or then they told us all the bad stuff about Gaddafi. Just for us to find out later after research that Gaddafi was actually trying to help Africa. And that's now
Ghana.
So Gaddafi.
Look. It's painful. Look, it's painful when I see people try to make. Look, it's true. Avraham is a human being. He has some rights. Listen, no, some rights and wrong. Look. No. He's a human being. He can have some rights and wrong. But listen, no. But one thing that is saying that is fact is that your religion has done nothing good for Africans. There's only one thing that religion has done for we Africans. The whites cannot do better for themselves.
Okay, Moonlight.
Tell me.
Okay. What the idea na Oshusha Ebema Ebeka say we are good for Africa. Idea.
Odiwe ka obaka say na nanum kwame nkruma
no listen me all I want for Africans now is unity all I want from Africans now me too. Hello
address me asem na America no address will be address me
and address no
idea na
address no
me batie me who say it has done nothing good for Africa. Me person what good are you expecting? Idea good and I expect here about Africa.
Okay, thank you. Listen, this Bible God and this Quran God shows that
what no
with everything.
Bible. Because question Bible any Quran but meaning baby
okay, so listen. Listen, this Bible this Bible so this Bible and this Quran God, according to you, your Bible and beliefs tells us that if we serve him and submit everything to him, hopefully he'll grant us some good bills and what. Listen, we Africans have been serving him strongly, and you can't tell me that what he has done for the Israelites, he cannot do the same thing for you, because he proves it that in the Bible that if we serve him with all our heart and we praise him and take him as our only God, that's what he will do for us. Now listen, the Chinese are not serving this God.
Moonlight.
The Japanese are not serving this God. No, listen. All these people are not serving this God. But why is it that we are serving this God, we are not benefiting what the Israelites benefit from him in the past?
Moonlight.
What are we doing wrong? Me too.
Me busa question no woka good enya Bible na sem Quran na enya bibia woka say it has done nothing good for Africa. Me person who good no wo dey religion free good be na we expect for Africa good be me person me who.
And I'm saying that I am expecting us to benefit what the Israelites benefit. That's the good I want.
What did they benefit? What did they benefit? Can be telling me.
Prosperity, development. Development. I be like Sethoo mentioned, prosperity, development, good name.
Okay, development I work on. Development. Do you accept school? Would you say school here?
School. School here.
Okay. Would you say hospitals here?
School is good.
Would you say hospitals here?
Yeah.
Would you say charity? Would you say charity organizations and
yeah.
So you too.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghana, schools and hospitals and our facilities funded by the church, you know. Why you be that?
Say like me personally, me be that.
Why you be that?
Say like me personally, say my school church is that.
More life ni na me too omo. Me nim dey dia wo say busa say wo personally. Enya wo personally na wo make claim.
question no. Na we Saskana church na this church we no church ni there.
Me say meba ti asem na make no. Moonlight ti asem na make no. Me say what personally why a research about institutions are it was founded by your friend is saying sorry no.
Like churches and we like churches now can like hospitals
me say be ni dedi me say me because on say claim bu on obi akura che ba onwe ho so what you say nti me say me hwe say ono anka personally wanya sa dey na it me bisa me ba say ano who make it tie moonlight who make it claim say say ya sorry ana a school ana say a hospital say nkrofo ne kutua so si factory crazy one ma anya nkrofo ne tua
from sika
enti do obeye bia no enti do obeye bia no wo template of ade a wo sa beka se enye enti nye hwe enye sa
no tie
me can say
no me can say the amount of money that goes to churches. The churches in Africa itself, every single year can be used to loan the country to even build the country better than it is. But churches, like you know,
are you saying say church no was catching all the natural resources are
now that's now you are comparing natural resources to churches.
They be here to oil. You are here telling us. Sorry, no. I want you to think about this.
What is our percentage in this oil and gold? What is our percentage in this oil and gold that we get to?
Wow.
No.
Say
Moonlight. Me, yeah, wahano. Yam funny say wahano. Me too. Yeah, wahaya kwa sorry. A kiss of call my sorry. Or offering. And offend them more common sense. One moon for music and qua sorry. No. Eh bien, Nika na more. Most Nika BS.
You track tax. Question is that's kind of what they call sorry no. Till scanner would call sorry no call your offering. That's kind of coin.
There be more saying Tia Semna.
No, Mr. Rama, okay. Like in 10 minutes time or no, I just say end the program, okay, because some of them are called down so.
And you're highest papa.
But consumers understand parking also this.
So if all these monies are gathered at one certain place and they are used to fund development in Ghana itself, Ghana that would do in Ghana. No, they are now what I'm saying now, Pastor. Tight as much as thousands days.
There be moonlight, T Asemna Yekano. O tax o tight enyerai o often enyerai unya adwuma ngu obi abotom wo mo ayi for no mo common sense for no e free say mo tem mo free asori na mo mfa musika ma obi ano mo muntua tax nchen mo yesen mo kra mo do yesen muntua tax nchen obi a mo na matem ho na muntua ayi bi ano mo de na maye mo ho faso pa ma mo ho faso tie mo ho faso ma ye Ghana man no since Avraham starting the movement no e dey development na body aba
look, Avraham has opened no listen Avraham has opened the eye of like a lot of youths in Ghana to see life for what is
wona wo follow no enemy am follow no wo ni abie na e che me ne e
and I'm just saying Me name like the amount of success that you have and the amount of success that I have.
So you can't come to that conclusion. Say we be obiani, as we be obiani, as they said the name for no more. Omo obi omani no. Yahuda obiani no. Oye manager e factory bi ana.
Nipa na osi o bi amanfo ni no kra.
Yahuda we bi factory ana.
Yo. Ono na o kase o ye no kra bosom se dem pass. No. Chere mo se nyame bi ani o. Enso o da bosom so.
Akase me akaka tio. No tio. O da bosom abosum na we ana.
Yahuda na se nyame bi ani ho. Yahuda na se nyame bi ani ho. Nyame bi ani ho no o da bosom.
Moonlight. Yahuda oye Yahuda oni Coca-Cola. P black omuna
chere mze mu nyina mo adwene nye
Adonko P black
and I'm so sense tio Abraham buy no tio Abraham buy no one can say udi mechia ubenyeska udi mechia udi mechia yes one promises mo nyam ne na ma promises udi mechia nyama tio so nyama be ama mo say tumu hwehwen se ho ya tumu
Moonlight Obwa, Mama Chow.
Abraham can say.
Okay, Mama Chow. So, Okacho say, Meba, Okwa Solia, church collection now to Tony at the Adini and my Yedi here or Ghana Meboa. And yes, I'm much level.
Debut.
Maybe so question.
Sana Padio or Hakai.
Me patroni Sam Okaye was see church now to collection.
No. His words did he say that if you follow common family members, you will be rich. You will be prosperous.
Me come on when say enye panyini kasa enye kasa bia no kama akurate ase this all the kwadwindwin it me ma wa wu say Okaye. Mibusa so okwa sorry a mibusa so okwa sorry a collection ya that netu na ma Ghana yedi enye sa no kai
Yahuda
Moonlight
enye sa no kai na sa no kai unua sa na Moshe kai
mo se ye kwa sorry yedi hia
de ono tio na mo tio
or see you waste your time. Sorry, waste more time or no more factory way.
Factory way. Who are you Moonlight or factory will be away? And I'm assuming that one to collection. Oh,
Mumu fan do one
like na mo amokono che na obi sam na mo amokono mo kwa so inde no nyama nyame acham so bam no a question Abraham only said that say after say yeah and why a tree bridge and you no kwa na
bibi ti say religion
really
Papa what the example me person me bisa just one question because I think said me person me bisa a question one single question okay
bisa
Sesi a wo ka se Ali wo pa kire me say Avraham Moshe guy oba Ghana for the past 13 years now o ye dede no wa bie youth no mani nya sa na person o ka kire me wa bie wani because before now wo da enya sa so sesi ya me no ka say sesi ya me no ka say edien na Moshe wa be ya wo hu se Ghanaian youth no money atia you people are doing something tell you and no be ka say
one wine no mo ye religious for anye
what you say plumbers unia plumbers kura mu obi wo mu youth mo say mu school say mu classes say mu obi common plumbers as say baby amema ye pe plumbers o mu obi wo mu group no nyansam be wani dodo san na abie o starting say wu tie ali oh God! Oh, I see anything. Like you guys. Hey, I say mo, Charlie. Moonlight.
Before Abraham Bayano, we have people who like now they are already like deconstructed from religion, but they didn't have that like confidence and belief. But Abraham, almost say, like we are a here. You being a listen, there are more Christians in this world than any religion in the world.
And the funny thing is,
you are more than us. No,
the funny thing is,
no question. What have you Christians? Man, question. What have you Christians? Your existence down to Africa. That was that this
a lot. Highest papa. Mami man no answer. Highest papa.
Hospitals where your friend is saying to
Infantipim school I work Ghana for the past 110 years no. Bisa say e kwan ben so na wo fa ya wunya e. Enemre ma me no ka say. Enemre ma me no ka say Infantipim school. It has been standing in Infantipim Obukurobo.
A lot Opoku are
no. Oh, you guys. Look, it was done to brainwash you. No. It was a place to brainwash you.
Okay, Beba. Hospitals.
And look, and I'm posing the same question to you. You're asking that what has Abraham's resistance done for us in the past 13 years? Okay, let's say nothing. Okay, nothing. Okay, Theo, let's say nothing. You two, you have been around for more than 2,000 years in Africa. Look at other people.
Time on us.
10 minutes in us.
What has been
rapture? Now you say rapture now, but okay.
Ghana, you to the Unia, way now, you see,
guy, we want to do one
Charlie.
Okay,
Ochina, moonlight.
No. Say brainwash church in this school like am I like you queen my
me tobo okay Mr. me time na so yes stay so watch papa I don't know how long
really I check
yeah also no okay at the same time no China nyame ya adoma e beba life be okay maybe by this time no kwa my life for China by this time no my life China be Moshe nintro so de ba be di nintro guy we twa no okay nti we say moonlight utimi support be Moshe na be Moshe honest person a join here watchna ene dey say free flow bisa na obi atimi kana adwene e wo ha say no okay enti we dey fa we ni si wa say na enema religion ayama Ghana no eni kwan say wo ma obi aka kire wo bo akire hwe na wa hwe dey bia religion dey o ma yama Ghana na say bibisa no na hwe be Moshe betena ase over 10 years na wo didi wo social media ho saa no one pin kurampo ntimi nya e Ghana honom say bia wa bie bibi wo honom eno dey won nwene ho okay onye hwe asore bi kobie ekosi prison asore ekokosi prison a be Moshe ebo akire se wakwakosi prison a lot of people no go prison honom a omo ye innocent se omo ni baabi mpoda e bi omo wa ho kirem na so bia kosi baabi na se ye create space ama some people no omo enye criminals en kwa no prison o ebi wo honom no krampo na ye twa ato no system nya adwuma sika ni bi na aye e na ye twa anto ato ohia ni bi ba so e de na wakwakosi prison e bi adanfo bi na aye bibi se enti enye say bia ebe say criminals en kwa no prison honom no asori bia ti prison or they boa congested prison na e wo Ghana no eno kra be Moshe nya fort asem ka fa ho but ono 10 years plus now on social media no oji YouTube there no oji Facebook there no oji TikTok there no oji Instagram there no oji Momo there ni nyina ka oji ni nyina no ontimi mbie 110 kurampo honom ene de mu hunu nka but asori de mu be hunu aka okay wo de bunjwa ni wachina okay for we ni si wa say na Sethoossk for Umaba, okay. Umaba. Me da say highest papa me da say was joining our whole life on the my okay. Me da munyina amase moonlight mun join ish mun join okay nana kwame nana yaw mun join watchina